Testing. Radio, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios with your host, the wild man of trucking himself, Jimmy Mack.
Wild Man of Trucking. I don't think I live up to that name enough, to be honest with you guys. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. You can find us on the Eye of Heart, the Audacity of Odyssey, the Tube of You, the Book of Face, and all other platforms that we appear on, especially if you go to radionemo.com, and hit that 365. Hit that 365 and get the songs playing, the stories being told, the phone calls being made at 615-292-6366. Give us a call. Jump into the conversation. We'll be calling our good friend Dean Croak in just uno momento here, getting him on the line because he opens the show with me when he does his bit. Dat Guy is going to be here. Dat Guy himself, Dean Croak of the Grumpy Pete Peterbilt. Good morning to our friends out there. Chowder. The Paranormal Pie Man is alive and well. By the way, he had to point out that he was the Paranormal Pie Man on Facebook, lest that we think he had lost his mind completely. When I posted the video of our two producers, well, Madison with a T and Phone Master Dre, it is a pool diving extravaganza. You should check it out. I've shared it on my Facebook page. It is on all of our socials. We got a couple of maniacs over here as people begin to fill up into the stream, into the chat, into the conversation. We're, by the way, in the All-Star break for baseball. Baseball does not get back in business until... Baseball doesn't get back in business until when? Until tomorrow, when the Boston Red Sox will be first up playing the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field at 1:20 in the center, 2:20 Eastern Time. And by the way, I will get to some baseball news here in just a second. 1961 is a big year for baseball. Two things happen. It is a big passing of a very celebrated baseball player, and hardly anyone attended that funeral because he had a terrible reputation. And by the way, he was also the victim of reputational tarnish as well. I'm talking about Ty Cobb, of course. Whew, man, here's the thing. Don't be a jerk, because at the end of your life, they will rewrite your narrative and make you even worse. Ask Edgar Allan Poe about that sometime. By the way, the other thing is that Ford Frick did one of the most awful things you could imagine. He decided that Roger Maris's baseball record wouldn't count. He would put an asterisk by the home run number and the totals of the home runs that he put into place. Hey, guys, welcome to Road Gang Radio. I hope you guys are all having a good time out there. Paul says, good morning, RGR. Bruce Almighty says, good morning. Joe J says, they don't get food out till 6 or after anymore, it seems like. What the hell are you talking about there? Oh, I get it. So here's what Chowder had to say. Chowder starts the day around 3 o'clock to 4:30 every day. I'm assuming that's mountain time. And all I find in the Flying J and pilots is no hot breakfast items and people, quote-unquote, working who look like they lost a fight with a tackle box. That's pretty good. It was Joe J pointing out that they don't get food until 6 or after anymore, by the way. Good show coming your way, along with Dat Guy, who will be sliding into our handle in just uno momento. Of course, we'll have a good word from Pastor John. Canada will come a-calling into the arms of America in the forms of Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park. Our good friends from Washington Trucking Week are going to be lean and mean and on the scene. It is Colin Long, by the way. Whew. It is Colin Long, by the way. And our good friend Mark Schwemmer over at Landline has a really great article up introducing you all to Derek Bars. Derek Bars, who is the new FMCSA nominee to run that agency. He might be the miraculous miracle we've been waiting for in regards to somebody that actually wants to do the job full time. Colin will be talking about that, along with truck parking being a hot topic in multiple congressional hearings this week. And then OIDA's Louis Pugh is going to testify at the U.S. Senate next week. So a lot of exciting stuff coming our way, a lot of exciting stuff coming your way, a lot of exciting stuff if, in fact, you're heading down here next week. Man, we are racked, packed, and stacked, not only for guests at the party, but guests on the show. A lot of in-studio stuff. I just want to remind everybody that Lindsay Lawler is going to be down here in the city of New Orleans. She will be in studio, guys, so look busy and get this place cleaned on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. Lindsay will be broadcasting live, which means we got a couple of microphones to set up, which means I might, Dre, have to head over to Guitar City and buy one more mic. Because if we got 4 people on mics here, that is going to be awesome sauce. Right now, we can get away with, we could do 3. We could do 3 at the table. We got to get set up for 4. That's all groovy stuff, though. That's all part of the learning curve, by the way. We had a great band on yesterday, The Last Revel. And Dre got a chance to dig into it. Madison, I can't... Here's the thing. Even if you don't like this kind of music, it's one of those things. I have arguments with people about this all the time. I don't like that. They're not any good. And you're like, no, dude, you don't like them. There's a difference between not liking somebody and thinking somebody's not any good. I don't like Bjork. I don't like her. I mean, I don't like the music. I will tell you right now, Dre, that woman's talented. You dig? Like, I mean, Lady Gaga is not my go-to listen. Not my thing. Not my bag.
I love her new album, though.
Yeah, but but that's irrelevant.
Yes.
It's irrelevant in the sense that it's like, ask me if Lady Gaga is talented.
Is Lady Gaga
crazy
talented? Right?
Talented. Ask me if Tom Brady's a great football player. Ask me.
Is he a great football player?
He's a great football player. Ask me if I like him.
Do you like him?
Absolutely not. I think he's a bloviating blowhole, self-satisfied, smug mofo. And by mofo, I'm referring to the former restaurant that serves Thai food and other great stuff over here in the city of New Orleans.
That's funny. I had an instance like that when I was in school where one of my professors absolutely hated Baz Luhrmann, and he would always go on rants about how pretentious and annoying and how much he hated Baz Luhrmann.
Right.
And then he would be like, well, I seriously doubt Baz Luhrmann gives a shit about what I think about
well,
him.
let me make this really let me make this really clear too. It's like, I don't know if you've seen Anchorman, and many of our listeners have, by the way. Ron Burgundy, I hate you, but God damn it, I respect you.
Yeah.
60% of the time works all the time.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, there are people that's a big problem in the country right now. I would tell you, it's a big problem. Oh well, I don't like them, so they suck. Lindsay wasn't kidding yesterday. Lindsay wasn't kidding. There were people who used to work here who used to give Lindsay all kinds of awful grief. And it'd be like, at one point I had to tell one of those people, doesn't work here anymore, had to tell them, oh, no, you don't like her. Lindsay can sing. Lindsay can rock. There's a big difference there. A lot of people don't understand that. It's like, as a matter of fact, you want your enemies that way. It's like best practices in trucking. You want everybody being safe.
Yeah.
You want everybody playing by the rules. You want everybody at NASCAR to be awesome. So when you win, I mean, what is the fun of being champion of the world, of being the best person in the room? Because I can hear the back line better than anybody. I am making fun of somebody we love right now. I'm doing that straight up. I can hear the back line better. Therefore, I'm the best here. Great. You're the best because you're technically proficient and nobody else is. Congratulations. You win. You know what I'm talking about here? You want everybody that you hate to be awesome. It's one of the problems I have right now. If you're keeping up with things, you probably got that, didn't you? By the way, I was talking about The Last Revel. That interview is up and available on the Tube of You. Let me just say this. It's hard to be in love when you're on fire. That is the line from their song, Stick and Poke. So even if you don't like their sound, even if it's not your bag, check it out. You're listening to some amazing artistry at work, by the way. We're going to be debating artistry a little bit later on in the show as Megan Kate Nelson arrives for Western of the Month.
Ooh.
My Name is Nobody.
Yes,
Is
I'm
what
so
we're talking about.
excited.
It is a ridiculous movie. Do I got a Dean Croak here?
You sure do have a Dean Croak.
Well, good gosh almighty, you people should let me know this stuff. Dean Croak, good morning. How are you, my friend?
Good morning. I'm just here chuckling about the awesomeness of both you and your breadth of knowledge and just the show in general. What a great way to start the day.
It's really fun. I got some great people over here, some really talented folks that sit across me so I can actually bounce stuff off of them. The people on the chat are kind of lighting it up. Hey, Dean, I might actually jump over and join you on Google Meet. Let's do it after we do the Pledge and National Anthem, and good Pastor John, you and I will jump over there and be able to see each other. How is your morning going? What's up with you?
Oh, great. No, I've just been out wiping the truck down, heading up to the Gear Jammers show this morning for it starts tomorrow, but I like to get up there early and catch all the big rigs rolling in. So, yeah, that's my morning. Other than being on the radio show here, that's the number one priority.
Let me tell you, this is really interesting. So we had Tony Mantor on the show, and he used to be kind of a big-time producer. He still is, of music. He's a songwriter and a lot of that stuff. But he may have found his passion. He started a podcast called Why Not Me, just to kind of talk to creatives and get their thoughts and all that. And he didn't stumble into it, but more and more people he talked to were talking about autism. And what ended up happening was he ended up knowing enough about it to know that he didn't know enough about it. His podcast, Dean, has morphed into one of the most extraordinary ongoing conversations about neurodivergence. And he is the best kind of interviewer on it, too, because he doesn't come in as an expert. And unlike this bloviating guy that you're talking to right now, Tony lets these folks talk. And it's just the most extraordinary listen as he keeps pointing out, I don't know this stuff. I need you to educate me. And it's one of the things I wanted to open up asking you about today. One of the things I know I love about this job, why I love having you on and people like Tom on, is I always feel like I'm learning. And I think one of the best ways that podcasting and broadcasting can really help the listener is for the person who's hosting to actually be genuinely curious. And I was curious, given everybody you've talked to and all the interviews and all the content you've created, how much do you think your learning has accelerated in this new digital age? Let's say the last post-COVID. How much do you feel like you've picked up about trucking and knowledge? Can you unpack that a little bit for us?
Exponential. I feel like I'm reinventing myself every single day. You know, I knew that years ago to get out of trucking in Australia, because things were so dangerous for me back then, I knew that I had to reinvent myself. And that was pretty hard to do when you've spent years on the road driving. Those truckers out there listening will know it's pretty hard to get out of it once you've been in it for so long, because you disconnect from mainstream commerce. Once I did that, though, and I started to open up my mind to other possibilities and then do a lot of self-learning. So part of my transformation was a lot of self-learning. But I did surround myself with a lot of people. Now, in the pre-digital age, when that happened, this is late 90s, I didn't have podcasts or YouTube videos to learn from. I had to go and talk to people, buy them lunch, buy them breakfast, pick their brains, ask questions, be curious. I think the one thing that I'm really good at is being curious. And like you, Jimmy Mac, I know exactly what I don't know. And I kind of stick to my lane pretty well. But what's happened in the post-digital age, so 2007, the iPhone was invented. And since then, though, the growth, though, has really accelerated post-COVID. So, you know, we had moderate growth from 2007 to 2020. But since the pandemic, technology had to accelerate to keep pace with the change. And I have learned so much largely through the advent of podcasts. Naturally being curious helps, but also circulating. You know, a lot of people say opportunity knocks for everybody. Well, you've got to be brave enough to walk through the door when it knocks, right? And I'm kind of not afraid to make a mistake and get out there and stumble and look foolish, because I'm genuinely curious. I want to learn. And I think at the heart of that is empathy. I feel what truckers are going through after 47 years of being in the workforce. I know what they feel. And I think if you know what people feel, it just makes you genuinely curious. And it just opens up a whole new world, because you get to understand what's underneath, not just what's on the surface.
Let me tell you something my wife told me the other day, and it was a profound insight. What Claire said was, if you can mix empathy and follow it up with compassion, you become an incredibly powerful human being, because not only do you understand what people feel, but then you begin to say compassion, as Claire would say, is putting it into action. That once you develop compassion for somebody beyond your empathy for somebody, it becomes a matter of, okay, so what do we do to make the change? And it's interesting too, because what I like about that is there are times we're already doing stuff. You're already doing stuff. When people come and they kind of phrase that and kernelize it, you go, that's it. I can now focus on making that possible. That happened on Tony Mantor's podcast, that he actually begins, and it doesn't feel repetitive, but he keeps on saying, I don't know. I did not know that. I learned something new today, as we all should. And there's a mantra that kind of does that with Tony. And when it lands, man, it just lands. As we always know, in the beginning of a show, we have to actually take some phone calls here. Let's do that first. We got one call.
He dropped off.
Who was it?
Who do you think?
Was it Chowder?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll take a break here with Dean and I. We'll actually do the pledge, the national anthem, and Pastor John.
Okay.
Hopefully he'll get queued up. Dean can jump on to the Dave Nemo Google Meet, and we can see each other. And guys, I'm going to keep on reminding you of this now that Morgan is back from her wedding, which was beautiful, by the way, Dean. She had one of the best catered weddings I've ever seen. They had 3 cream chocolate cakes, pistachio, cherry, and espresso. So they had those 3 cakes, by the way. And by the way, here's your coffee fact of the morning. I got 2 coming your way. It is the second most widely consumed commodity in the world after oil. I did not know that, and it turns out that coffee is consumed more widely, not more of it than anything else, but it's the more wide consumption across the globe. Only oil carries the day, and it's the second most popular beverage in the world after water. We'll take a quick break here. I will remind you guys, please at weekends at RadioNemo.com, get us a recording of a bunch of great kids saying the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will be sure to give them a shout out. Madison, without further ado or a don't, take us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Well, good morning. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. That's Matthew 5:9. I want you to listen to what he's saying. He said, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Now listen real close what he's saying. He says, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Why would Matthew say we blessed if we're peacemakers? Because Matthew is seeing something that many of us overlook. Matthew is saying, if you bring peace to a situation, then God looks at you and God brings you peace in your situation. Because look at what the text says. It says, blessed are the peacemakers with peace. Now watch this. Peacemakers are people that are making peace. And so God says, since you are making peace, I have to keep you peaceful in order for you to be a peacemaker. So think about that. This Thursday. God bless you, people of God. Enjoy your Thursday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
That was Java with Pastor John. Now let's get back to Jimmy Mack and Dean Croak.
On Throttle Thursday. He talked about peace, by the way, and I gave you guys the quote from Stick and Poke, the song from the last Revel. Dean, I don't know if you get a chance to. I'm going to really recommend that you actually check out their songs. You want to talk about great driving music for the road? These guys came on the show yesterday, Dean, and they were nothing short of extraordinary. Their new music is extraordinary. Their old music is extraordinary. It was just a great conversation that Lindsay and I had with them, and it turns out a song that we all thought was about a missing woman was, in fact, about a deer hunt, which was remarkable because the great thing is that because the guy listened to the lyrics rather than getting the backstory, the second songwriter wrote the last verse, and he thought he was writing about a missing woman. And you can't hear it, but once you know it, you can't unhear it. It's really an extraordinary album. It comes with my highest recommendations. Dean, if you want to, I am over on the Google Meets now, and you can come on and jump in. I can give you permission to jump on in. How you doing, man? How far are you out from reaching your destination?
I'm about to go down and fire up the truck. As soon as I get off the air here, I didn't want to take the call this morning from the road. It's a little bit too noisy in my truck for all sorts of reasons. But I'm, as soon as I get the show done here this morning, I'll be in the truck and listening to the show on iHeartRadio all the way up. It's only an hour and a half drive, so beautiful day here in New England. A lot of trucks are coming. I saw some guys heading across on the ferry from Long Island this morning. I know there's some truckers. Teresa DeSantis from Phoenix is already here with her Peterbilt. That's like a 3 million mile Peterbilt. So there's some really cool trucks already here, a few Canadian trucks. So it's going to be exciting. It's 8 years since we started our first Gear Jam at Jimmy Mac, and we raised $14,000 8 years ago. And we're about to hit $125,000 this year for the Doug Flutie Jr. Foundation.
It's fantastic. I said, and thinking about you yesterday, I was listening to the autism podcast, Tony Mantor's, and it's extraordinary. Like I said, he talks to a woman in the city of New Orleans who realized that one of the biggest problems that is happening is that people who have autism as adults are being incarcerated at a rate that makes no sense. And they're being incarcerated, and people don't realize they're even suffering from autism. And there's another sheriff he talks to, this woman named Donna, who becomes the first sheriff in the 300-year history of this county. She begins to target those in prison who have genuine autism and begins to separate them from the general pop and work with their autism, and finding out that they're able to reduce the rates of recidivism, because a lot of these people are poor and undiagnosed. That's one of the things. I don't know if I was telling you about this. I told you about my brother struck up a friendship with the guy who became the DA of New Orleans because they both were working in local politics. And one of the things that he understood better than anybody is that people who have autism, if they come from people of means, it can be difficult. But as Doug Flutie knows, if you have means, there are certain remediations you can take. What Flutie's foundation, I did my research too, by the way, after we talked about it, what Flutie's foundation and so many of the foundations focus on with autism, and it's so important, is to make sure that people who don't have means get the same sort of services. It's actually helping society at large because it's preventing criminality, it's preventing drug addiction, it's preventing self-diagnosis, a whole lot of other things that are really causing a scourge in our society when exactly empathy and compassion, like we talked about, would work.
Yeah. I mean, early intervention improves these outcomes for a lot of kids. If you can get diagnosed by age 2, it's really, really important. Like, early intervention is absolutely critical. But Jimmy Mac, I didn't know that it was so prevalent in our society. People on the spectrum affects approximately 1 in 36 children in the US, with boys about 4 to 5 times more often than girls. I mean, globally it's about 1 in 100, but 1 in 36 is a very high number here in the US. And I was thinking about your show and our misdiagnosis way back when, because if you watch old movies that had people with some sort of mental difficulties, they're often cast aside or actually incarcerated, as you mentioned, and put in hospitals. I know when I was growing up, I would play field hockey in Australia, and one of the places we would go to out near Sydney was a place called Kenmore, and the beautiful green hockey grounds were at a mental health institution where people that were on the spectrum, that had all sorts of mental difficulties, were literally incarcerated. And I could still to this day remember people standing at the fence watching us. And it was like we had two different worlds completely. I'll never forget the haunting images of people that were either misdiagnosed, not diagnosed properly, but locked away and almost forgotten.
Yeah, and it is just kind of amazing that, we make jokes about Sigmund Freud now. People make all kinds of jokes, like tell me about your mother and lay on the couch and all that kind of stuff. And a friend of mine once pointed out, he said, we shouldn't give Freud such a hard time. And I'm like, why is that? He goes, remember, before Sigmund Freud shows up, people are drilling holes in people's heads. People are stripping people down, shaving them from head to toe and hitting them with hoses. And this crazy Viennan shows up and he says, I have an idea. Maybe, just maybe, we should talk to these people and try to figure out what's going on. And he wasn't always right, but people always forget that. We talk about this a lot on the show. Dr. Ben Kligler was on, who I thought was terrific just a couple of days ago. And it's a great reminder to even our friends who aren't on the spectrum. And by the way, I always tell people that there are a lot of people who are on the spectrum who function beautifully and sometimes succeed in life, but have deep internal struggles. And it need not be that hard if they had simply been diagnosed and taken care of. And that is a big thing. Before we get to any more of this stuff, by the way, you probably notice every time you see me on a video camera, the walls of the studio get a little more detailed. And you can see the picture of Dr. John. Do you notice what is underneath it? There's a sign. It's a road sign. It says truck route.
Truck route.
And I wanted to
send it to you with it.
It's Showtime who's on the phone right now. So I wanted to bring him in and tell him hi, Linmo. His picture is up and Dean can see it. Hey, Showtime, welcome aboard.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Good, thanks. Good. Yeah, great. Whereabouts are you today?
Good. By the way, Pastor John's message this morning, I keep my peacemakers within arm's reach.
Did you hear what my dad said about the musicians yesterday? He said those boys.
No, I didn't. Or I might have missed it.
It was really funny. My dad was listening to. I was listening to the music, and my dad walked in the room, and he looked at the speaker, and he said, "Those boys sound like they're packing, and they're not happy about it." And it was like the best quote of all time because it kind of summed up their music perfectly. Yeah, but sometimes you can get a little inner peace knowing you got a little peacemaker next to you. You know what I'm saying? Makes a difference.
Right. Well, here's something funny. Over in at the one casino just south of Memphis, they have the Blues Museum over there. And they have all these old blues musicians with their guitar and the gun they carried.
By the way, Dean, I don't know if you know that you had to carry it because if they didn't carry that gun, you'd lose your instrument. Because during the Depression, in particular, instruments were worth a fortune. I mean, there's an entire plot of a Jim Henson famous puppet television show called Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas, where the value of the instruments becomes really crucial to the story. Go ahead, Dre.
What's that story about Stevie Ray Vaughan where he was playing his guitar and he literally had to shoot a rattlesnake in the head twice and it still didn't kill it?
That's the story.
Yep.
That's the story. It really had to happen. And a lot of musicians to this day, Dave doesn't, Dave knows how to operate a piece of machinery, but he doesn't carry. But Dave will tell you, man, in the French Quarter, when you'd get off of a gig, you'd walk to your car, you'd have two things, your case and your holster. And that's the absolute truth. Go ahead, Dre, one more thing. What you got? You got a phone call? We got two? Want to bring in a second call? Let's bring him in. Bring him in.
Oh, okay.
Who is it, Chowder? All right, let's get Chowder in here really quickly. I got to play traffic cop, guys. So, Chowder, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, all. Hey, good morning, Dean, my favorite Bostonian. How are we doing this morning?
Good, thank you. Very good. Yeah, good to hear your voice again.
Yeah. Thank you. You're also
Morning,
my
Chowder.
favorite Australian. Morning, everybody. Morning, Showtime. Hey, you're also my favorite Australian because you're the only one I've ever talked to. I really know. So I guess. By default, that makes you my favorite, but you're still my favorite. And I just really like to tell you how much I appreciate the videos that you post on Facebook. I probably spend a good 3 hours of my mandatory alleged 10-hour break watching videos of trucks that I like to see. And I hope you have a great show up there in the God's country of New England.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be bringing you a fair bit of content this weekend for those that can't get there. So appreciate that.
All right. I'll put the brakes on for 1 second and shift back over to Showtime. So, Showtime, you called for a reason or just to say hi? I'd love to get your thoughts.
Well, a little bit of a reason. Hey, Dean, the videos that you post on Facebook, do you also post those on YouTube?
Yes, I do. I put them on YouTube as a compilation, on my channel.
Okay, good. Okay, I appreciate that because Jimmy knows what's going on, but someone hacked my account, and now I was falsely accused of something pretty serious on Facebook, and they permanently banned me. So I'm working legally to try and get that sorted out.
You'll work it out.
So as long as you post them on YouTube where I can see them, I'm just going to say I appreciate you doing that because I see a lot of trucks that I wish I had.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Including yours. Including yours.
Thank you.
I love your truck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Showtime, I'm going to say goodbye to you for now. You're welcome to call back. We're going to have Chowder on just for one more moment here. Chowder, I want to get your thoughts before we hit the break.
You bet. You guys are going to be louder with Chowder.
Yeah. Thank you, Showtime. Go ahead, Chowder.
I was going to talk about music and how we need to appreciate all of it because I wouldn't like Chris Stapleton if it wasn't for Andre strong-arming me through the radio waves to go listen to his concert. But Chowder is toiling with thinking about becoming lease officer / owner-operator again because he has not enough problems in his life. is the rates, especially for me where I live out in western South Dakota, eastern Wyoming edge, is this even really a reasonably intellectual decision that I should be trying to make at my low capacity?
Hold on.
Should I just stick with the company thing for a while longer?
That is the question we will end before we hit this break here really quickly. Chowder, thank you for the question. This will give Dean the chance to kind of gather his thoughts and be able to answer that at length. Our good friend Dean Croak is here talking about produce season and rates and all the other groovy stuff. We'll come back with an answer to Chowder's question. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Chowder. Thank you, Showtime. It's the best trucking show on radio. The best videos on radio aren't on radio. They're on Dean Croak's feed. So we'll be right back after this.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's my turn to talk, and we're live from Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Dean Croak. Take it away, fellas.
The studio is all made possible. We're hoping to get the neon lights here in the next couple of days. Madison's placing an order for a passport sign. However, what she's also doing, Dean, our producer Madison, who is right now backing up and learning all she can as quickly as she possibly can from Phone Master Dre, is also a very accomplished artist. I don't mean like, oh, you got a little art thing going on there. How nice. No, like a really accomplished artist. And I can't wait for you to see the door that she's painting. So the door of the Degas house actually has a sign now that says RadioNemo. It says on the air. It says, do not knock on here looking for a wedding or a catering situation or a hotel room. All that stuff is in the back. We got everybody arriving on July 23rd, including Chef Marty, who is bringing a, brisket Jimmy Mac and cheese recipe. He called me the other day, Dean. He said, do you want the fancy pants breadcrumbs, or should I just crush up Ritz crackers? And I said, man, we're America here. Crush up them Ritz crackers and let's get it going on. There is no nutritional value to Ritz crackers here. All right, before we get to some phone calls and before we get to the produce season, I wanted to give you a chance to answer Chowder's question about maybe doing the owner-operator route. I think there's one possible route, but I think you and I have the same thought about the difficulties involved with doing that from his neck of the woods, right?
Yeah, I think I'd hit the pause button, but I would certainly be doing my research now on where I might specialize, because I think specializing would be the key. You know, if it were me, I'd be getting an extendable drop deck to haul data centers. AI and data centers are going to be the booming industry in the next 4 or 5 years. So specializing, RGNs, those sorts of things. But if you're in the general freight business, freight of all kinds, dry vans, reefer, flatbed, like nothing specialized, I'd hit the pause button simply because we don't know where this market's going to go. We have no idea what the rest of the year looks like. Normally, I could be very confident and say peak season's going to happen, rates are going to go up like they do every single year. We just don't know this year. Now, I know you could look at the math and say, because the math works out that if you want to run your own authority, according to Todd Amon at ATBS, you need about 48 cents a mile for your own authority, your own insurance, your lumper fees. So if you're getting $1.50 a mile as a leased on owner operator, you need, call it 50 cents a mile on top to run your own authority with your own trailer and insurance. So that means rates need to be about $2 a mile. Including fuel, that's where they are right now. But they are going to drop, and they're not going to go up for the rest of the year. They're going to be flat for the rest of the year. There will be some ups and downs in different markets, but it just doesn't, the math is too borderline to make that call right now. As we look at it, until we know where the Fed's heading with interest rates, until we know what trade policy is where it's going to land, and if, now this is a really important point, if 2026 is going to be a recovery year, because it's not certain that the freight market will even recover next year, given what we know right now. So I would hit the pause button, keep my head down, but do my research and look for emerging opportunities, AI data centers, anything to do with nuclear power, all those sorts of things have been making headlines for the last 2 weeks. There is a massive amount of freight going to be moved in relation to this new emerging technology that you talked about at the start of the show that's growing exponentially, which is, the AI industry. But there's so much freight that's going to be required to haul all of the machinery and equipment and cooling towers and cabling, you name it. It's going to be one of the big growth industries. So I did my research, but I would hit the pause button.
Yeah, and I was actually thinking about best case scenarios, and not because I'm a Pollyanna, but you have to. We always think when things are going well, and there was a period of time when you and I were talking where everything was roaring. It was like people were leaping into the market. People couldn't stop. Other than inflation, people couldn't stop the influx of business, and so we would say, where is the downturn? Where is the upturn here? One of the things that really worries me is just recently the President of the United States got really aggravated at Vladimir Putin, felt he got made a fool out of, that promises were made and not delivered on by Putin, which is Putin's MO. And the President said, you know what, the heck with it. I'm actually going to sell Europe arms so that they can give the Ukrainians arms, which is a workaround, which means he doesn't violate his own policy of not going directly to the Ukrainians, but it's very, very typical. I'm following the rules. But I'm taking care of business here. One of the things that kept the economy pretty stable during the downturn of 2025 was the manufacturing sector was up, because when we would sell the Ukrainian stuff, we had to replace it. We had to replace our own stockpiles, which meant American manufacturing jobs in Ohio and Michigan and the traditional Midwest were available. If, in fact, there is something cataclysmic internationally that ramps up American manufacturing, that might push us a little bit closer to recovery. But I'm having a hard time seeing my way to how this turns around until 2026, which makes it a really iffy proposition, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, there's a lot of free information out there, but if truckers wanted to know what's the one data point I should be watching, it's domestic manufacturing, not imports. It's domestic manufacturing, because that puts about 70% of the demand on the back of our trucks. And domestic manufacturing numbers, the ISM, the Institute of Supply Management Purchasing Managers Index, closely correlates to dry van, reefer and flatbed rates, mostly dry van and flatbed. It comes out on the first or second or third of the month. It'll be in all of the news. It's still moving sideways, but the more alarming data point was the new orders part of the index has dropped for the 5th consecutive month. Until we see that going up, like folks out there like Chowder and Showtime that are thinking about this industry deeply, we're not going to see any of the signals that tell us we're on the way up, because all the signals are telling us we're flat on the way down right now.
We got some phone calls coming in here. Want to jump in. Dre, who am I looking at? Who am I talking to? What's going down over in the land of 615-292-6366?
Hey, man, we are going to start off with good old Pack Rat. He's in Illinois. He wants to talk free trade.
All right, here we go. One of our favorite topics. Go ahead. What's going on, brother?
Good morning, G-Mac. Hey, Dean.
Hey, good morning.
Well, our trade talks between Canada and the U.S., it seems to be an ongoing saga. So I wonder if you could tell us what the latest development is, or how it's going to affect the freight rates between our two countries.
Oh, I could pull up the data. I looked at this last week. I know the rates are down. Maybe if Jimmy Mack can give me a buffer here, I'll pull up the spreadsheet and I can tell you exactly what's happened to cross-border volumes.
Oh, okay.
But they're
not
in a good place.
I'm going to let Dean kind of get that focused up. I can tell you what I have been seeing is the fact that it applies, as Dean has said, all the way across the board. The problem is that Dean and I were talking about knowing what we don't know. The problem is we don't know what we don't know. That has been the biggest issue particularly with Canada, because there's a lot of things we know they're going to ramp up on China. We know that, even though that there are deals being made, he started so high on the imposed tariffs that is still, for the foreseeable future, got a long way to go. We know that certain actions are being taken on the southern border that are really putting the squeeze on Mexico. the Canadian situation is the great unknown unknown. Am I making sense with that, Pack Rat? Is that's why there's so much uncertainty?
Yeah.
We don't know because we don't know, but I think Dean's got a little something. You good to go now? Here we go.
Yeah, so Packrat, I looked at last week, and I'm glad you asked the question. We looked at cross-border volumes, dry van from Toronto to the Ohio River Valley and the Great Lakes. So we looked at loads out of the Toronto market, which is the biggest Canadian dry van market, to the US within a 750-mile radius. So draw a 750-mile radius from Toronto, and we looked at all the loads moved in that region. So in June of 2025, the volume of loads was 27% lower and rates were 11% lower. So rates were $222 a mile last year. They're $199 this year. But there is an observable drop in the volume of loads coming to the US. In fact, it's well over a quarter lower than what you'd normally expect on a weekly basis.
Okay, I'm just speaking anecdotally. I haven't been doing too bad in the last 2 or 3 weeks, but it is up and down. Like I know sometimes I'll finish unloading in the Chicago area and I'll phone dispatch and getting set up for the next day. They say, well, there's nothing happening. The freight market is dead. So, but I call the next day and the next thing you know, okay, we got a load for you. So it's we're living by the seat of our pants, it seems.
That's exactly right. One of the things we saw last week was there was rates dropped last week, yet there was a lot more activity on the market. And what we were finding was brokers were, lowballing carriers, but rolling loads to the next day because there wasn't as much urgency to get them moved. So the lead time was actually longer. It's the complete opposite of what you'd normally expect in the market. So I'm looking at Toronto to Chicago just as a matter of interest. Those rates are about... they're only $1.11 a mile from Toronto to Chicago. That's not a really good rate, but that's down about 4 cents. Yeah, but there is volume. So I think what you're seeing though is the rates are down, but there's a lot more volume moving. So that's interesting. Maybe there's some tariff-related activity going on there.
Pack Rat, really quickly too, and one of the things, and I want, and by the way, you're going to be my anecdotal evidence of this because so much of what you do depends on all this stuff. Is my big fear is not so much tariff yes, tariff no. My fear is a continuation of tariff maybe, tariff today, no. How about tomorrow? No. How about next week? Is that there's a point where a sense of learned helplessness and exhaustion kicks into the market, where the market gives up. When the market can't predict, the market gives up. And when the market gives up, that's when real problems. There's a reason why they call it a depression, is because literally it is a comp word. You are depressed, which means you find it hard to even do anything. And my worry is that unless a policy is finally decided on, exhaustion will set in the market. And at that point, we'll see something really dark take place. Right now, we're still kind of twixt and tween. Do you feel that creeping exhaustion yet?
At times I do, but then just out of nowhere, things get a little bit better, and we're good for another week, and then it's up and down.
Exactly. Hey, Jimmy Mac, I was just looking at the data while Packrat was chatting there. I went back to 2018. Keep this in perspective. This is the low point in outbound Toronto/Canada rates to the US. So there's a seasonality effect here. If I go back to 2018, 2019, all the way through to now, this is the low point on the rate curve. Right now, outbound rates in Toronto are at about $1.51 excluding fuel, pretty much the same as what it was way back in 2019. But this is the low point, and then things pick up from here, if all things being equal.
I've been in the industry for quite a while, and Toronto and the Chicago market, that was always a slam dunk. Like, you could leave Toronto with a load, and you could find a load at Chicago, and you could always find a load back. But in the last couple of years, that has changed.
Yeah. There's a fundamental shift in the market going on because of the trade war, because of the pandemic. There's things going on that are structurally changing our freight market. I think you're going to see Chicago impacted because Chicago is connected at the hip to Los Angeles, because about 30% of intermodal moves on trains move between Los Angeles and Chicago. Right, so that's why Chicago was always a massive freight hub. Now, if you back out of that a bit further, 50% of containers come into Los Angeles from China. We've just got a trade war going on there. So if you look at Los Angeles to Kansas City, Dallas, and Chicago, you're seeing structural change in those truckload markets in the Midwest because of the trade war on the West Coast. So there's a real ripple effect going on across the entire country, and it's affecting a lot of the truckload volume out of those key freight markets where there's massive intermodal hubs. Like Atlanta's another one where you're going to see structural change.
Packrat, let me. I got to get to produce prices here. We got to talk about some seasonality stuff as well too. But man, oh man, it is like I said, it is tariff today. Well, no, how about tomorrow? Well, maybe next week, and we'll see. Oh wait, tariffs now. Be careful out there, my friend. Keep me abreast of what's going on with the rates, by the way. And if it changes 5 minutes from now, give us a call as well. Thank you, brother.
Okay, J-Mac, all the best. Dean, all the best.
Yeah, and by the way, Dean, my concern for Packrat and for people out there, like I said, it's one of those things too. And like I said, I need to be careful here. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. I think the tariffs, actually, I am not one of those free trade good, tariffs bad kind of guys. That being said, you've got to make the pitch to me, because I've always said that I have no problem putting the screws to the CCP over in China. If you tell me to compensate for that, we're going to open up more trade with Singapore, more trade with Vietnam. We've actually got stuff in place with India. Is that my big concern about the structural change that's going on is I don't know what the compensatory is, Dean. That's been one of the things I haven't been clear on. Bringing back all those big, beautiful manufacturing jobs isn't a policy, it's a statement. And so that's my concern. I don't know if, in fact, these tariffs become a real structural reality, what the compensatory is, or the speed at which the compensatory gets up quick enough to prevent. I never like people talking about we're going to have to experience pain when they have money. I never like people talking about it like that, because it's like, oh, it means you have to experience pain, not we. You have to experience pain. So that's one of my concerns there. Can you talk, though? Let's talk about produce season, because I know that was on the docket for today. So I want to open up that.
Yeah. As goes California, so does the rest of the nation when it comes to a lot of things. But produce is one of those things that you can almost bank on. What happens in California impacts the spot rates and contract rates for refrigerated trucks hauling fruit and veg. It's like almost a lock-in. You could guarantee it. Last few years, it's been a speed bump around July 4. Normally, rates spike, and then they fall off after Independence Day. This year, they spiked a little bit, but the season was late. There's an observable change going on, and Packrat kind of alluded to it. Now, maybe I answered the question, but there's a structural change going on with produce. And the Ozempic effect is part of it. We're eating less food. But there has been a decrease in the volume of produce coming out of California for the last 2 to 3 years. And there's a few things going on. They're trading down. To use a truck analogy, people are trading down to more affordable, long-lasting products, fruit and veg, economic uncertainties behind it, lower consumer sentiment. So this year, again, for like the third year, spot rates was more like a speed bump, not a spike in July 4. But here's the data. Like, we ended the year about 6% lower. So if I go from January to June, end of June, this year was 6% lower than last year. But in California, Jimmy Mack, it was 26% lower. So this first half of this year was 26% lower out of California. And 48% of the loads that come out of Cali are lettuce and strawberries. They're both down 11% this year. So what it means is that you could normally bank on California driving the national freight rate for reefer carriers. It's stopping. It's not happening. Normally, California is about 25% of the total volume of truckloads of produce in a given week in July. This year, it's about 18%. So there's this. When I talk about structural change in the markets, you could talk about forced deportations in California having an effect on farmers' ability to actually produce crops to put in the back of trucks. We've got the Ozempic effect where people are eating between 500 and 700 fewer pounds of food and bev each year. That's having a material impact on produce volumes. I estimate that the Ozempic effect and GLP-1s in general has resulted in about a 2% reduction in the volume of loads that go in the back of trailers. You multiply that across all of the different things that are going on, whether it's economic uncertainty, higher interest rates, you can just see there's less freight being moved. Plus, and we go back to Packrat's question about trade, intermodal trains have picked up a higher share of truckload volume because shippers were happy to put slower moving freight in trains in the last year as opposed to in quicker moving trucks, because slower moving trains are an additional source of warehousing. And if you don't need it, throw it in a train. And so there's lots of things that have been going on that are connected to the macro, but they actually affect the truckload market. And it's just one thing. There's a lot of things going on, but produce season is sort of one of those ones that you could almost bank on. It's kind of not the case anymore.
I'm going to actually maybe think about so many different things. So the Ozempic effect, by the way, is really interesting because I was reading a number of nutritionists, and I don't mean people who are shilling supplements. I'm talking about genuine nutritionists who say that one of the things people don't understand is that most people think they're in caloric deficit and can't understand why they're not losing weight. People for many years struggle with it and don't realize the snacking and the bits and pieces they ate over the course of the day. One of the things that Ozempic does is it actually does put you in a position where you can actually analyze the food you're going to eat before you eat it because you feel full. They've always said that if you, in fact, do genuine intermittent fasting, they say that you should start with a day of an actual fast because it actually helps jumpstart shrinking your stomach. And I think that the Ozempic effect, which has been so interesting about it, is that people actually, many Americans are now in genuine caloric deficit to lose weight. And that across the board thing has caused that reduction as well. It's almost like a perfect storm. All these people deeply concerned about their health are actually hurting the economy in the short term, which is,
look at
go ahead.
Weight Watchers. Some of the big organizations that were all around reducing weight over the last 30 years are all struggling. Gymnasium, fitness centers. Like even the health outcomes, the medical profession must be deeply worried about this because it's improving our lifespan. Like it's improving our overall health, our dependence on medications. There's a lot of things happening here in our market. You talked about what's changed in the last 4 or 5 years. There's so many things that have changed in our society that, I look at it from a freight market perspective, and the freight market I knew up until the pandemic is very different to the freight market I know now. And Packrat, Showtime, Chowder, those guys that have been around spanning, the last 20 years, this is a very different market, and you can no longer use what you used to know as a guide for what's about to come. Because everything has changed in our world, the speed of information, the technology, the podcast, the information that gets thrown at you. It's almost like everything becomes noise. Like it's hard to actually pick the signal out of the noise.
Yeah. By the way, Nate Silver's book on that, if people haven't gotten a chance to read it, is spectacular. Chris Hayes, who I don't always agree with politically, has written a terrific book about attention, about people wanting people to pay attention to them. And one of the problems, I don't know if it's a problem here because, man, I love our listeners, but one of the problems that we often struggle with is that we find ourselves, and I wish we weren't competing. I wish we were, in fact, working with more and more people because, as we've been saying, given the options we have, you can do your podcasting, you can do other shows, and we can come on here and promote them. It's no risk to me, meaning that if people like me, they can go on YouTube, and in about a month or so, they can go on Spotify and other platforms and listen to this in replay. So it behooves all of us to figure out ways to promote all of us so that everybody actually is going back and forth with shared and good information. The problem is that there are a lot of people who have nothing to say, and what they're doing is they realize when you've got nothing to say, your best bet is to say it loudly or to insult others. And that becomes part of the noise. And it becomes very hard to work your way through that. I would tell you, imagine looking for a child with really important information to give you about where your wife is on the floor of a casino. And that is the way to think about this, that there is somebody who has something important to tell you, and you don't know where they are, but you know they're on the floor of an open casino. Think about the noise and looking for that particular signal. And that's what this kind of economy and this kind of informational economy, I guess we can call it, really kind of forces us to make our choices. And then we have to rely on them, which is why trust is so important now when it comes to disseminating information. It's everything. Do people trust you? And that's what it comes down to.
I think stickability, just sticking around, being around long enough. I mean, you've been around the trucking industry, like Dave Nemo's been around for 50 years. Like people trust If you've just been around, I mean, I've only been here 25 years. I think I know this.
That'll count. That
well.
count. That counts, Dean. That counts. Yeah, that's pretty good.
But just sticking around is a big part of being, because sticking around means you've been through enough to know whether you're right or wrong and what you're good and what you're not good at. And I tend to stick to what, I started the show by saying, I'm really good at knowing what I don't know. Right? There's a lot of things I don't know, and I try to stay out of those lanes because, as the Facebook people will know, they'll jump all over you if you make a mistake and say something wrong. And I do that a lot because Australian English is very different, so I describe things differently using my Australian English compared to how you describe things here. So I just think just being around, being genuine though, like I'm not here selling DAT products. That's not why we're here. I'm doing, I do this because I know how hard it is for the first caller at 3 a.m. to not be able to find decent food in a truck stop. I can feel that. Like I know exactly how gut-wrenching that is.
Brutal. It's brutal. It is
makes you
brutal.
Angry. Yep. So that's, I do it because I think this is one of the hardest jobs I've ever done in my life. And we connect with people out there on their own and give them a reason to keep doing what they're doing, and maybe just, pick up on they're not alone. Because I think that's the best thing about what you do at RadioNemo, Road Gang Radio, is you connect with people who are out there on their own, and you give them a sense that we're a family, not just on your own.
Yeah, and that's so important. Dre just gave me the 2-minute signal here, so we only got a few moments to wrap it up. But Dean, I got to tell you, I'm not sure if I am depressed at the fact that we can never get through all the stuff that you have, or with the new format, you get to open the show with me and mix it and mingle with all the folks out there on the road. So we will celebrate that rather than be upset at the fact that we don't have enough time to get through all the information. Is there anything else important you want to point our friends to? And there was a whole bunch of stuff on your docket, but is there anything you want to hone in on before we shuffle off this radio coil and get the Canadians, speaking of people, in on the show?
I just think, autism awareness is a really big thing. This weekend we're going to be raising a lot of money for autism. If you're driving past Epping, New Hampshire, if you're on I-95 in between Portsmouth and Boston, call in. It's at the New England Dragway. There's plenty of parking space for trucks that are loaded. Just call in, show your face. I'll be there doing videos of all the trucks arriving, so I'll be happy to share those with whoever's there. So that would be my only thing this weekend.
By the way, Marshall says he will eat the proper diet, will do more than a drug, and won't hurt the markets. Beef, bacon, butter, and eggs. Thank you, Marshall, for sharing that. Good morning to Earl and Joan Noble, by the way. They've joined us as well. And our good friend Chowder wanted me to tell you, thank you for the answers, Dean. Really appreciate that. And our good friend Scat Pack's Garage and Trucking says, good morning all, as does Jody. Good morning to you, Dean. Thank you so much, my friend. We will talk sooner rather than later.
Okay.
Dean Croak is a regular contributor on Nemo Nation. He is a regular contributor on Road Gang Radio. He is a friend of the show, and matter of fact, he might be the fifth Beatle, if you didn't know that as well. We're going to come back on the other side with Joanne Ritchie and Jim Park, who, second longest running segment on Radio Nemo ever. We got more stuff to work out with them. We're still figuring out this new format. Go to truckdown.com if you get stuck in the ditch. They'll hook you up with a provider. They've been doing it since 97. Truckdown.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're rolling with Jimmy Mack live from the Fastport Studios in good old NOLA, baby.
Good old NOLA, by the way. Get some canola in NOLA. Get some cannoli in NOLA. Canola oil is not very good. You don't want
cannoli,
that.
maybe.
Cannoli is actually perfect. There's a place called Angelo Bricato's not far from here. Have you been there, Dre?
Ooh, I've heard things about it,
Oh,
Jimmy.
my God. It's right next to Venetia's Pizza. That's the problem with New Orleans. It's got all these food crack alleys. They don't have real crack. The food is crack. Like when you have literally a Tasty Donuts that has chocolate covered. Those donuts, by the way, the donuts I was telling Dre don't have sugar in them. And what the old lady told me was, no, we go with butter, baby, because the chocolate and sprinkles take care of the sugar.
And here's the thing about New Orleans compared to anybody else. If you see one of the chefs or the people at the register with less teeth, that means the food is good.
That means the food is good. It means they're also old, or at least they feel old, by the way. Speaking of young at heart, Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie, one of the longest-running segments here on RadioNemo, on Road Gang Radio. Both of them incredible proponents of the trucking industry, obac.ca. Our good friends are here. Good morning, Joanne. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning to you.
Hey, Park.
Good morning, RadioNemo.
There you are, brother. And by the way, last couple of times we talked to Jimmy, had a little bit of the lumbuckaroo of the lower Cockeracus. Dre had a little bit of a cold recently, too. It's good to have you in strong form and voice, Jim. We're just going to jump in. There's a lot of stuff to cover here. Dre, I will take one phone call, given the limited time we have. I will take one phone call if you want to talk to Jim and Joanne. That happens all the time. I have to tell people, no way that's happening. We got a lot of stuff to cover here. So where should we begin? Like I said, you guys, the focus of government is what we've been kind of talking about the idea of changing. You can't ask for free trade from another country if you can't have free trade inside of your own. Is that a fair assessment, Joanne?
Yeah, I would say so. And I'll start with with some of the boring stuff. Not surprisingly, the focus of our government over the past few months has been on building a more competitive Canadian economy. We're all elbows up here. You know what that means, right?
Mm-hmm.
No? Yeah.
No, I do. I know what it up. And by the way, there's another expression too, elbows up and above something. But go on, keep going. So
yeah. Anyway, that comes from our Mr. Elbows, Cordy Howe. We're all ready to protect ourselves and fight back up here. Anyway, strengthening our domestic east-west supply chain is a big part of that. So as a result, federal and provincial transportation ministries across the country have seriously committed to working together to identify and hopefully remove internal trade barriers in the trucking sector. So earlier this week, Transport Canada hosted a trucking hackathon. It was a senior level working conference, they called it. And we were invited along with other stakeholders to share our perspectives on regulatory barriers to internal trade and how best to address them. So before we get into the specifics of the meeting, I wanted to give you some background on what we mean when we talk about internal trade barriers. So this is the boring political science stuff. So we have something in Canada called the Canada Free Trade Agreement. People sometimes find that interesting that we have our own internal trade agreement, as we have with many other countries, but that's the way it works. We have it involves the federal government and all of our provincial and territorial governments. There's 13 of them, so there's 14 signatories to this agreement. And the agreement, it allows for various governments to make exceptions for certain industries and for certain products if they believe that it's in the best interest of their jurisdiction to do that. So that means that there's certain rules and regulations and standards that inhibit the free movement of goods and services from one province to another. And we lump these together and we call them internal trade barriers. And it's actually one of the main reasons why our north-south supply chain is more robust than our east-west supply chain. I mean, geography and infrastructure have things play into that as well, but a lot of it has to do with these exceptions. Eliminating or renegotiating or working towards harmonization, as our political and economic situation changes, is nothing new. It's been going on for years, and in all sectors, including trucking, and that's where you hear all these great acronyms that we came up with Dave, talking about Canadian Council of Motor Transport Administrators and the Task Force on Weights and Dimensions, all those various groups that look at these what we call barriers. So the work grinds on very slowly, though, as the government initiatives do. But recent threats from the U.S. have put a renewed focus on unlocking East-West economic development opportunities. And as that happens, supply chains and the trucking industry are swept along into that. And there's a renewed energy to remove anything that makes it difficult to move seamlessly and productively across the country, whether that's people or goods or jobs. So earlier this year, all of the transport ministers, all of them, got down to work on something called, and forgive this, government label, of course, the Internal Trade Mutual Recognition Trucking Pilot Initiative. So they've been, working away at this. But now they've kicked it up a notch and they've moved into a new phase. They're using terminology like intensive approach. We've progressed from the pilot to the agreement. So now we're just calling it the Mutual Recognition Agreement, and hence the Trucking Track Hackathon. So around the table, there were all the federal, provincial, and territorial deputy ministers. That's a very senior government person. There was the Canadian Trucking Alliance, Private Motor Truck Council, Women's Trucking Federation of Canada. There was a handful of trucking companies and good old JR and JP. So there was somewhat atypical, I thought this was interesting, atypical language in the invitation, like intensive approach. And they said they were looking for progress and some concrete results in removing impediments to efficient movement of goods and across the country. So that's setting the stage for why we were sitting at that table. And I'm going to let Park get into some of the
the particulars. The particulars. I want to.
We talked about. Yeah.
I want to ask both you guys a question before we kind of give way to Jim on this, and this is a 30,000 foot macro view of the situation. I will make no bones about it, and I'll have a debate with anybody, and I'll have a friendly, vibrant debate with people about it. I am ultimately a free trader, although I do believe that you can use tariffs as a mechanism to kind of sometimes allow people a softer landing in order to disrupt and change an economy. I also believe that there are bad actors in the world, of which Canada is not one of them, that you can actually use tariffs as a lever of pressure. That being said, I was kind of curious as you guys look to modernize your economy, because tariffs are a 19th century model of economic development. As you look at ways to kind of modernize your economy by opening up your own trade barriers, if in fact you begin to understand that the case is being made for free trade by doing it internally. Jim, am I making sense with the question that as you guys engage in free trade from province to province, you're like, wait a minute, free trade really can be a good thing, especially when it begins at home. Is that fair, Jim? Long pause.
I would say that's a fair characterization.
Okay.
No, I'm wide awake. I'm just thinking, formulating an answer, trying to come up with something intelligent to say.
No, you sound like I said. I know.
9 o'clock in the morning.
No, and brother, by the way, brother, the long pause. The long pause, I thought, wasn't about you not having the question figured out. The long pause was like, yeah, Jim's got to really walk this thicket that I've actually put him into. Nicely done, by the way. All right, so you guys end up, and by the way, I want to point out that our friends here who are joining us today ended up with a seat at the big boys table because they are the big boys and the big girls. Go to obac.ca and find out more about them. Jim, dig in a little bit to the particulars of what was talked about around that table.
Well, they did this in two phases. First of all, they sat down internally and decided, they looked at a lot of factors and said, what can we do to make things move a little bit easier? And then they invited industry to the table to say, what do you see as barriers to trade? How can we smooth this all out so that it works better for industry, the carriers? And among the things that they discussed prior to sitting down with the carriers, we're making changes to certain axle weight requirements, minor changes basically that are already sort of in effect anyway. Also creating a guideline for a 60-foot, 6-inch trailer that can be used across the country, not just in a few provinces, as is the case at the moment. And they also talked about establishing guidelines, national guidelines, not provincial here, for signage, lighting, flags, etc., for oversized and overweight loads, which has been an ongoing discussion for as long as Joanne and I have been going to these meetings, at least 25 years and probably longer, because it was going on when we got there. Also, this is a kind of an odd one, recognizing a personal use exemption for electric vehicles weighing over 4,500 kilograms or 10,000 pounds, which would ordinarily have them classified as commercial vehicles. I'm not sure where that comes from or who was pushing it, but obviously electric vehicles are heavier with the batteries, so if you have a relatively small or a large pickup truck or something to that effect, it could inadvertently be classified as commercial. But anyway, that's kind of an odd one. And then naturally a comprehensive review of the National Safety Code standards. That's, kind of what governs the rules for trucking in Canada, to identify opportunities of mutual recognition and greater harmonization. Cue the band and the choir. Again, this has been going on for decades. Yeah, exactly. Nice note there.
Thank you.
So when the carriers came into the room and they sat down and said, okay, government said, what can we do to smooth out the bumps and make your lives a little bit easier, make it easier to do business across borders? First thing that came up was a more consistent process for the oversized and overweight load conundrum, lights, flags, and stuff like that. That only affects a fairly small portion of the industry, but it's a real problem for them. Also, permitting. Applying for permits for these loads varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, municipality to municipality sometimes. So that needs to be ironed out. The interesting one, I thought, was expanding the use of long combination vehicles. That's LCVs, as we call them, the twin 53-foot trailers. We have more or less two national networks at this point. We have the West and the East. So from Manitoba west through Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia, there's a separate sort of bunch of harmonization agreements and handshakes that allow LCVs to cross those four particular provinces. In the east, we have Ontario and Quebec, and obviously New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. So four provinces in the east with a similar sort of handshake agreement, but there's a couple of impediments to that the carriers would like to see ironed out as quickly as possible. One of them is the barrier that exists in Quebec. There's a section of highway that is yet to be twinned, and because that construction work has been ongoing for decades, you can't actually run an LCV between Quebec and New Brunswick. They get stuck at this particular spot, and they have to be broken up all across individually reconnected in the way they go. So it's a bit of a pain in the butt. But in the West, where you would think you've got, the prairie provinces, wide open roads, territory, just, stick it in the wind and go. There's all kinds of little impediments, like the driver qualifications to drive LCVs. Obviously, the amount of experience they have and criminal records and all that other stuff, they're different. Arbitrarily, they're different because they were developed at different times and under different circumstances. So there's a push to get those driver qualifications and some of the other little idiosyncrasies that have arisen since these rules were written, and try and harmonize those. So that should be an easy fix. It's just getting the provinces to sit down and deal with it. Back east here, we've got the same problem basically as different little rules that exist between Ontario and Quebec and the Atlantic provinces that just need to be ironed out. The LCV is the LCV, and it's somebody driving. So we just need to get everybody on the same page and call an LCV an LCV and just get it over with. That shouldn't take a long time to sort of. The other thing that I thought was interesting coming from Canadian carriers is they're talking about a federal CDL rather than 13 provincial CDLs, as is the case right now. Canada is a federation of 13 provinces and territories.
Yeah, and by the way, Jim,
13 different countries.
Jim, I want to point out to our listeners, many of whom the Canadians, of course, know this drill, and there are a lot of very, very smart, civic-minded Americans who not only understand their own government, but have an understanding of the people south of the border and north of the border. But a federation ain't United States. It ain't the same thing. Rolling across a state line is not the same thing as rolling across a province line, and there are some big and subtle differences, correct?
Correct. There are, yeah. And because of the way the Canadian Constitution and the whole Canadian framework is structured, provinces have control over transportation and licensing, driver licensing. So that opens the door, and it has over the years, the way these things have evolved. Each of the provinces has added their own wrinkle to the CDL, the commercial driver's license. The training is different. The qualifications are different. Some of the standards are different, really. And it poses problems down the line where you're trying to establish, excuse me, this was another one that they were trying to sort out, was having a national standard for violations and sanctioning of points and stuff like that. Carrier ratings is the word I'm looking for. So when you apply a national standard, or try to apply a national standard to 13 different sets of carrier ratings and 13 different CDLs, it's really hard, because when you're saying a carrier in Manitoba or a driver in Manitoba has 3 demerit points for speeding. Well, in Ontario, that same offense might carry 2 demerit points or 4. It's arbitrary. It's just Manitoba and Ontario decided to do things a little bit differently. I'm not picking on those two. It's the same across the board.
No, and by the way, I'll make this really clear. You're using them as examples. The idea that there's an inconsistency. It's an inconsistency across the board. We could cite examples for all 13 places where all this changes in the blink in the blink of a border. So go ahead. I'm sorry about that, Jim. Just clarification. That's all.
Yeah, no worries. It becomes a real problem for the carriers who, when you get down to safety ratings, you have a safety rating in one province that is on paper the same as one from another province, but in fact they can be quite different because of the way the sanctions are applied, as I was explaining with the speeding ticket. So the carriers are saying we need a single standard by which everybody in the country is measured, not just carriers in Manitoba compared to carriers in Ontario compared to carriers in New Brunswick. So it's a long time coming, and I'm surprised we've actually gone this long without some sort of a mandate that we create a federal transportation trucking regulatory infrastructure.
Jim,
because we're doing business across borders.
I'm actually, and Joanne can answer this too as well. I'm sorry to kind of slow you down because so much of this is important, but I was curious your own take on this. Is part of this due to the fact that because of the North American Free Trade Agreement, the way it was originally set up, even with the adjustments under the first Trump administration, it made it very easy not to deal with these problems because so much of what was dependent upon the trucking industry was about crossing borders, and therefore the stuff that was happening in the provinces. I'm actually asking a question, not opining here. And so much of what was happening between the provinces wasn't as important as it is now because the money was flowing from both sides of the equation on the country border as opposed to the provincial border.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. I mean, you're right. And first of all, I want to go back to what the word you used about modernizing our economy. It's not really about modernizing, okay? It's just about strengthening that east-west supply chain. And as I said, it's always been, most of our trade moves north and south. Some of that has to do with, with geography and infrastructure. If you look at a map of our two countries, sometimes it's just easier to get something from Ontario to Michigan than it is to get it from Ontario to Manitoba because of the geography and the infrastructure. So some of these exceptions that created barriers weren't as big a deal in the past. We were more concerned with removing any barriers to freely flowing north and south because that's the way our traffic, our trade was going. That's the way the economy was moving, and that's the way our trucks were moving. So this whole urgency to say, well, wait a second, if we don't have, or if we slow down that north-south trade, what are our options? And I mean, we're looking all over the world, not just to other provinces in Canada, but that was one of the things. Well, hey, what can we do right here in Canada as our economy changes? Obviously, the trucking and the logistics are going to go along with it. So, I think, despite what happens in the future with the north-south trade, I think there's going to, now that the energy and focus is on looking at some of those east-west opportunities, that's going to happen anyway. And I think that one of the interesting things that everybody agreed to at the meeting, this was a message sent loud and clear by industry, that no more studies. No more studies.
Oh, man, by the way.
About years of work, and here we go. Let's do it.
That's enough of that, too. And by the way, there are so many people in the United States who will tell you if you allocate one more nickel to fund a committee, to fund a study, we are going to actually go screaming from the building. The other thing I was kind of curious about, once again, a question, this is not an opine, is one of the things about Canada. It's a perception. There's a lot of vibrancy, of course, north of the border. I mean, we can talk about Toronto and Montreal and what's going on over in Vancouver. There is a sense of a quiet little place where people often stay where they're from, whereas in the United States, and like I said, I'm asking this question, in the United States, like, well, I'm going to move to Alabama next week. Look at Dre. Dre, in the blink of an eye, uprooted his life and now makes an hour and 15-minute commute to the city of New Orleans every single Monday through Friday. No problem doing it, and may end up uprooting his entire life and moving again to a different state. We'll see how that plays out. But I was kind of curious if, in fact, part of what makes Canada so unique is that it really is kind of like this wonderful, quiet little community next to the maniacs with the 3 boats in their garage.
No.
And I'm wondering if some of these trade barriers between provinces will also result in a more homogenization of Canada because each province is so distinctively unique. If that's going to be neither good nor bad, but allow people a more bigger sense of mobility across the provinces about where they move and where they choose to live, because the rules won't change as much.
I'm just laughing. I'm chuckling. I'm taking up a lot of time, and I'm chuckling when you talk about us and our bucolic little spots here where we never moved. Did you know that Canadians, as a nation, we have more of our population holds passports than just about any other country in the world. Well, yeah,
and I think
and we move. We go. We move. And
Arizona.
It's not that we don't. Yeah.
I mean,
well, we move all across the country, and it's just that obviously it's a little bit more difficult when you've got to move for the economy to move, when a truck has to move certain things and they're limited by things like steer axles and weights and dimensions and that sort of thing. That's the stuff that really needs that's the nitty gritty that needs the work.
Jim, I have a question.
I think the message got through loud and clear.
I have a question for Jim, by the way, and you can answer this as well too, Joanne. And like I said, this is a genuine question, not me like I've got an opinion, a question. Are you saying at some level that if I own a trucking company in one province and decide to move to another, that I've got to consider all kinds of rules and regs, whereas in the United States, if I want to move my trucking company, I mean, with the exception of maybe California, if I want to move my trucking company from Louisiana to Texas, some tax stuff changes and some community stuff changes, but the rules are kind of consistent across the board. Is moving a fleet or moving a small trucking company from one province to another a real big heavy lift because of these changes? Or what is in place right now? Jim? Joanne, are you still there?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't being pensive. I was muted.
That's
Sorry.
okay. Go on. You follow my question?
Yeah, follow the question. We see movement amongst carriers from jurisdiction to jurisdiction here for, shall we say, regulatory expediency. It's easier to get insurance in some provinces than others, right, because they have a public insurance program versus a commercial insurance. So if you're a carrier that wants cheap insurance or you want to hide under the radar, you go to a province, you register your trucks in a province where they have one of the public insurance programs. You kind of disappear. You go off the radar. So that's a good thing. We're going to try and eliminate that too. But yes, when you set up shop in a different province, you have to abide by all the local business laws and tax laws and provincial stuff that relates to the financial side of the business. The trucking side of the business, the regulations also change because now you're based in Manitoba rather than Ontario. You have to comply with all the Manitoba requirements, which are inevitably different than the Ontario. So, yeah, that does throw a wrench into your work, slows you down, and really makes you think twice about making that move, unless it's for cheaper insurance.
Jim, Joanne, I am going to make a special request. We're going to run out of time here. We got so much more to unpack. I'm going to talk with Dave. Listen, I'm going to talk with Dave about Nemo Nation, and I would love to have you guys. We do a final 30 minutes in the first 3 hours of it to get a long-form conversation. Is over the next couple of weeks, on a week that you guys are off from Canada Calling, I might bring you guys in on a Monday. I'll have Claire Marie reach out because there is so much we didn't cover here. This is a lot of stuff. This kind of economic disruption, this kind of commercial disruption, and I'm talking about good disruption. I'm not talking about just bad stuff. There's some really positive stuff that's being discussed. As you said, Joanne, no more committees. The time for action is now. The time to get out of here is now. Promise me you guys will keep a lookout for an email or a message from Claire to get you guys in with a special edition of Canada Calling on a Monday with Dave and myself, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sounds like a plan, yeah.
We can go on forever, so
there's
no end to our.
And
we're a big country, and we have lots to talk about.
Lots to talk about, and lots of groovy stuff to talk about as well. But we got to say goodbye for this morning. Our good friend Colin Long is coming up from OIDA. But thank you both so much. We will talk sooner rather than later. By the way, the second longest running show on RadioNemo continues with Canada Calling. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, catch you later. Bye now.
See you later, everybody.
Holy moly, man. We didn't get halfway through that list, by the way, Dre, which, by the way, is a good thing. We didn't get halfway through Dean's list, which, by the way, is a good thing. We love it when you guys call at 615-292-6366. The last part of Making a Living is coming up here in a moment. As we talk to Colin Long, we will make a life when Lindsay Lawler arrives on the scene. And by the way, Megan Kate Nelson is coming too, and it's the strangest damn Western. I love it. They think it's just absolutely bonkers. We'll be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, we're back with more Road Gang Radio, streaming live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, and RoadGangRadio.com. Jimmy Mack is back in the driver's seat.
Let's talk about the fat cats in the nation's capital. You better put on your hip boots because we're going to wade through not only the swamp, but elbows up, man. You can smell it a mile away. It is Washington Trucking Week, OOIDA.com. Go to the Book of Face, OOIDA. You can find them on the tweets. They used to be the tweets, now they're the X. On the Tube of You, Truckers, OOIDA. And that's a good YouTube page. I would really recommend, after you subscribe to ours, to subscribe to that one. And then, of course, on the gram of Insta at OIDA Truckers. Well, we talked with Dean earlier. There are some regular recurring characters on this particular rumbling, bumbling, stumbling affair known as Road Gang Radio. One of them is, sorry, brother, you've really locked in now. You are actually you're actually in the credits, high up in the credits now. Colin Long, the Director of Government Affairs, joins us this morning. How you doing, man?
All right. I was pondering whether character is a term of endearment or...
Well, no. How about I got a great way of summing this up. Are you ready? It's really cool what I've got for you. You are a character who is also a man of character.
Oh, well, I'll take that. Thank you.
There you go, by the way. And by the way, part of it is due to the fact that, like Phone Master Dre, like myself, but we can't compete with Ben Wilkins, you are one of the men who has a great beard. And this is an important thing people need to realize. I'm telling you, man, you are not a beardo. You are a beard bro. How about that? Okay.
You know,
go on.
I've had a beard longer than I've known my wife, and it didn't used to be acceptable on Capitol Hill. And I like to think I started the trend, but I certainly didn't. But, you know, you see more and more of them now. Even lawmakers have them. So
you want to know something really awful my dad said? He goes, isn't it kind of scary that beards and civil wars show up at the same time? I'm like, take it easy, Dad. Take it easy. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. By the way, I'm gonna give you a good laugh. You ready? So today is Hasselhoff's birthday. We should all celebrate. We should have a national holiday for David Hasselhoff's birthday. And anybody that shares a birthday with James Cagney, as far as I'm concerned, is a righteous dude. So let's just all agree that David Hasselhoff is a national treasure that has actually conquered Germany. So I think we can go with that. I think that's an important thing. How you doing? What's going on?
We're busy, man. I need a break. It's reached a fever pitch in D.C. I mean, that's pretty standard for July because, you know, everyone on Capitol Hill and even in the administration wants to enjoy the long August recess with as little work as possible, if we're being honest. So they try to cram everything through in July, and that's certainly what's happening now. We've got a lot of activity on Capitol Hill, a lot that happened this week, a lot that's happening next week. And then hopefully they all get out of town so we can breathe easy for at least a couple days before we really get into the busy work of August, which does happen. I mean, just because everyone here in D.C. tends to take a break doesn't mean we stopped working at OOIDA. We still got a lot of stuff to do. So,
well, let me ask you a question about civic-minded nature stuff in the sense that a lot of people in August take a break, but you guys at OOIDA keep working. I was curious, are the staffs busy? Because I know that a lot of senators, a lot of congressmen, many of them go home, by the way, not to just take a break. Many of them go home to do constituent services. And and I would really tell people when you say, those guys are never in Washington, people either complain that they're never in Washington or they don't get among the people enough. And I always say, okay, that's a bridge too far. Anybody who knows how constituent services work, particularly at the congressional representative level, if you, in fact, do a good job with that, you can stay in office a long time.
Oh, yeah.
A long time. I mean, one of the things about that infamous group of congressional members of the squad, the one that is more or less still standing is, in regards to status, is the one who does the best constituent services. I let people figure out who I'm talking about when I say that. But really taking care of the people in your district is really what their job is supposed to be, correct?
Yeah, and when I worked on Capitol Hill, we got this all the time. You're absolutely right. If my boss was in D.C., then he was never home talking to people, and if he was home talking to people, then he was never working in D.C. And no one was ever satisfied with his status. But in August, you're right. A lot of lawmakers will be doing town halls. They'll be coming to community events and fairs, and it's really a great opportunity for truckers who are members of these communities to talk to their lawmakers, to get in front of them and introduce themselves as a reliable resource for trucking policy. I mean, I say this all the time. Truckers are experts on trucking policy. You live it every day. You shouldn't have any sort of hang-ups about talking to your lawmakers. And now's the time to do it, because August is usually the best opportunity to see them back home where you live, because they've got several weeks of recess. And certainly some of them will take vacation. I think everyone needs a vacation to kind of reset their mind and re-energize before fall when things get busy here again in Washington. But by and large, they're going to spend a lot of August actually conducting constituent outreach and talking to folks. And truckers should prioritize cornering their lawmakers at these events and talking to them about all of the things that are happening in the world of trucking, which are pretty extensive right now. We've got a highway bill coming up. Some people say it may be rolled out in the House as early as this fall. So August is going to be critical for shaping that, and we need members sharing their expertise with lawmakers and their staff over the month of August.
Let me kind of jump in with something, a little piece of scuttlebutt, and then we'll get to your topics and agenda. And one of them actually feeds into the first thing we're going to talk about.
Cool.
There have been rumblings and bumblings with. I won't lie to people. I full disclosure, I was not crazy about the appointment of Sean Duffy. I kind of rolled my eyes and went, "Oh, you got to be kidding me!" I will tell you, he has been one of the nicest surprises for me, at least. I don't know what you guys are dealing with, but he's been a nice surprise from policy standpoint. Is he really going to take over NASA? Is that a real thing? Is that really going?
Yeah, I believe it is. I think it's an interim thing, and he testified before the House Transportation Infrastructure Committee yesterday, and this question came up, and he was like, he was being clear that it's a short-term thing. He's just filling a position for an intermediary period so the agency can continue to do its work, but we'll have him back focused on transportation exclusively, I think, relatively soon. But I think you're right with Mr. Duffy. I mean, I should say Secretary Duffy. I think he's been a really great breath of fresh air over at DOT. I mean, don't get me wrong. Pete Buttigieg, we certainly like Pete Buttigieg. He was very knowledgeable about transportation issues. He particularly was comfortable talking about the need for truck parking, which we always applauded. But we've appreciated the prioritization of truckers at DOT under Secretary Duffy and under President Trump. It's clear that when they want to step out and develop trucking policy, they do so by leading with what truckers need. So, yeah, great reviews from folks here at OOIDA and certainly from our membership as well. They seem to be pretty big fans of Mr. Duffy.
And let me make this really clear. You know, and by the way, it seems you've picked up the baton nicely here. You know what I'm setting up, because I won't lie to you, I am over the moon from my own editorial standpoint. I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about from a purely boots on the ground level. The FMCSA appointment looks, keep your fingers crossed, like a home run and fast track sailing. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes. Yes, I think it is. Yes, Derek Barrs did an exceptional job at the Senate Commerce Committee yesterday, and I think you could tell from the tone that a lot of members of the committee probably already made up their mind about how they're going to vote on Mr. Barrs, and I think it's clear a lot of them are going to be supportive. And frankly, we don't see a reason not to support him. We've endorsed him. We've been endorsing him for months, waiting for this nomination to move through the process. So we're happy that's happening now, and I think you're right. I think he'll cruise. There's no reason not to support him. Other Trump nominees have certainly garnered some opposition in the Senate, but this is one where I think the pick was soundly accepted and endorsed by industry, and that really sets the table for members of the Senate Commerce Committee to vote to confirm here in the next couple of weeks. And then once it reaches the Senate floor, we don't see any problems getting him into place and over at the agency pretty soon to rock and roll on a lot of the initiatives that they've launched to help truckers.
And by the way, I'm going to say something else too. And like I said, this is by way of applause. His nomination wasn't designed to piss anybody off. Straight up. It was designed to be like, here's somebody that actually knows the heartbreak of what it means to, see people lose their lives on the road, who actually has to. And look, he's not a trucker, but he's the next best thing to be in there in a way that everybody else, many people, incredibly capable people with background and knowledge, some of them in the industry. But I don't think we've had anybody in a long time who actually has had that up-close look at truckers and what it is they go through. And you can correct me, than this man has. I mean, this looks like a guy, and we talked about it, it looks like it might be his dream job, too. That's kind of thrilling as well, as opposed to, how do I get back to that great job I had in New York? How do I get back to that committee that I wanted to head up in Minneapolis? And that's not an attack on people, or how do I get to the great private sector gig that's waiting for me? He feels like this is the gig, right? It's almost like when a college football program gets the right coach, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a good comparison. I feel you on that, and I think you're right. And I think we talked about this last week. I think we hope he sticks around. Now, granted, he hasn't made any moves as administrator yet. He hasn't been confirmed yet, but he's saying the right things. He's doing the right things. It's not often that OEDA comes out and supports nominees for FMCSA administrator. We usually insist that they have experience behind the wheel, but this one, I guess we've taken exception because we have experience with Mr. Barrs. He's not a new name to us. Our folks internally have worked with him over the years at CVSA, where he's been in a leadership position for associate members like we are, and he's gotten rave reviews there too. So we're looking forward to him getting confirmed. I think it's a formality at this point, but tick-tock. We've been waiting a while. We want the Senate to move relatively quickly because FMCSA and DOT have a lot of work to get done on trucker issues, and having an administrator in place will certainly expedite that process.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy, and the other thing is, and this is the last thing I'll say before we pivot into truck parking, by the way. I know we keep talking about it, but man, there's once again some real progress here in regards to it being a hot topic and less about committee and more about action. But this really seems to be a person with deep institutional knowledge of trucking, and in that way makes him a really kind of a great candidate. Like I said, we haven't seen him do anything yet. I mean, he hasn't won a game on the field yet, but good gosh almighty, it must feel like to some degree what it felt like for Alabama fans when they announced that Nick Saban was arriving over at the Crimson Tide. So I'm just going to put that out there. I know it'll gall Louis, but it's the way that Ohio State fans felt when they got Urban Meyer to start coaching over there. So we'll put it that way for Louis' benefit. There you go. So.
Here's a deep reference. I'm a Syracuse guy. It feels like we got our Fran Brown over at FMCSA.
Yeah.
If you don't know who Fran Brown is yet, stick around. He's going to make a lot of noise in college football, and we're excited about it. But we're equally excited about Derek Barrs getting the helm of FMCSA because you're right. There's a very narrow learning curve, which isn't usually the case when we have FMCSA.
Yeah, I mean, boy, that is a big thing. And I'll tell you this, too. It's like where you can hit the ground running. The idea that when you guys sit down and talk with this human being, anybody in the trucking industry, and I'm talking about stakeholders that don't have the same interests you have at heart, that he can listen and be like, I know what you're talking about. Don't talk to my staff. You don't need to get me. I don't need a white paper. Go on. You know what I'm saying? Go on. I mean, this is a guy, This was a guy whose presence was felt at CVSA meetings. I mean, this is somebody who knows the gag and actually knows the tragedies and heartbreaks. There's a really good story by our friend, yours and mine, Mark Schwemmer, kind of detailing his background that people should really check out. Sorry, we went into the weeds. That's enough of that. Let's talk about truck parking.
Yeah, let's. So we've been busy in D.C., as I mentioned. Yesterday was a particularly busy day. We had, Mr. Barrs testifying in his confirmation hearing over in the Senate Commerce Committee. In the House Transportation Committee, we had Secretary Duffy testifying, and truck parking came up at both hearings, and we were thrilled by that. And we've gotten to a point here in Washington, and specifically on Capitol Hill, where we talk to our champions in Congress, and we say, "Hey, Mr. Duffy's coming to testify. The FMCSA administrator nominee is coming to testify. Can we work on a truck parking question for you to help get some of our questions answered?" And they always say, "Yeah, let us know. Let's work on something." And we provide questions for them on what's currently happening in the world of truck parking and our efforts to get federal investment finalized. And yesterday was a unique scenario because we did provide those questions. Mr. Bost, our grand champion on truck parking, was prepared to ask Mr. Duffy about truck parking. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get to it because the questions had already been asked by Congressman Crawford and Congressman Babin, who certainly is a champion on our issues as well. And I think it speaks to the fact that truck parking has gone beyond just your traditional champions who have an experience or an expertise in trucking like Mike Bost. And more folks are starting to appreciate that it's something that needs to get done. And then, we're watching Derek Barr's confirmation hearing over in the Senate, and Senator Jackie Rosen of Nevada strikes up a question about truck parking, which we didn't see coming. And I started texting our crew, and I said, it's proof positive we've broken through on truck parking when we don't have to work with these offices. They just take it upon themselves to ask these questions because the issue has become so important to them and their constituents back home. And I think that's a testament to the work that not only OOIDA has done as an industry leader on truck parking, but our industry by and large. I mean, we get support from everyone in our industry on truck parking, and I think that really shows what the industry can do when it's united to get things done. Now, we're not claiming victory yet, but we keep having these incremental successes where folks who haven't really stuck their neck out on truck parking are now asking questions about truck parking to folks like the Secretary of Transportation and the future FMCSA administrator. And we think that puts us in a really good position for success down the road when there's a highway bill unveiled this fall.
By the way, and this is what I love about our new format, Marshall Platter says, I often criticize OOIDA because I often think they tilt at windmills, but I'm a lifetime member, which, by the way, means it's okay to be pissing inside the tent. Think everyone who drives a truck should be a member. Well said, Marshall. The other thing is I'm actually not going to contradict Marshall. I'm going to say this is an example of tilting at windmills. The idea that, 10 years ago, nobody was listening. At some point, the parking stopped being part of the noise and became the signal. And that's why sometimes you guys don't give up the goat, even when it seems like it is an impossible Sisyphean task. On every once in a while, the rock does get to the top of the hill and rolls to the other side, correct?
Absolutely. And I say this all the time. The one thing I've learned as a lobbyist at OOIDA is that our members address issues affecting their businesses immediately. They don't waste any time. And that doesn't necessarily generate a lot of patience when it comes to advancing legislation and policy on Capitol Hill, because Capitol Hill works extremely slow. No one addresses something overnight like a trucker does when they have a problem with their vehicle or their operation. So we always beg for patience, simply because it sometimes does take 10 years to get something done. And we don't like that either. I mean, as a lobbyist, I want to move on to other issues that are important to our members. But the big ones still remain, and truck parking is continuously the biggest. But, we do have this highway bill, and we are confident truck parking will be addressed in it. And we're confident other issues that are important to truckers will be addressed as well, because, we can talk and chew gum at the same time. It might be a little rude, but that's what we can do, and that's what we have to do. We can't focus solely on one issue, but I think our persistence on truck parking is now paying dividends, because we have these new folks on Capitol Hill coming out and saying, yeah, it's a priority for me and it's a priority for my constituents, and I want to see it addressed.
Yeah, and by the way, the more you kind of keep repeating, okay, the noise, what I talk about when I say the noise is the inability to see what's going around you because there's so much going on around you, so you don't hear anything. If, in fact, you keep beating home the point that there's a truck parking problem, I will tell you, and I knew there was before I even started this job, but I'll tell you, I used to drive out every once in a while to go see Dre over in Ocean Springs, and Dre drives in, and Dre can tell you, Dre makes the drive from Ocean Springs to the city of New Orleans Monday through Friday, and he will tell you he sees all those trucks parked on the side of the exit ramps. It is like clockwork, and I would see the same thing, and when you've been told about it by people you trust, you start seeing it more. And when you start seeing it more, you want to do something about it. That is such a crucial thing that often what happens is we see so much, we see nothing at all. But if somebody tells us to look for something, we actually see it. And so I'm sure the senator from Nevada probably was driving someplace and went, oh my God, I never noticed this before, but since they've been banging this drum, these people need a place to park. That's kind of how it plays out, correct?
Oh, yeah. That's actually part of our advocacy on Capitol Hill when talking to staff and lawmakers. We often say, last time you were on a highway and you passed a rest area or even just an exit ramp, and you see trucks lined up on the side of the road on the shoulder, and everyone says, oh, yeah. And I think in some cases, there's this, they don't realize that truckers, one, shouldn't be parked there because it's usually not allowed, and two, they don't want to be parked there because it's hazardous to their own safety. And when we explain that to these lawmakers and their staffers, I think a light bulb goes off. And then you're right. I think the more they travel the roads and the more they see it, the more they realize how much of an epidemic the truck parking shortage is.
It's a learned helplessness, too. The idea that we no longer see it because we just accepted it as the new normal. That's the other thing, too. Well, nothing to be done. Let's move on. Oh, no, there's something to be done. It's called allocating money to give people more parking spaces.
Exactly.
And that's the painfulness of this problem is the fact that it's actually not a complicated solution. I mean, there's some zoning stuff and a whole bunch of other stuff you have to get into in the nitty-gritty. Sure. But at the end of the day, if you give us the money, we actually have a plan to put more parking in place. It often is that, especially at the state level. There's states who are itching to take care of this problem and simply don't have the resources that the federal government can apply. I want to kind of glaze over Louis Pugh really quick. I'm going to give you an option here because we're going to run out of time. Do we talk about Mr. Pugh goes to Washington once again in front of the Senate next week, or do we talk about shifting gears issues?
We talk about everything, and I certainly want to mention that Louis is going to be testifying before the Senate Commerce Committee again. This is his second time this year, and it's only, July, next week, next Tuesday at 10 a.m. Eastern, simply because I want folks to tune in. I want folks to see what it is OOIDA does on Capitol Hill and how effective Louis in particular is when talking to lawmakers who are writing bills that are imperative to truckers. So, yeah, I mean, let's talk about that hearing for as much as we can, and then I'll certainly be back on next week to do a review and talk about all the great things we mentioned. But, 10 a.m. Tuesday next week. Tune in if you can. If not, it's going to be available on YouTube, and we'll certainly be providing highlights.
Colin, one more quick thing before we actually pivot into that last issue.
Sorry.
We're good. We're good. Our friends on the chat, and these guys are owner-operators, a lot of miles behind them, are actually having a conversation about the eventual movement. Is it possible the CDL to become a federal license instead of a state license? Is that even part of the discussion? Because a lot of them are saying, the idea of the complexities of all of that kind of stuff. I just kind of wanted to lay that out for you, not to talk about today, but maybe come back in a future episode and maybe dig into that issue. Is that possible?
Yeah, we can come back to that. I don't think it's going to be a reality, and I can explain why I don't and why maybe it shouldn't be. But we can certainly come back and talk about that.
Okay, we will. We've got that on the docket now. Okay, let's talk about this. What's going on with shifting gears issues impacting the trucking and commercial bus industries in the U.S.
Yeah, there's a hearing next week. It's Tuesday at 10 a.m. Eastern. And it's a lot of familiar faces. It's ATA, it's OOIDA, it's the American Bus Association, it's the Teamsters Union. I mean, that's a pretty epic lineup when it comes to FMCSA's portfolio and motor carrier issues at large. And the hearing's happening at the Senate Commerce Committee. And if folks remember that they write a large portion of the highway bill. They write a lot of the policy that affects what happens on our roads. So they are knee deep in trucking policy. They're trying to figure out their priorities for their bill that they will be drafting throughout the August recess and into fall. And Louis is going to be testifying to provide, the owner-operator, the professional driver experience that only OOIDA can do. And I think Louis is kind of a breath of fresh air in his own right at these hearings because he has a CDL and he worked behind the wheel for more than 20 years and he racked up more than 2 million miles of safe driving. So I think a lot of lawmakers, when they hear Louis talk about these issues and OOIDA's priorities specifically, I think they take him very seriously because they know he is a true representative of the driver community like no other organization can provide. I mean, all of our members are drivers. I don't think any other organization in Washington, D.C. can say that. The Teamsters certainly represent truck drivers, don't get me wrong, but they represent a lot of other blue-collar workers as well. Whereas at OOIDA, we exclusively represent men and women who make their living behind the wheel. And as a result, a lot of the priorities we promote for the highway bill look to improve working conditions and compensation and driver safety. I think we talk about safety so much. A lot of times we lose the fact that professional drivers are often the ones who are injured or worse, killed in a lot of these accidents. And I think that kind of gets lost on folks. So we always try to provide a reality check that highway safety affects our members just as much as it affects every lawmaker's constituents who get behind the wheel of a passenger vehicle or get to an Uber or whatnot. So we really want to hammer home what we want to see in this highway bill. And certainly that's going to conflict at times with other folks on the panel and with what lawmakers want to do. But we're going to tell it like it is, as we're known for doing in Washington, and Louis is the best person to do it.
One of the things that's really interesting, I wanted to mention this earlier, and we got to something else that was equally compelling, and so I kind of basically tabled it, but I want to bring this back. Recently, I have a friend of mine who is involved in litigation, and I kept getting on him about getting this stuff in. He says, well, why should I even worry about it? I mean, it takes the law court so long to get kind of going. And my response was, that's exactly why you've got to get this done. And one of the things about advocacy people don't understand is, why do you seem so urgent? Washington takes forever. That's exactly why you need to be urgent. That's why when there's a 30-day comment period, people need to comment. They need to understand that since the rest of this machinery works so slowly, anything you can do to jumpstart it, to get it going, to line this up, you need to do instantly. It's one of those things where the system functions slowly, therefore it requires the individual players to move quickly. I mean, and that is, it seems like it's a contradiction, but it's not at all. And so much of what goes on here is like the reason why you continue to push truck parking or continue to push no speed limiters is the fact that this stuff takes time. And if the policy kicks in, once it kicks in, getting something overturned is often a hell of a lot more difficult than preventing something from happening at all, which is why you've often got to move quickly in your atmosphere. And something else that's really important to point about Louis, I'm actually not criticizing him, I'm actually praising him. It is so difficult to somehow seem not unprepared, but to seem so down home while at the same time being in complete command of your facts and knowing how to talk to people. And he is a master at that. That is a very difficult thing to do. People either sound smart or they don't. In Louis' case, it sounds like I'm just a truck driver with incredible command of facts, statistics, and numbers. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the deal, right?
Yeah, and I laugh because every time we're in a hearing, Louis pulls out some sort of phrase I've never heard of that I'm sure is rooted in a farm or something. And you see senators like Deb Fischer, who has a background in livestock, kind of chuckle to herself about it because she recognizes it. And I'm like, I don't know how he does this, but he does it all the time. He also has this knack for, and it's just because of his personality, for knowing people who know people. I mean, you sit him in a room with just about anyone, and it's like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, only it's fewer degrees. He can find common friends and common relationships in no time. And I think even that gets displayed at these hearings. And I'm looking forward to it because we kind of live for these things as lobbyists, having our our boss who hits dingers all the time step up to the plate and just sound off on what we want to see in a highway bill with Chris Spears sitting next to him. It's going to be great, and that's why I'm telling a lot of our members, if they can, to tune in on Tuesday at 10 to watch Louis does what he does best in D.C.
I call it another edition of Mr. Pugh Goes to Washington, and as Lindsay would add, who's actually lurking in the background now, pew, 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 with his little pistols, actually taking on everybody like some kind of spaghetti western hero. He is, by the way. He's my favorite. He sounds like somebody who would be a supporting actor in a spaghetti western, doesn't he? Louis Pugh. Down, 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 down. Colin, we will continue our ongoing segment as Colin Long goes to Washington Trucking Week. That's the new title of it, by the way. Thank you so much, my friend. There's plenty more to talk about. We will spend some time the next time you come on explaining why there's not a federal license, why it will stay with the states, or at least your thoughts on that. Thank you so much, my friend.
Yep. Talk to you next week.
All righty. Colin Long, of course, is OOIDA's Director of Government Affairs and one of the smartest dudes I know, and the beard proves it. Yeah, go to truckdown.com. Go to shadyrays.com. They've got your back. Both of them have got your back. They make all of this possible, along with our other sponsors coming up now.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at shadyrays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at shadyrays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Oh, baby, live from Fastport Studios and good old NOLA and straight to you from Nashville, this is Road Gang Radio with your host, Trucking's Wild Card, Jimmy Mack and Nashville country star Lindsay Lawler, baby.
Yeehaw! Let's go, let's go,
Let me get a little bit of
LETS.
Lindsay in my ear, Dre. I'd like that.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can't hear the lady. It's been that kind of morning, by the way, guys.
Hold on.
It's been that kind of morning.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's there. It's there.
Hey, LaRue, what's going on? Nope, still can't hear it, Dre.
I was kidding.
Don't do that to me. And I leave.
Oh, man. Good mother of pearl. Hey, Lindsay.
I like to lip sync around here sometimes and freak everybody out because that's what I'm like. Hi, guys. Good morning.
Good morning to you, by the way. Ask me what kind of morning I'm having.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Hey, welcome to Road Gang Radio. I'm Lindsay Lawler. That's Jimmy Mack. Okay, what kind of morning are you having?
Both great and terrible at the same time.
Oh, that's my whole life.
I will tell
my
you,
whole life.
I will tell you what's really interesting. It's got nothing to do with our friends over here at the producer's booth or
Damn
even the
right.
guests that have come on this morning, is the fact that for the first time ever, the internet on my laptop, which is normally like the speed of light, has been literally a giant slowdown hiccup. So I've got to identify whatever it is I've got running on this computer that is making me crazy right now, because we've got a big storm coming in the Gulf that's actually headed our way. And I'm always constantly thinking, we got battery generator backups, all that kind of stuff here. But I'm thinking, is it people are just finally flooding the zone, trying to figure out what's going on in the Gulf of Mexico? And so I'm like, what is going on with my computer this morning? So I'm like literally one step ahead of the sheriff and one step behind keeping up with all the groovy things going on in the show, including getting a chance to see Dean Croak this morning. That's been kind of fun. He can join us on Google Meets anytime, Lindsay, and actually seeing him makes such a difference. I can't tell you guys, I know you can't see what we can see, but being able to see you, Lindsay, changes the dynamic of the show. When we can't see each other, it changes everything, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that's it. That's what she's got.
Hey, you said Gulf of Mexico, so I have to say this because I saw Jay Cutler yesterday. He played for Vanderbilt, played for the Bears, played for
Denver. He played for Denver. They thought he was going to be
Denver.
Elway's successor, and then things didn't work out for him the way they should have. But yeah, Cutler, yeah.
He was at up near where my parents live, and he was with his, I guess, fiance and maybe her daughter. Anyway, but he had on a Gulf of America hat. I'm not saying Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America. All I'm saying is I feel like it's really ballsy when a public figure wears a statement of any kind. I was just like, oh, I was taken aback by it.
Yeah,
that's all.
It's interesting, too, because that seems to have kind of been like I said, there's a lot of things that I think are just kind of trolls and put a real sharp elbow in people's sides. That's one of those things. Most people still call it the Gulf of Mexico. Most people don't care. They're just like, Gulf of Mexico, whatever, fine, moving on. Even people who support the people that actually came up with the idea of Gulf of America, like, yeah, I don't feel like, I've had to change enough things in my life that I have to say, I'm going to stick with what I know. And like I said, it wouldn't bother me, though, to see Gulf of America on somebody's head. I'd be like, okay, good for you. Good for you for supporting the Gulf of America. That's really nice stuff.
Good for you. Good for you for all you do. You know that I hate people, right, Jim?
Sometimes.
And just kidding. Kind of. I have, and later after when we have time just to pontificate, I've got some pontificating to do about after traveling and driving home the other day, things I saw where I'm just like, what? And things I learned about myself as well.
Including George Washington, which was really
including young Washington, including, by the way, I was listening to you and Colin Long talk earlier. Man, I saw like an overwhelming amount of I drove from like 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. On our drive home. The amount of trucks that I saw lined up, pulled over on the exit ramp on the side of the road, it sort of stopped me in my tracks.
It's a game changer, Lindsay. I'll tell you straight up. The moment you know it, the moment you're told, you can't unsee it. You can't unsee it. It's just.
Well, yeah, this is before I had even heard y'all talking about it, and I was like, oh my God. Anyway, I just wanted to say that because it landed hearing y'all talk about this morning, so I think it's a good thing. It's like, I think some of the very basic things in life we feel like it's not worth bringing up, but you realize you bring the little things up, somebody hears it, and who knows who's going to be the one that makes the difference out there or makes the right amount of noise. So keep talking about the things, and we'll all keep figuring out a way to walk each other home, Jimmy Mack. Speaking of walking each other home, one of our favorite humans, is joining us here in a minute. And I want to do something to start off our segment with Megan Kate Nelson a little different, if you don't mind, Jimmy Mack. And
please
take a second to get to know Megan Kate a little bit. Is that all right with you?
I would love you to do that. Go
awesome.
on.
Well, good morning, Megan Kate Nelson. Do we have an MKN on the line, checking in loud and proud?
I am here, present and accounted for.
Check. We're all here. My name is Lindsay Lawler. I'm a recovering people pleaser.
Good morning, Lindsay.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Megan Kate, how are you, friend? Where are you?
I am in Boston today, downtown Boston,
Nice.
where it is humid and hot and disgusting.
That sounds about right. Sounds about right. All right, so we're talking about They Call Me Nobody, which I just thought was appropriate title. Just feels like sort of life for a little bit, but it's I don't y'all my notes. You should see. It's like 10 pages of notes on this movie. I'm like, I don't even know where to begin. So we'll dive in a minute. But Megan, you join us every month for Western of the Month. And I felt like, in case anybody is new here, we're on the new platform. We just do a few lightning round, so to speak, questions just to get to know you a little bit.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay, wonderful.
Such fun.
Well, Megan's a historian. She knows the West better than the West knows itself, and she is a fabulous author and writer and just a cute little spark of a lightning bolt of a human. So all that being said, okay, we'll start here. What's the last book, Megan Kate, that you read that was not a Western? I'll say book or movie. What's the last book or movie you consumed that was not a Western? I want to see your range here, sister. So lie to me if you want.
Oh, yeah. No. I read a ton of fiction, and I'm trying. And my problem with fiction is that I download it onto my Kindle, and I can never remember the title of the names of the books. This is the problem. But probably the last movie I've seen in a theater is Sinners, which is a Southern and not a Western, but has a ton of music. I don't know if you've seen that at all, Lindsay, but the music is amazing.
Oh, I'll check it out. I'm going to talk. I want to talk about the music on our Western today, so I love that segue.
Yes.
Really quickly, Megan, before Lindsay gets to her next question. Yeah, Lindsay, you should really see Sinners because in some ways you realize that Western plots manage to make their way into almost every genre. I mean, it's straight out of the John Carpenter school of filmmaking of, I'm going to make a horror movie, but it's really a Western if you pay attention really close. I mean, basically, it's holding off the attacking horde from the barn is the entire second half of the movie. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lindsay. Keep your rapid fire going.
No, it's all good. I mean, we are Western civilization here, so everything is deep-seated in that. Okay, so let's see. If you could have dinner with any figure from Western history, who's at the table and what are you eating?
Oh, my God. I think it would be Sitting Bull.
Okay.
And I think we would be eating traditionally we would be eating bison, which would be pretty delicious. Because it would be fresh after the hunt. Yeah. But he's an incredible...
Bison and bull.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. All right. I love it. Okay. Let's see. A coffee shop or cabin in the woods. What's a dream writing spot for you?
Coffee shop, actually.
And do you have
I love a good coffee shop?
Okay, tell us really quickly, and then we'll move on to the movie. But we talked to Mark Grady about this. He was actually, I was like, I love the idea of, especially since I'm married and have a young child and life is chaotic. I love the idea of disappearing like by myself into a cabin in the woods for a month. I love my family, by the way, but I know that will never probably actually happen until maybe 20 years from now. And we talked to Mark Grady about that, and he was like, I think that's more romantic than it seems, because it can also be very depressing. He's like, he said he's coffee shop, headphones on, playing rain, going to town, or submersed in the area that he's writing about. Is that your vibe?
I completely agree. Yeah, exactly. And it's also, for me, it's about being like near people and surrounded by people, but not having to talk to them. And not being tempted to talk to them, right? And so, like either having the headphones on, or I'm actually pretty good at just, blocking out all of the conversation around me, unless it is extremely juicy, unless there is a fight happening or some hot gossip about people I don't know. And then I will eavesdrop. But mostly and it's very good for me. I'm very distractible. And so if I'm at home writing, I'm like, oh, let me check social media. Oh, let me watch this Netflix movie, Yeah. And you can't really do that in public, or I feel enough public shame that I would not do that in public. So it keeps me focused. It keeps me grounded to be kind of among people, but not with people.
And that was Get to Know Meg and Kate Nelson on your Western of the Month.
Woo-hoo.
More to come next month. We will continue to get to know you better as we move along with this segment. All right, Jimmy Mack. This slapstick, existential, equal parts satire, homage to the genre itself. This is the most weird. I guess could you call this a cult classic?
Yeah, you call it a cult classic, but it's one of those strange cult classics that made a little bit of a change when it was released across the world. It didn't do so well in the United States, but it also has, unlike many cult classics, extraordinarily off-the-chart reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. It's 100%. It's one of those rare movies that's actually 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Yep. Unbelievable, right?
That blows my mind.
Well, consider
that blows my mind. Oh, my God.
Would you like to hear my theory about why it got such great reviews when it came out?
Yes.
Yes.
It's 1973, right? Sex,
Yes.
drugs, and rock and roll. A lot of people dropping that acid, smoking that Mary Do You Wanna, and doing all kinds of other groovy stuff too. This movie is an acid trip. Let me set this up so we can get down to what Lindsay likes to talk about in regards to these movies, the what's going on here as opposed to just the kind of bona fides of the plot. My Name is Nobody is a 73 Italian, French, German, international co-production spaghetti western comedy. It features the talents of Terence Hill, who actually has a real name that is very Italian, and of course the great Henry Fonda, who looks terrific for his age in the film. It is based on an idea from none other than Sergio Leone. It follows the story of Nobody, played by Terence Hill, who attempts to get his idol Jack Beauregard, Henry Fonda, to take on the Wild Bunch gang of outlaws led by a very, very, very young Clint Eastwood staple actor who we will get to in a second, named Jeffrey Lewis. That is the basic premise, and that doesn't do this film one lick of justice, does it, Lindsay? It is so much more bizarre than that description.
Yeah, I literally don't know where to start. I mean, literally, I'm staring at my notes. I'm like, I don't know which thing I want to talk to y'all about first. So I'm gonna throw to Megan Kate first to be. I mean, she just texts us while she's watching it, and she's like, "What the hell is happening?" So just start. Give us, Megan Kate, your as an overall, because I want people to watch this and make their own interpretation. And if you've seen this and you're over on the chat, let us know what you think about it. And feel free to call us as well at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
If you want to hop in on the conversation if you've seen this. But Megan Kate, what's your overall takeaway? And then we'll dive into the philosophical undertones, which is where I want to go.
Well, my overall takeaway is that I can't get those 2 hours of my life back. And I'm sad about it. I know, poor Jimmy, but I'm mad at you about this, Jimmy. I just want to read you some of my notes.
Please.
In order. Okay. Who is this weirdo catching fish with his hands and sleeping in a shop? Oh,
who is this
he's a
weirdo?
Jack Beauregard fanboy. Oh, this is a meet cute with nobody. Okay, next note. Oh, of course, a weird circus. Not a duel, but a slap fight. A very long stare down over urinals, just what every Western needs. And then this movie really loves the long shot of a large group of horsemen riding and kicking up a shit ton of dust. Right?
Yep.
And then I just have WTF this ending in the barbershop. And then my ultimate assessment was, God, this movie is weird.
All right. There you have it. Now, I wonder if after that assessment, people will go watch it or not. Your assessment makes me, if I hadn't watched it, your assessment makes me want to watch it, actually.
Right. Because to me, I actually did feel like the circus belonged there because it did feel like a funhouse mirror Western, where everything was super distorted. You really had no idea what was going on. It does have a lot of the like spaghetti Western, Sergio Leone, like very typical things. A lot of like long periods of silence where no one speaks and like super hyper sounds, like the sounds of the cowboy boots on the wooden floor, the chickens, balking at the beginning, the explosions, the dynamite during this, one of the major kind of epic gun battles, so it's got all of that and the like close-ups to the face. And I actually thought that like Terence Hill was increasingly charming and increasingly kind of a sexy weirdo, with all of his like unique skills. But yeah, the whole movie, I was just like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what kind of experimental theater this is. It's all super weird.
All super weird. Speaking of super weird, Dre, what's up?
Yeah, speaking of sexy weirdo, hey, can we all agree that poster is one of the most badass ones I've seen in a long time? Like, it's funny, but at the same time, the way that it's set up and just old boy just legs spread, chilling.
Legs spread, chilling.
With one boot missing with the sock hole in the sock.
Yeah, that poster is a good place to bring up because this movie had me wondering, are they doing this on purpose? It's kind of like with songwriting. It's like, I'm going to say something really weird came to me. I'm going to put it in the song, and let other people figure out for them what they think's going on. That's what this movie kind of felt like to me. Like, are they being weird on purpose, or is there more going on behind the scenes? I think the answer is B, but yes, Dre.
Well, the more you stare at it, the more you realize about it. So I think that's another situation with the movie. The more you watch it, the more weird things pop up.
Yeah, we need to post a picture of if somebody will, Tara, if you're listening, somebody could maybe post a picture of the cover of this movie picture. But so, Jim, you always, the visual side of things, but I think it's got these cartoonish sequences. It feels like almost, from like there's a duel involving pies, and then the saloon brawl that's so choreographed, and then Terrence Hill's facial expressions alone feel like some sort of Looney Tune situation. But then there are some moments of real truth in it as well. So, Jim, is it complete absurdity, or is it so brilliant that we missed it?
Well, I don't know if it's so brilliant that you missed it. I think it's trying to be so brilliant that you missed it, and I think on some occasions it actually succeeds, and if you really think long and hard about it, you kind of go, oh my God, that was absolutely compelling, and other times like, yeah, that fell a little bit flat. What I love about this movie, and in case you guys couldn't tell, I love this movie. What I love about this movie is I'm a big fan of not quite ready for prime time, in the sense that, Megan referenced Sinners, by the way. And let me describe Sinners to you for those of you who haven't seen it. It is a Deep South racial drama that midway through turns into a musical with a vampire invasion led by an ancient Irish evil vampire who attempts to basically break two brothers up by separating them from their eternal roots to music. That sounds equally bizarre, doesn't it?
But now I want to see it.
Yeah, well, exactly. And by the way, just to kind of make things clear here, what happens in the 70s, and by the way, so many of our listeners, while they didn't, drive trucks in the 70s, in many ways, this becomes as much of a view into what the 70s were, where movies were headed. So you'll get movies like this that aren't quite ready for prime time. Like, this is the kind of movie that if you took a second run at it on a remake, with, say, like Ryan Gosling playing the Martin role, playing the nobody role. If you in fact did that, it might get greenlit because you now have the technical acumen and the ability to kind of make this film in a way that would not get greenlit in a Hollywood studio in the late 60s, early 70s, but over across the pond in our friend Sergio Leone and Ennio Morricone, that beautiful, strange, wonderful soundtrack that this film has. What we're getting here is an attempt to do something incredibly different and at times succeeding wildly, at other times failing. Is it profound? I would say it is profound in the same way that the best Bugs Bunny cartoons are profound. Somebody once told me that Bugs Bunny cartoons were the best example of existentialist theory in action. The kind of just bizarre randomness, like a Roadrunner or Wile E. Coyote movie. And if you look at it through that filter, I think you're onto something, Lindsay. I think what's happening here is there is a strangeness to the American road, to the European road in the 1970s, that a lot of people, when they were watching it, going, oh yeah, that's my life on the road as a trucker. That's my life on the road as a trucker. I also think that there's a longer conversation we could all have. Is Henry Fonda dead when the movie begins? Is this, in fact, some sort of purgatory? Is in fact Terrence's character, is nobody in fact his guardian angel taking him through the underworld? You could really make that case to some degree.
That's interesting, because I thought that's a whole different take, because in my head I was thinking that it's, I mean, I think it kind of it sits on the death of the West, but really there's like something about myth and celebrity to it,
right?
And like the loneliness of that legacy, because Jack isn't trying to be remembered; he's really trying to disappear. Where nobody, he's desperate to create meaning through worship, like through idol worship a little bit. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. Lindsay and Megan K, can you give me 1 second? This is the priority. The 535 North from 70 East.
435 North.
435. Sorry. 435 North from 70 East is closed in Kansas City, Missouri. Big thanks to 10 Ring. Make your plans, guys. Make your arrangements in regards to that. Thank you for that, 10 Ring. Lindsay, I think it's a great insight on your part, which is why this film has so many different things going on inside of it. So I asked Megan a question really quickly. Megan, where does the movie begin? What location does it begin in?
That was somewhat unclear to me. It looked very much like New Mexico, and I
No,
was
I'm
actually-
sorry. The location. Where does the first shootout take place?
Oh, in a barbershop.
Where does the last shootout take place? Well, the last
In a
part of it,
barbershop.
in a barbershop. That's where I get my
Yeah.
idea that we are in the split second of him leaving the world, and then the angel shows up and begins to walk him to the afterlife. That's just my take, just an interesting take I wanted to throw at you guys. We're in the split second of that gunshot, and I think while he wins the day on the gunfight, he actually loses his life. And then we begin his journey through the underworld with Terrence as his kind of escort through the underworld to the next part. And I hope I'm making this film sound much more compelling than it was for poor Megan Kate Nelson, by the way.
I mean, okay, I think I need to smoke a lot of dope, and then I need to think about the film as
That's what I was doing wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, and then we think about the film as a death journey and watch it again.
Yeah, I love that.
Maybe I will appreciate it a bit more than I did originally.
By the way, Megan Kate, really quickly, speaking of video games, which we weren't speaking of, did you notice the plot resemblance to Red Dead Redemption? All of them?
I have never played Red Dead Redemption.
Well, there you go.
I know. So I know.
So you're saying there's a chance. Okay, so
I know.
So question for you, Megan. There's parts, and I said this a second ago, but there's parts where this film feels like sort of a eulogy for the West, or the genre itself. I don't know what
somebody's dead.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe that's what I was feeling, because I kept feeling like a death of something. So maybe that's it. But Megan, do you think that They Call Me Nobody, which we're talking about, is it trying to bury the myth of the Wild West, or maybe resurrect it through satire, perhaps?
I think it's trying to do a couple of those things. And I was really interested, spoiler alert, at the end, Jack is writing a letter to nobody from the ship to Europe, saying that, being dead isn't the worst thing that ever happened to him. And there are a lot of witty moments in this film and wordplay and interesting things that I did find amusing. But he's writing this whole letter that's really evoking all of the Western mythology. And he's saying, looking back, we were all a bunch of romantic fools. But then he's got these weird moments the West used to be wide open. Now it's crowded and small, and you run into the same people all the time. But the interesting thing about the West in the 19th century, especially in the late 19th century, is that people ran into each other all the time, even when it was wide open. There are these amazing moments of intersection in the American West at mid-century, in the mid-19th century, that just are incredible. And you're like, how are these people running across each other across such vast distances? And this is just one of the fascinating things about the American West in this period. So I think he's wrong on that point. And then he also says violence has changed too. It's grown and gotten organized. And I don't think that's correct either, because we've seen in a lot of the Westerns that we've watched, the U.S. Army is in the West from the 1840s onward, right? That's organized violence, right? And then this gang, the Wild Bunch, as depicted in the movie, is definitely organized violence, but it is present in a lot of different places before this point. So I think I couldn't really get a handle. Some of it was very mythic. Some of it was very obviously a European view of the American West, which is a little bit distorted. And so they're playing with the mythological aspects of it, but I don't think that kind of what he's talking about at the end is actually factually correct. But of course, this is not a documentary about the American West. This is a movie. This is a piece of fiction. So I don't know. I mean, I felt like its engagement with the frontier myth was really complicated. I did appreciate, though, during the gunfight, the kind of going back and forth to then presumably photographs in history books of the gunfight itself. So sort of proving that Jack Beauregard had made a name for himself by taking on this enormous group of men, all by himself, by these railroad tracks.
Jim, we're almost out of time, which I can't believe that something on this weird whip flew by that quick. But we didn't get to talk about the soundtrack, which to me was fascinating because the title title track, which is I think Il mio nome è nessuno. My name is nobody. But it's like, I don't know if you guys heard it or not. And the guy, Morricone, who did, I think the music is actually brilliant because oddly enough, it's got these playful elements with banjo and percussion, but it's got kazoos and whistles and all this stuff. And it's what this movie does. It also conveys the contrast between like the noble and the absurd. It's like, you feel like it's an old cowboy walking into the sunset, but then he trips over a tumbleweed or something. Like it's got that yin and the yang of it as well. So I encourage you to check out the soundtrack. It's very rolling down the road. I mean, it's very instrumental and beautiful. But anyway, that's all. Just a little note on that.
Oh, yeah. Ennio Morricone it took him almost till the day he died to finally get his first Oscar. And he wanted for a Western that he actually, this is really strange, Lindsay. The movie The Thing, he did the soundtrack for John Carpenter's The Thing. Carpenter cut the majority of the music, and Morricone had to then change the soundtrack. That soundtrack that he didn't use for The Thing, he actually ended up using for Quentin Tarantino's Hateful Eight and won his first Academy Award. He is just amazing. I hate letting Megan go. I hate it. It just kills me. I love her so much. I love having her here. It just kills me, doesn't it?
I know.
So fun.
Thank you.
Even if I had to, watch the movie.
Right.
To talk with you. I'm sorry, Jimmy.
By the way, I'm not sorry. People don't like things that actually makes for a better conversation. If we all just like, this was awesome, and then we just kind of move on. There's nothing to kind of say after that. But the fact of the matter is that we got a chance to really kind of dig in and have a great conversation about this, Megan. And
we love you.
We love you, by the way, Boo, and we're going to be promoting you all over the course of the rest of the show. So thank you so much. Love you.
All right, love you too. Have a good day, you guys.
Bye.
Road Gang Radio continues on the other side of this, Lindsay. It has, like I said, it's been a hell of a morning. We were supposed to have a friend of ours drop in today, and there was some confusion about that. Kyle Hester, we're going to get him on later. He may drop in just for a few moments. If he does make his way over to us, it's just by way of saying hello and setting up something for later on. We will come back on the other side of this break, keep the conversation going. Give us a call, by the way. Drop into the conversation at 615-292-6366.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're riding shotgun with Jimmy Mack and Nola and Lindsay Lawler, Nashville, broadcasting live from Fastport Studios.
Speaking of broadcasting live from Fastport Studios, I've been informed there is a special guest that's going to drop in. We're very excited about this, by the way. We'll unpack that in a minute. We'd love to hear from you guys at 615-292-6366. Really quickly from yesterday, too. So I went and worked out over at my gym, Lindsay, and I spent a little more time listening to Tony Mantor's podcast. and by the way, Tony does a great job with this. He lets the guests come in and do the talking, and so many of them have plenty to say. It nicely coupled this morning with Dean Croak, who came in and talked about his advocacy for autism. You know how important that is to me as well. It's one of those things that people need to really educate themselves on what autism is, because the fact of the matter is, not only are there many people who are having a hell of a time functioning in the world, there are plenty of people who are functionally autistic, many of whom have not been diagnosed yet. And when they do get diagnosed, it changes the way they interact with the world for really positive results. So I can't encourage people enough to listen to Tony Mantor's podcast. The last 5 or 6 episodes are just extraordinary stories about extraordinary people trying to make a difference in people's lives by bringing autism awareness, hashtag autism awareness, to people out there. Just amazing. And it was great. And the other thing was, Lindsay, from yesterday, I am still like stunned at, the last Revel. That music, and like I said, it's not for everybody, I realize that, but for me, it just was a true serum. Digging back through their lyrics, some of the brilliance that is contained in those lyrics was just extraordinary. I know that you had a great time with that interview too as well. Did you get a chance to listen to anything more by them? Because I spent yesterday just kind of dug into them, along with watching My Name Is Nobody, which was strange as all hell.
Yeah, they're wonderful. Talked with a little bit with one of them offline. Also talked with Tony Mantor. And it's, having that, it's so cool to be able, it's my favorite thing about the show is meeting either A, introducing people I know and talents I know and interesting people on, or B, getting to, meet people, be inspired, be mutually inspired, and then like form relationships. I think is really cool. I actually it was one of my girlfriends messaged me this morning, and this is what I love too, like pitching me a guest. She's like, I don't know if you've been interested. My friend, he's an author. He's written a bunch of books. He was just a speaker at one of their events they had, but she said he's a poker expert, and he goes and speaks globally about basically poker, and he shows how poker relates to business scenarios and how you can expand your business and level up, etc. But she's like, he could actually tailor it how poker is relevant to trucking. And I was like, I think that'd be brilliant. He also lived over in Bhutan and was a yoga instructor. Like, it's just guy, he's just done one of those people that is just fascinated in all kinds of things. I'm like, absolutely, send me his info, because that's the thing. If you guys listening or in the chat and want to call, want to email at weekends at RadioNemo, or want to message in the chat, what's the music you're listening to? You can pitch stuff to us too. What are you listening to? I've got some people of Dre's I've got to get on booking. Dre sends me things, and I got to follow up and get them all booked. But who are you listening to? What are you reading? What's something interesting you saw? What's a roadside attraction? What's a festival you want to go to? All those things. We are happy to take your tips on people to book on this show. We'll do our due diligence and make sure it's a worthy cause and something we deem appropriate for everyone to listen to. But it's just a good reminder that we're all in this together, and we're here for you guys. So tell us what you want to hear, yo.
Yeah, and I've got a couple on Showtime's list as well. Some really kind of what I call contrarian historical podcasters on YouTube. Some really great folks as well that we are in the midst of kind of figuring out all the ifs, ands, and buts. We find ourselves, one of the problems we had on the previous platform was that every once in a while, Lindsay was having to scramble like a crazy person to kind of figure out ways that we could get people on the air here. We have not suffered from a lack of abundance of people stopping into the studio and all that kind of stuff. So we are trying to kind of acknowledge other people's input. And, Dre's made some suggestions. Madison made suggestions. A number of people like Showtime have made suggestions. Dean Croak continues to make suggestions. What I wanted to get back to about Mantor, and this is something I think all of the drivers can relate to as well, because some of them start off as drivers, end up someplace else in the supply chain. And it's something really cool. Look, Tony's an accomplished producer. He's been a musician. He's done some songwriting. I do think it's extraordinary, though. There's a movie called, oh my God, not Tin Cup. What's the other one? Bull Durham, with Kevin Costner and Susan Sarandon, where he has to get sent back down to single A baseball to get this young kid ready to be in the majors, which means there is no chance he will ever get into the major leagues again. But over the course of the movie, Lindsay, he begins to realize that he would be a hell of a manager and that he may end up in the major leagues, probably will, is what the film suggests in the end, that he will end up in the major leagues as a manager, just like Tommy Lasorda, who wasn't very good at baseball. Better than most of us, but wasn't good enough to really cut the mustard as a major leaguer, ends up becoming one of the great major league managers of all time. And we talked about it on Education Station, that often those who have to work twice as hard to get good at something, end up being great teachers, end up finding a career there. Tony is one of these examples, too, where Tony has so many connections and knows so many people, and he's a great storyteller, he's a wonderful man, has done some really great things in the music industry, but isn't it funny that this thing is taken off, his podcast is taken off, and he's calling on all of his musical connections, all of his studio connections, all of his international connections, to discover that maybe he was put on this earth to bring autism awareness. And I know you and I are kind of obsessed with that to some degree about, the idea of don't let your idea of the dream get in the way of the dream, and that Tony is accomplishing now in many ways what he has been striving for his entire life. Not that Tony hasn't accomplished a lot, but that he really seems to, all of this in his life has seemed to have built up to this autism awareness kind of thing. And I was kind of curious, as a subject that you and I find near and dear, if in fact, as you say, Lindsay Lawler, who is a recovering people pleaser, if maybe all of that people pleasing was all set up to free you at this point in your life. Do you follow me? That you had to go through all that people pleasing to finally understand who it is you needed to be, and you're becoming who you need to be at the exact time you need to become it. Make sense?
It does, oddly enough. It makes more sense than that Western we had to watch. I think that it's, yes, my short answer is yes. I think that the people pleasing led me to figure out who I actually ultimately needed to please was myself. But it had to swing the pendulum from one side to the other to meet back in the middle and be like, it's not about, pleasing myself and taking the word selfish back, not to be a jerk out in the world, but to be like, I got to take care of myself so that I can be a kind human for the others around me and show up the way I want to. So I did have to go from one extreme to the other to meet in the middle and really find out who I am as a person,
By the way, Trucker Bosun says the movie that we've been talking about, My Name is Nobody, makes me think, what if Ed Wood and Stan Freiberg collaborated on a spaghetti western? Thank you for that, by the way. Marshall Platter also says, thanks for introducing me to Ramona and the Holy Smokes. Great music. Love the old-timer country sounds.
You scrolled by the other thing that Marshall Platter said, which he says, this may be too much information, TMI, but the new format enables me to listen to the show as I stand here buck naked while shaving after my shower.
Amen, brother.
So that's, you know what? Good news. Oddly enough, Marshall, that was in our mission statement. When we all sat down, we're like, what is this show going to be? That's what we said. We said, how about a show where people can listen naked while they're shaving? Done. Go on, Dre.
Oh, great. Just having a picture of him butt naked with headphones over his head. Fantastic. Hands-free show this is.
And a cigar.
No, dude, because you can do the thing where you can actually hang the phone. You can hang a phone in a shower in a protected
No, he's out of the shower, guys.
Yeah, he's shaving.
As he stands here buck naked while shaving after my shower.
Yeah.
So he's just probably listening on the app on his phone now.
Butt naked with a headset on.
I don't want to talk about it too much more because we're giving people way too many visuals right now. Okay, here's what I do want to talk about. I want to shift to talk to you guys about New Orleans music, because here's what I found interesting. I've been spending time really trying to connect with a lot of New Orleans-based artists, bands, musicians, venues, whatever, just trying to figure out that scene a little more. And I knew it was a different scene from Nashville. I guess I didn't know how different.
Crazy different.
And what's really interesting, I've asked some of my friends that are locals in New Orleans or some of my big-time music friends that are huge music fans, whatever. And I'm like, several of my friends that go to New Orleans all the time. I'm like, tell me some of your favorite New Orleans bands or artists or writers. I've even asked some other people that are artists in New Orleans the same thing. And what's funny, I'm not getting a whole lot of, it's obviously a lot of brass band type suggestions, which is cool. They're all amazing. I look them all up, and Revival Brass Band.
Yeah, the rebirth
Rebirth.
revival of brass band. Yeah,
Multiple people have said that to me. So, I'm looking them all up and I'm trying to think in my head. I'm like, this is going to be it actually makes NOLA to Nashville make even way more sense about merging, right? Like putting a Nashville songwriter with a brass band or vice versa and figuring out how we're going to do that juxtaposition as we move down the line with this. But I'm also thinking, I'm like, wow, how do I have a brass band on and talk about songwriting? That's cool. Like, I can't wait on We Should Write to have conversations with writers who do more instrumental music, because there's emotion behind that too. And that's somewhere I've never dove into. So it got me really excited as I was going through this. Yeah, Dre.
One of my friends, that whenever we were trying to figure out, who are we going to get for bands to be able to play here for the party, and I talked to my good friend that lived on the coast, and now she lives over here, and I had a few friends that moved from the coast and came over here. So whenever it came down to talking to those couple of people, I had to fix something for her so she could hear me. But talking to my friend Jack and talking to her boyfriend, he's very big into about 4 different bands, and one of the bands went and toured all over Europe and then came back, and then he also pointed me in the direction of a couple other and a few that I know. But I love talking to him about it, because this guy, you look at him, he could kind of mesh in any environment. He can put on a suit, he can go work an office job, but then as soon as he gets in his comfortable attire and he puts his hair the way it is, that guy plays in a rock band, that guy plays in a brass band, that guy seems like he plays for a hip-hop artist in the background. But he tells me that one of his most favorite things about living in New Orleans compared to other places when it comes to the music is, man, if you can't have chemistry with another artist, it's just not going to work out.
By specific, like in general, you mean, or as that specifically pertains to New Orleans?
So in a way, with it being in New Orleans, because the way that they feed off each other, because jazz is one of those things where it's all about chemistry and communication through the instruments. So he's just like, it's one of the beautiful things of seeing, you have to make it work where you can, but one of the most beautiful things is the overall thing that comes out of just having that chemistry between two artists, like going and seeing someone live and seeing them write the music right then and there, and then
true
also
collaboration.
Yes,
yeah.
And then also seeing someone that has written the music and has performed behind the scenes and not live, because you can also see, like, when someone just came in, like they'll bring someone out of the group and be like, oh, you know how to play this, and then they'll come right out of the crowd and mesh right in, and it's just beautiful. And then you also just see the guys that do this every Tuesday and just seeing that, hey, they give them that look and then they write something right then and there. It's beautiful.
Well, that's very Nashville, that if you can hop up on the stage and make it work, but done in a different way. So I love that point, because that's another way to showcase how it's done here and there. It's different, but the same, but different.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I'm going to take a shot. Not at Nashville, by the way. I'm not going to take a shot at Nashville, but there are people, you'll find them in Los Angeles, you'll find them in Nashville. And by the way, what I'm about to describe about New Orleans applies to other great music cities, so this is not a unique thing. I want to see if I get this right, Trey. One of the disasters in Los Angeles, Nashville, Chicago, New York, you can be in it to win it. And when I mean in it to win it, like, you know, I'm solo, it's about me. And while you might rub people the wrong way and your sharp elbows might alienate some folks, there's a certain acceptance of that. That person is ambitious. It's about them. It's about them.
They're such an artist.
You know, yeah.
Yeah.
You pull that nonsense in New Orleans. You're in it to win it, and you find out that you can't get your ass in venues. You can't get your ass on a stage with anybody else. People are like, we're going to do it my way. Okay, we're going to do it your way. And we're going to do it your way by yourself. Oh, good luck getting sessions players. Good luck getting people to work with. That is the truth down here, the absolute truth down here. And that is it in a nutshell. So if you play that game down here, the in it to win it, people get a sense of it really quickly and don't want to have anything to do with you. So go win it someplace else is the attitude here.
I've seen it so many times here coming, and as soon as I got into the local scene with the music in comparison, like go and see artists that I like, because I'm only an hour and a half away, so I get to see these big, massive bands that, being from where I'm from, I would have to drive 4 or 5 hours. Now I only have an hour and a half. But being in the scene with the friends that I have and going and seeing their shows, and to see how cutthroat they are, that sometimes, like, they'll bring someone in and they just piss off most of the band, or they just do what wasn't kind of scripted. They will literally kick them off, and that one person that knows how to play several instruments is sitting there multitasking. He's jumping back and forth. So I've seen it to where it's just like, nah, man, that's not what we talked about. get him off.
We're
and
done.
I've had someone pushed
He
off the
doesn't even
stage.
go here.
Yeah, who invited him?
Yeah.
Well, what I'm really excited about is because one of my favorite genre to one of my favorite genres, but my favorite genre to listen to specifically when I'm in the kitchen cooking, I love, or say holidays or by a roaring fireplace or anything, is jazz, but like storyteller jazz. It's jazz that leans more probably big band, but I mean, Ella Fitzgerald, Billie Holiday, Frank Sinatra, Tony, yada, yada, yada. You get it. Like the storyteller, just crooners, but coupled to really jazz. So so what I'm saying is I'm really curious to see about collaborating with a jazz band out of New Orleans, where then I could bring my vocally spin to it, like a storytelling, even like, a country songwriter storytelling set to the New Orleans jazz vibe, whether that's brass or not. Like I got when I hopped up one night and sang at what's it called? What are they at Prez Hall? I got to sing a couple years ago at Prez Hall, and they were like, "Mama don't like me, no, no, no." Like I love that. I'm like, this is so fun. So like again, just that's the whole inspiration of Nashville to NOLA, or NOLA to Nashville, whatever you want to call it, is blending these, again, throwing genre out the window, seeing what happens when you just get, to your point, Dre, some cool cats together who want to make some music and see what happens.
That's why I'm really curious, because I feel like with the people that Jimmy know and also the band that he's got coming in for the party, that's going to be interesting. So, Lindsay, it might be your chance.
Let's see.
By the way, I think you'll like these ladies. Our good friend, who actually is the one who does all the booking for that, actually caught the vid over in New York while she was playing with Loose Cattle. She's probably she's gonna be fine. She's saving her voice. Okay. She's saving her voice. It's why she hasn't reached out to our friend LaRue yet. I'll get you her contact information today, Lindsay. It's really interesting, too, because they're doing a series of covers for the show they're going to do here on the 23rd. And we were talking about it the other day. What's interesting is because it's 4 different female vocalists, Lindsay, that's where the variety comes in. The cover songs, at least, that they do are pretty standard, but because each one of these very different women does their very different take on the particular song, it gives it a really strange variety. And we've had other friends, too, who don't so much have bands as they've got these rolling traveling shows down here where you have gangs of people who play together, and some people move between different gangs of people, and other people don't. There's not, what you notice down here is there's not a lot of people who like, in regards to ongoing acts that exist down here, they exist in groups and gangs rather than so-and-so is playing. That's a really big thing, too. So you get like a lot of gangs. It's almost like gang mentality down here that kind of plays itself through. It's really interesting. And by the way, having you dig into, I was really thrilled what you just said, having you had dug into music the way you dug into it, to see that the connective tissue, there's a real opportunity that I don't think anybody's really seized upon in regards to merging those two musical styles, that I think you might be onto something as well.
Let's see what happens. I love merging. I love collaboration. What I don't love is people. And that's not true. Two things can be true at once. No, I'm just kidding. I just saw a lot of things were traveling on the right. We have a few minutes here before our next guest shows up, right?
We do.
Well, just I want to pontificate. This is separate. I'll get to why I don't love people later. But did we have a call, Dre, that you need to get on, or no? We good? Okay. No. Okay. Here's a separate. So I drove, as you know, we had a very long, like 20-hour drive home from the Cape, and we stopped in upstate New York. We went several hours out of the way to go up north, almost to Montreal, to then come back down to Nashville. But it's fine. Everything's fine. But what I noticed driving home outside, I'll tell you about my not liking people later. That was more on the way there in the airport. I have a whole different pontification for later. What I noticed, tell me what your thoughts on this, Jimmy. Do you think we become different versions of ourselves depending on the gas station that we're at?
Yes.
Or the truck station that we're at?
Absolutely.
Okay, so why is it that I walk into a Buc-ee's and I enter like I'm royalty, but if I pull into a sketchy gas station off of, I don't know, Route 50 or whatever, I'm suddenly like in full crime documentary mode, like, I don't know. And the pivot here where I started, I had a lot of time to sit and think about that. And I was like, is that really like life though? Like the environment shapes how we show up. So who are we really, and what does it mean to feel safe enough to be ourselves? And I'm like, wow, am I a different person based on which environment I'm in? And I think that's something that truckers can relate to too, because they, they're all over the place. They have different versions of home everywhere they go. So that's my topic. And if you're listening and on the chat have any thoughts about that, but Jim, you know what I mean? We're different people based on where are we different people, and you'd have to be really present to, I guess, not fall into that rut.
Well, and being really present to not fall into that rut, by the way, means you've also achieved a status of frequency that allows you to be yourself. And by the way, I know it. There are people that go, I'm always me. No, you're not. You are not the same person at a table full of truck drivers that you are facing down the boss who determines whether or not you are going to have a job the next day. You are not the same person when you're talking to people who have fractured English on a dock getting your truck loaded. You are not the same person when you actually get home and hold your grandchild in your arms. All we have to do to think about what you're talking about, Lindsay, is think about code swapping. Think about the fact that there are people who are utterly irascible, utterly unpleasant, and then they get around the people they love and their tone changes. All you have to see is a grandfather with his grandson and be like, I don't even know who that guy is. I mean, you're deeply moved. You think it's incredibly sweet. I think you're onto something. Irving Goffman wrote a book called The Performance of Life and The Performance of Self in Everyday Life. And the term is, and many people who come from minority backgrounds, who come from backgrounds that are kind of ostracized, often have to engage in what is called code swapping, which is you have to kind of meet the moment with the self that will best function in that moment. There is a way, though, and you have actually alluded to it, that we can be authentically ourselves while still adjusting to the party that we are attending. And I think that's when you become a complete person, when you acknowledge, when you are able to read the room while still being yourself in the room. That becomes a really great art form that some people engage in, because people who are always their quote-unquote self, especially if that self is a bunghole, who find themselves very lonely and then engaged in justification. Well, I'm just true. Well, you're not true. You're rude. But you see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying. Or, you said there's the party that we're at, or stop going to the party. That's what I had to do. I had to stop going to the parties. I had to take a real assessment and be like, I'm a great version of myself at parties for other people. I'm not a great version of myself for myself, because it's exhausting, and we're already on, and I'm on in my work, both here on the air and in music, and I handle everything for my daughter. Then also on top of it, being on for my friends and being the entertainer, because I'm usually at parties, my friends look to me to be the entertainer and the host. And I'm like, what am I doing? I'm great for everybody else. That's the recovering people pleaser part. And so I had to take myself out of the party, or, really be very specific about the social things I do and not say yes to everything. Be like, if I'm somewhere, I got to really want to be there. And it's got to be somewhere where I'm going to be free to be me and chill.
Well said, by the way. And I want to point out something. And by the way, you've done a great job with it. One of the things that's been so interesting about this party coming up on the 23rd, and Lindsay actually will be broadcasting from the city of New Orleans on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I'm very excited about that.
Yay!
We will be actually good to go and set up completely. The studio will be fully functional by that point. But one of the things that's been so interesting to me is watching you not struggle, but watching you really monitor yourself about, I'm not going to throw this party. I'm not going to throw this party. Do you follow what I'm saying here,
Yeah.
Lindsay? I'm not going to throw this party. And at first you're like, what can I do to help? And I'm like, nothing. And I don't mean that of course, your immense skills at planning and throwing a party are wonderful. But it's one of those moments where Brad and I had to keep telling Lindsay, she got the message was, I need you to come and have a good time. And that's such a crucial thing, too, because so often you have been asked, I've watched it happen, where it's like, Lindsay needs to be meeting with people and talking with people as the long, low roll of thunder comes in behind me. But one of the things that's so cool is your understanding that, I would like to enjoy a party. Maybe I shouldn't be throwing this party since I'm not the one throwing it. And that's a hard thing to do to people, where people just go, oh, Lindsay will help. That's not fair. That's not right. And the ability to say, you know what, I'm going to come and I'm going to enjoy myself. Screw it up all you like. I'm not going to
It's also so hard for me.
I know it is.
Just because I'm not, it's really not, that's not a control thing. Man, I'd love just to go enjoy myself. It's really just a reprogramming. of 46 years of doing it the other way. You have to like really reprogram everything I know. I don't even know what it's like just to go to a party. I also realized I don't get invited. I don't know what this is, and we've got to go to break. We do have a call we'll take on the other side of this break, but I get invited to less and less things socially, and I think maybe it's because I stopped going to things. I moved out into the woods. I had a kid.
That's it.
People just assume I'm not going to come now. She won't want to come to this, but I would like the opportunity to say no. That's all I'm saying. If you're listening and you have a party, will you invite me?
Well,
I'm probably not going to come, but I want to be invited.
You can do what I did, which really worked well. I found it was a remarkable thing. I started calling people and saying, look, I can't say that I'm going to come to everything, but please keep me in mind because at some point I am going to say yes. I'm not asking you to tell me, to come and then have expectations of that. But please don't forget that I, every once in a while, will have a moment and I would love to be included. And once people know that, the invites continue with no expectation of your attendance. It's worth thinking about. It's a great ask.
Like it.
It really
It's a good
worked on my
ask.
behalf. Hey, guys, we're going to get our next guest in here, 615-292-6366. You're always welcome to call during guests.
We've got a call we're going to take after this break.
Yeah.
On our topic, I assume.
Yeah, we'll be right back, guys. Go to shadyrays.com. They've got your back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Live from the Crescent City to coast and streaming online, this is Road Gang Radio, your highway home for stories, music, and the soul of trucking with Jimmy Mack in New Orleans and Lindsay Lawler holding it down in Nashville.
Yeehaw!
From Nashville to NOLA, from NOLA to Nashville. By the way, Lindsay's making those connections. So should you. By the way, we know we're going to see our friend Marshall next week. We're going to see our friend Diver Driver is going to make his way over for the party. If you want to attend, just basically send it on over there. If we got it, we got it. We know you're coming. It's all good. It's very casual attire for the event. We're going to have andouille sausage gumbo. There is a rumor that Chef Marty is going to bring that mac and cheese, which has been
Please bring the mac and cheese. It's the only reason I'm coming.
Brisket, Jimmy Mac and cheese, by the way, which is taking a beating in certain corners. Not really sure why that's happening, but I also know that we're going to have some great music, some great friends, a big bourbon tasting as well.
Fancy bourbon. Brad Bitley's bringing some of his own stash, by the way.
Oh yeah,
like one in particular that's $120 a shot.
And he's bringing it.
It's funny. Yesterday I was talking with Fred LeBlanc's manager, this guy Steven, and he's going to come to the party. Fred may or may not come to the party as well. He's figuring out with his kids, but he'll be in studio as we launch We Should Write. And Fred's manager, Steven, who I know, but I know him. We've been at this music festival in Mexico together, so I know him, but I don't know him well. And he texted me yesterday, and he said, by the way, what's the attire for the party? And I just responded, and I said, sequin gowns. And And sometimes you say things on text and you don't know if somebody gets your humor or not, by the way. And he did. Luckily, he got it. He responded. He said, great, I have 2. And I said, great, pick your least favorite and go with that one. And I loved it. I was like, in that moment, I'm like, this guy's cool. He gets it. He gets it.
By the way, when he's shaving his armpits to put on a sequin dress, he's often known to be listening buck naked to Road Gang Radio.
That's what people do. They do that, and then they call in. And when they call in, Dre, what do they say? Because when we pick up, we say hi, and they say...
Hey, this is Weasel.
Hey, Weasel. Good morning.
Hey, morning, folks.
Hey, Weasel. Good to hear your voice.
Same to you. And
How?
You guys were talking earlier about you're not the same person everywhere. You might look the same and dress the same, but no, you're not the same person.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
So give us an example. Do you feel that in your own life?
When I'm back home, the watering hole I go to is a small town, so it's rather cliquey. And if there are people from out of town that come in there, no one will go over and talk to them. I go over and talk to them. And, hey, whereabouts you folks from? You know, I've been up in that area. I know a little bit about it and this and that, and get BSing. Might buy him a beverage and just chat with him a little bit to make him feel welcome. And, like, I'm stuck up here in Wisconsin right now. What I was supposed to do fell through. No big deal. I went in last night, had 2 beers and something to eat, and I was surprised. A couple people, the place was packed. You couldn't hardly hear because of the acoustics in it. But a couple people next to me started talking to me and made it a very more enjoyable time. And that makes a big difference. And you're not going to go into your boss's office and talk to him like you do on the CB radio. I don't care who you are, whatever. You're not going to be a CB Rambo to your boss, especially if he's calling you in for a little bit of a dressing down. And so no one is the same person everywhere.
Yeah, and Weasel, you actually got me thinking about this as well, and I have a kernelized thought that I want to share with both you and Lindsay and all of our listeners out there, is you need to be the best version of yourself for the environment that you're in. That's the best way to stay authentic, I think. Think about what the best version of you for the particular environment you're suited. That way you can stay as yourself, but at the same time also go back to Dean's great comment about empathy and compassion, the idea that I have to understand who I'm talking to and what it is they need from me in this particular moment. I think that's really crucial.
The best version of you for you.
Yes.
That part's important.
Yeah,
not of you for everyone else. The version of you for you.
For you. And sometimes for you means making the best possible impression on the person across the table from you. And sometimes it means holding the line and making a really resistant or boundary setting impression for you. It's a really good point. Weasel, we have to get to this first guest. Thank you so much, by the way, for making time for us. We love you, brother. And thanks for your comments on the chat, by the way. We'll get him.
You bet. Ed, real quick, if you've seen that, I love that promo for Mary Kate Nelson that Dre and the Matador did.
The Matador, I love that.
Wow, we got it. Well done, Weasel. Get out of here.
That's good. You nailed it.
I said pasta because I knew I'd screw up spelling spaghetti.
Nicely done.
You guys have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks, brother. The Matador.
The Matador. She's outside actually working on the door. The Matador, the Madison working on the door.
Can we call her the Matty Door? The Matty Door?
I like it very much, by the way. I like it
Matty
very
Door.
much. Let me kind of take care of the bona fides here. Major Josh Jabin is joining us this morning. He, of course, is USMC retired. He's the chief operating officer of one of the most remarkable and growing organizations in America, the Travis Manion Foundation. For more information, go to travismanion.org, or to learn more about the Honor Project, go to travismanion.org/the Honor Project. So thrilled to have you. Welcome back, Josh. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for inviting me back.
Hey, Josh, let me ask you this. I don't know if you were listening to our previous conversation or not, so I'll give you an overview. This is separate from what we're going to talk about the Travis Manion Foundation. But with all of everything you've done and seen and your service, we were talking about how we're different versions of ourselves based on our environment. I was jokingly brought it up because I said I was making a road trip home, and I jokingly said, when I walk into Buc-ee's, I enter like a princess. When I walk into a sketchy gas station off the side of the road, I'm like a common criminal, like with my hoodie over my head. But then the joke became like, whether I'm at work or at parties or with my family or going to my daughter's school or whatever it be, and then entering all the places and things you've seen. Do you find yourself, did you ever, or do you ever have to be so aware of which environment you are, which version of you that you are, whether that be in a military perspective or, you know, a more corporate work environment, here on the radio, for your family, et cetera? Does that make sense?
It all makes sense. Super interesting conversation. I'm going to start off by saying I was listening to the previous segments, and I'm so glad you weren't going to ask me about shaving my armpits and wearing sequin dresses or.
Oh no, that's next. That's next.
No. Keep it fair. Keep it fair. Go ahead,
yeah.
Josh.
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, yeah, I think you know, I served 20 years in the Marine Corps. Josh, the Marine, had to act differently than Josh, the father of 3 young daughters, and you know, Josh, the community leader. When I'm, you know, big part of Travis Manion Foundation, I'm a mentor for young adults talking about character and leadership. I am definitely a different person in that room than I am with my Marines, and I think that's appropriate. But I agree with how you were describing it. You're still the same person. It's just being situation dependent.
Well, and let me just final thought on that, because, you know, the idea of, there's a lot of we'll call them militant fathers, is there, like, that's something that's real. Someone like yourself who has served so long, and you have to be a certain way for survival. You have to have a certain demeanor. And then there's, you know, I have a dear friend who was served for quite some time, and he's pretty militant at home with his kids, but they are so disciplined, but he also has such a loving side. Like, he loves to take, he lives for being a dad and going to soccer and working out on their farm together. He lives for it, and he's able to merge those two worlds. But I would guess, I did not serve in the military, so I don't know, but it's like taking, I would guess, do you take all the good parts of that and try to give it to your daughters while also still being an emotional father and present for them?
That's a great way to describe it, right? Taking all the best parts of what I learned from my time in the Marine Corps and applying it to the different roles that I have in my life, right? My character doesn't change. Who I am doesn't change. And you're right. I expect my daughters to be disciplined. I talk to them about it differently than I talk to the Marines about that, right? I hold them accountable. That looks different than holding Marines accountable. But yeah, who I am doesn't change, but how I speak in different situations absolutely does. So yeah, I think the way you guys are describing it is spot on.
Love it.
The Travis Manion Foundation's mission is to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. Like I said, that's a very, very clear mission statement, and kind of sets up what we're going to talk about next. I know you've been on the show with us before. I know we've talked, but I want you to kind of unpack the mission statement, that foundational manifesto sentence, and kind of talk about the meaning behind it, because the clarity of the meaning is there, but there's a specificity I want you to dig into, if you dig where I'm coming from.
Absolutely. And we break our mission statement up into 3 parts, really. You know, we empower veterans and families of the fallen. So that's first and foremost. Our job is to make sure that we are investing in those veterans and families of the fallen. We have leadership courses. We have different trainings. We take surviving family members on 1-week expeditions to serve and honor their fallen heroes. So we have all different ways that we invest in those veterans and families of the fallen, first and foremost for their own benefit, to make sure that we're improving their mental health and well-being, and that they're taking all the best things that they learned from their military experience, like we were just talking about, and applying it to the different leadership roles that they have in their life. So the second part is developing character in future generations, right? Taking those veterans and families of the fallen, once they're in a good place in their own lives, and we've trained them and we've set them up for success, they take all of those great attributes that the military taught us, and then they use that to mentor young adults about character and leadership. And then we say, as as a result, the third part is about strengthening communities, right? So if you got veterans and families of the fallen who are thriving in their own personal lives, have successfully transitioned from the military, they're developing character in the next generation. Those two groups come together, pull in the rest of the community, and go out and do positive things to strengthen the community. That could be athletic events, that could be service events, but the idea is to take all the best of what we had in the military and bring it to the communities that we live in around the country.
I love you saying you take it was a perfect transition from what we were talking about. Take the best of it, and then it's this ripple effect that what we put out into the world. And I think seeing members of the military, like you said, getting involved in the community and the community getting involved with military, vice versa, it's such a no-brainer that just shows we're in this hand in hand together, and I think it's such a full circle moment. It's why I love some of like the citizen driver program. It's a program in the trucking industry that recognizes truck drivers for doing extraordinary acts out on the road. So many of our truck drivers are veterans themselves. It goes hand in hand, and I think that program is great. First of all, Joshua, they name 2 to 5 or so truck drivers a year, the citizen driver, and they get to pick a truck stop and it gets named after them forever. That's like their second home. So cool, right? But anyway, that is same idea, what you're talking about. I mean, the image programs, which sometimes, most of the time, are the last thing to get funded or get attention in any industry. And I think that's so backwards, because the moment we see our members of the military, our truck drivers, our service workers, the minute we see them as humans, it changes the game. Do you feel that? Is that a big driving force behind the foundation?
Yeah, absolutely. Veterans, it's so interesting how our society views people who have served in the military, right? You have this culture that people are either heroes or they're in crisis, and there's no in between. And the truth is that most veterans, the vast majority of veterans, go on to do great things in all the different industries that we need out there. The problem is a lot of times you just don't even know it. So, I think it's really important for veterans to put their hand up and tell people, I'm a veteran. I served in the military. I think by nature we're all very humble. In the military, you don't want to stand out. You're just one teammate in a larger unit, and it's not all about me. So I think veterans tend to be very humble and not even talk about it. But yeah, whether they're truck drivers, whether they're teachers, coaches, whether they're all the roles that we need, it's so important to put them out there, and most importantly, to serve as those role models, right, for our next generation to really look up to somebody who has served and continues to serve and make their community a better place.
I wanted to kind of follow that up with something, and it's a really kind of basic sort of point A to point B question. Does it then behoove veterans to say, like you mentioned teachers, okay, in order to be a teacher, not only are you having to deal with, the children that you teach in the classroom, but there is, of course, the homework that you have to review at the end of the day, the parent-teacher meetings you have to attend to make sure they're doing okay. Often the cafeteria duty, the recess duty, you end up being a coach or an instructor for some after-school kind of thing. And I was wondering if you feel like veterans, when they make the move from the veteran space into the private sector or the public sector, if they do enough to kind of remind people that we are just living our lives, raising 3 girls, raising money for a foundation, doing our daily thing. And will that go a long way telling those stories, not just the stories of their service, but the stories of them as functioning citizens of the United States of America, to remind them, we are you. We have just made a decision for a point of our lives to serve the country in the way that we chose to serve it. And now we are back to being a part of the fabric of this life, so that we're not just exceptional, but we are ordinary in the best way that ordinary means. One of you. Does that make sense?
I think that's so important. One of the stories I always tell about Travis Mannion. Travis and I were teammates on the wrestling team. We served together in the Marine Corps. Travis paid the ultimate sacrifice in 2007. He's our inspiration. He's our namesake. And one of the things that I always tell the young adults when I'm speaking about Travis is that he was all about being big in the little things. And by being big in those little things, he was ready on that day, April 29th, 2007, when he had to be really big in the big moment to pull his injured teammates to safety and ultimately sacrifice his life. But it wasn't just one day where he flipped that switch and he was this hero. It was all those little things that he did along the way, starting at a very young age, and we have lots of examples of these. So you don't need to have this big role. You don't need to have this big title. It's all those everyday things. You know, his famous words, the 6 words that he said before he went back for his second, what would be his final tour of duty, when asked why he had to go back, was, "If not me, then who?" And we use that as our ethos, and what that really means is living a life to serve others. And in all those small ways. Yes, it's the teachers. I was a teacher for 4 years, very proud to do that role. And, you know, it's all those everyday things, those if not me, then who moments that make an impact. And if we all do that, if we all have those little moments, those daily moments, it's, you know, for my kids, I have 3 very young daughters. It's taking your plate or clearing the table, helping mom and dad out, or saying a kind word to somebody, or, you know, all these little things that seem insignificant. But if we all do them consistently, they add up to big things. So yes, absolutely. I think it's all those roles that veterans play.
Yeah, it's that ripple effect again we're talking about. Yeah. And if you're okay with it, Josh, we do have somebody, a caller on the line that wants to shout out to you and give you a little hey ho. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. A big salute, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Great to talk to you, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm retired, disabled Army. So, no offense, Jarhead, but, you know, us dog faces were there, too.
You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming, didn't you?
It's too easy, Chris. Too easy.
I have spent my entire life, since I was a young person, serving. I was a Boy Scout. I was a explorer for the fire department, a police department. I was a volunteer fire department on 2 different departments. I was a storm spotter for over 40 years. I drive a semi now, so I serve. And all of that experience, it came from, you know, being around people that were disciplined, that were mentors. You know, they helped me become better than what I was, you know, to begin with. And that's what I try to do in reverse now. I have people that I talk to that are a lot younger. I'm 65. And I want to make sure that they are the best versions of themselves. The program is right in line with what I have been doing my entire life in one form or another. And I applaud you for doing that. We need a lot more involvement in that situation.
I hope that you go to our website, Chris, and you sign up to become one of our veteran mentors. I think you would love using our curriculum to do that on a more regular basis in an official setting, although it sounds like you're already doing that every day in an informal setting. So first of all, thank you for your service, your military service. Thank you for all those different ways that you continue to serve.
Well, thank you. And now that I know about you, I will definitely visit your website and we'll go from there on it. But I had to call in when I heard everything that you were talking about. You know, I absolutely love that. And all of us veterans, we're a family.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and Chris,
yes, we need more people like you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chris, I just want to say thank you for the call. And I think you just proved the point exactly of what I was saying. I don't believe you were calling in to brag by any means. You're calling in to say, here's what I do. That's why we're here on this earth. And so I love that this is what I'm talking about, the image programs, the image conversations, the putting ourselves out there, just to say, I'm here to help you. How can you help me as well? It's not one-sided. And so I really appreciate you sharing, and thank you as well for your service and for the call, and keep sharing, keep listening. We value you. Thank you so much, Chris.
Our good friend is joining us this morning. I want you guys to head on over to travismanion.org, by the way. And we were talking about developing character, and you did mention curriculum. Josh Jabin, by the way, joins us. Major Josh Jabin, USMC retired and Chief Operating Officer of the Travis Manion Foundation. Can you talk a little bit about that in regards to helping develop character? Because that actually is something that can be developed. It is not just something that you inherently have. Some people have the possibility of having a great character if they only get a little mentorship and guidance correctly.
Totally agree. It's a muscle that needs to be exercised, right? And we definitely can improve on our character strengths. I mean, I can tell you my own life. Before I joined the military, I did a lot of things when I was younger that I'm not proud of today. Like, I made those mistakes.
Same. Let's talk about that next.
Right? I mean, I certainly was not perfect, but then when I joined the military, one of the things that we pride ourselves in, like Chris was just saying, is that we have great mentors, and then as we get a little experience under us, we pride ourselves in becoming mentors. And I was blessed for many years with some great mentors, and I can tell you that I definitely strengthened my character over time, and that's my goal now, is to be that good role model for other people and help them strengthen their character strengths.
I also feel like, Jim, by the way, I feel like he, he's very in the lead, the Josh here. He's very #balanced, because on the travismanion.org page, when you go to Josh's page here, it says under his top character strengths, humor, social intelligence, and hope. And that is a amazing #balance, specifically social intelligence, because you know what most people don't have? Social intelligence. And we're working on it by talking about it and bringing it to light. So thank you for having it, kind sir.
And that actually, I think, is a great example of how we started this conversation about being who you are, but knowing how to apply it in different situations, reading the crowd, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and by the way, the reason that stuff is there, and you can please correct me if I got this wrong, Josh, but the reason it's there is also, this is not bragging on your part. These are the things that are important to you that you're letting people know you're working on. When you tell people you're good at something, or that you have a certain skill or a certain character foundation, you're also inviting people to call you out when you don't live up to those ideals, correct?
I think that's true. I think holding each other accountable is important. I also think it's important for us to first identify our character strengths and then lean into them. I think what often happens in our society, I know I've been guilty of this myself. I was even guilty of this as a leader, is looking at our weaknesses. When I was Second Lieutenant Jabin, can I admit to you the biggest mistake I made? I share this with kids all the time.
Please.
I would look for my Marines. I would look for their weaknesses, and then I would try to put them in position to improve their weaknesses. And to be honest with you, that was not a very good tactic. At some point, I learned that what you really need to do is lean into your strengths, figure out what your team is really good at, and then put them in position to use their strengths. I could practice all day long on the piano, and maybe I'll become marginally better, but I'm never going to become a great piano player or singer, for that matter, right? Or a lot of things. But there are certain things that I'm really good at. And by putting myself in a position where I can leverage those things and to really focus on being the best at those things, I could be really great at those things. And that's the whole idea behind positive psychology, which underpins our programs and understanding your character strengths. Is you got to first understand them and know what they are, and then put yourself in a position to leverage them.
By the way, I'm holding a little piece of slate. It has #The Honor Project with a folded American flag, and on the other side it says, "If not me, then who?" It is sitting at my desk. Lindsay joins me next week for about 3 days on the air here in New Orleans. There is one that is actually sitting at your station, Lindsay, waiting for you to pick up. Tell us about that.
Is it a koozie, or what is it? I'm trying to see what it is.
That's what I want him to do. I want him to actually explain what it is, because it's really neat what they do with these in the last few minutes.
I just dumbed it down by calling it a koozie. Sorry, but I can't tell on your screen what it is.
Yeah, it's just a block. It's just a slate. But tell us about that slate.
Gotcha.
That says travismanion.org at the bottom.
Yeah, so we have chapters around the country in all the major cities that serve together throughout the year. We have 4 focused campaigns, and then the chapters will each do local service projects based on the local needs. But one of those 4 national campaigns that we do is on Memorial Day. It's called the Honor Project. And the way that it started was one of our members was in Arlington National Cemetery during COVID, and she was there visiting her grandfather who's buried at Arlington, and tweeted out, I'm here. If there's anybody that wants me to go visit their loved one, just let me know, and I'll go do it, and I'll take a picture, and I'll send it to you so you know that somebody had visited them on Memorial Day. A lot of people couldn't make it to Arlington that year, and she got overwhelmed with people saying, "Go visit, my loved one." So then she said to us, "Hey, I think I got something here. There's a lot of people that can't go visit their loved ones on Memorial Day for different reasons, right? Like, for example, one of our teammates lives in San Diego, and her husband was killed. He's in Arlington, so she can't fly back every year to visit him on Memorial Day. And so that's what we do. At the request of family members, we have a network of thousands of volunteers around the country. We have 300,000 members, many of whom serve on Memorial Day. This past year, we had, I think, 60 locations, 60 national cemeteries around the country, and we go visit family members at their request on Memorial Day to go visit their fallen hero.
That's a big deal. We're at Arlington every year, and I remember the first time that I went to Arlington Cemetery, I got to sing there, which was amazing, back in the amphitheater, back when you could do that kind of thing. But then I remember walking through the cemetery after, and just the idea of talking to a Gold Star mother, and she said, "This is such a great reminder every time I come out here and see it packed, to remember that even when I'm gone, when she's passed on, other people are going to still keep coming." So I think, once again, sharing these stories, these gentle reminders that we're all in this together. It sounds so basic, guys, but it's equal parts basic and profound. Everybody, please head over to Travis Manion. That's MANION, travismanion.org. Find out how you can get involved more, see the great work that these people are doing. Chief Operating Officer of that said foundation, Joshua Jabin, joins us. Thank you so much for your service and for your time. And I know we'll be talking to you again, sir.
I love talking to you. Thank you so much. Thanks for letting me share our story.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Josh. Perfect final guest for this wonderful morning. We got a half an hour more to go here on Road Gang Radio. I'll be letting you guys know. We'll be letting you know what's coming up with Trucking with OIDA in just a little bit here. We'd love you to jump into the conversation at 615-292-6366. Should people go to truckdown.com, Lindsay?
I think if they want to get up and also get down, which are two things that I enjoy to do, they should go to truckdown.com, connecting us in all 50 states. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Jane, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, thank you for riding with us, because let's get back to good old Road Gang Radio, live from NOLA and Nashville. Here's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Hey. How you doing?
Hi. Oh, this is a different show now.
The last half hour is always really kind of intimate. Our good friend Madison with a T, the Matador, is...
Matty Door.
Yeah.
Who paints the door. Matty Door, who paints the door.
Is outside right now, and we're so busy on this show. Like I said, rack, packed, and stacked. We get Dean Crow comes in for the first hour, along with taking calls. Our good friends Jim and Joanne then stop in. We then hurtle through time and space into our good friend Colin Long, taking us to another good friend. A lot of regulars today. Today was a day about a lot of I feel regular.
It's funny because I'm pretty irregular, so I'm glad that we're balanced out with all the regulars.
And even our friend from the Travis Manion Foundation, it's not his first time on the show. Madison's outside. I couldn't get to this earlier earlier on, let's celebrate the art of inserting pigment under the dermis of the skin to create decorative, symbolic, or pictorial design. Today is National Tattoo Day.
Let's go.
Let's go. And
I wonder.
Be in here later.
I bet it's too hard. We need to ask her. Is she doing any tattooing today? I wonder if tattoo parlors are busy. If people actually know that it's National Day of the Tat and are there. Yes,
well,
Dre.
I'm going to let her have the last 20, coming on 20 minutes, 15 minutes to do a little transition, so you will have time to ask her.
Now, Dre, do you have any tattoos?
He does.
I have 3. If I had my choice and I wasn't in certain contracts before this job, I would be covered probably.
Well, you're not anymore, so time to get you covered, buddy.
Yeah.
Your partner in crime can do the work for you.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, she's not in here. She can't hear. Am I really safe having her do like an actual piece?
Actually, yes.
Dude, she's super
Actually, yes.
talented, yeah.
I mean, and by the way, she's not in the room, and we're being honest with you because, I don't know if she's listening. No, if she's listening to music, I'll tell you right now, straight up, because she's actually doing. There's no way I let her do that door, Lindsay. There's no way I let her.
Okay, well,
do
the
that.
door is very different than my body.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is the fact that she has a very precise hand. Her work is extraordinary, and I've seen some of her work too. So it looks really first rate.
I have a couple things that back that up as well, because like he said, the wonderful man over there said he's seen a few of the pieces, and I've also seen her whenever she first was here. I saw her checking it out on the iPad and basically getting it to where she can get it blown out. But she has a few situations where she showed me the picture before and after of the skin and how it looks, and I'm like, ooh, I can tell she's not super heavy-handed. She's very careful with it, and she's
feminine and dainty.
Exactly, and
perhaps?
expect, but at the same time has a good pace. But her and her roommate have an agreement to when every time that she kind of needs her to watch her dog or she needs her to do something, get her roommate to do something, that's what she pays her with, is doing something in the tattoo area. I can't quite see what you're showing me, Lindsay.
Oh, there.
Oh, yeah, she could do that.
Oh yeah, she could
no
do
problem.
that. She could do that, no problem.
Speaking.
Yeah,
I've got Kuan Yin. I designed this yesterday-ish, and then but I want her to put her take on it.
Yeah,
I got 3 that I want her to do. And listen, dude, if I'm gonna let someone do something that looks like a hot dog on me, I'm gonna have a lot of trust. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you're getting a penis on you or a hot dog? What's
basically
happening?
a Cajun penis? Yeah, boudin.
Cajun,
right.
Cajun penis, king of the wild frontier.
That's what they call me in high school.
A couple more fun facts about our National Tattoo Day. The first tattoo shop in the U.S. was actually Martin Hildebrandt. Started his in the city of New York in 1846. There are actual historic documentation of his tattoos being on both Confederate and Union soldiers who were killed during the Civil War. Crazy, huh?
It's crazy. I was just having this conversation the other day, by the way. We will ask Madison, by the way. We've got somebody asking if Madison does touch-ups. He says he has some very poorly done scratches from his Navy days. I bet she does, but we will get that answer for you in a second. But we were having the conversation the other day, Jim, about how tattoos were we're seeing now. For the longest time, there weren't older, maybe outside of military, guys who got, the tattoos in the Navy or the Army or whatever. But outside of that, like, you didn't see old ladies with tattoos. Now, so everybody gets tattoos, that there's going to be a lot of old ladies soon with tattoos, or old men or whatever that weren't military, because now it's more norm to have tattoos really than not, or at least so, don't ask my mom that. She would disagree. But it's just interesting to think about, like, whereas before I'd be like, I could never imagine my grandmother with a tattoo, but I will be a grandmother with a tattoo.
Cool stuff going on there, by the way. I would really encourage all of our friends, including you, to actually type in Matt Groening, who, of course, is the creator of The Simpsons, and his cartoon of tattoos, his famous old folks' home of tattoos that he actually created about 30 or 40 years ago. We have a dear friend of this show who makes sure the money keeps flowing around here, who actually got her tattoos late in life, Lindsay. So she will actually... she's not old yet. I'm going to say that on the air. But she will be an old lady.
You're talking about Donna?
No. I'm talking about Cheryl. Cheryl got one leg.
Cheryl has a tattoo?
Cheryl's got a tattoo. How about that?
What? Where?
It's very tiny, and it's in a very acceptable place. But let me show you how much.
Where, are you not going to tell me where it is?
No, you have to figure it out when you see her.
When I see her next week, I'll just start awkwardly searching her body. She'll know what it means.
She knows what it's all about.
Let me see her back.
But I want to kind of talk about what you just talked about old people having tattoos, about a whole generation of old people.
Yeah.
In 1975, there were only 40 licensed, I kid you not, 40 licensed tattoo parlors in the United States. By 1980, it had grown to 5,000. As of today, there's a lot of places to do tattoos that shouldn't be doing tattoos. There are 21,000 licensed tattoo parlors across the United States. That's how much it's grown. From 40 in 1975, 50 years later, it's gone from 40 to 21,000 tattoo parlors. And by the way, since we're talking 50th anniversaries, I would be remiss to remind people that one of the greatest monologues ever in a movie, Lindsay, is all based on a question about a removed tattoo. In 1975, and there's a play that was created by a friend of this show, Guy Masterson, and the son of Robert Shaw, called The Shark is Broken. Famous story. The question is asked, what was that tattoo? And he says, let me guess, mother. And then, of course, Robert Shaw's famous response, Lindsay, is, Mr. Hooper, that's the USS Indianapolis, which he had removed. And it sets off one of the creepiest, chillingest stories. That monologue is 50 years old this month, Lindsay. 50 years old. If you've never gotten a chance to hear Robert Shaw talk about that tattoo, it is one of the creepiest things you will ever hear, and deserved him an Oscar that he was denied because people didn't like Spielberg. So there you go.
There you go. Well, this just to stay on that note, tattoo, as we were talking about being ourselves earlier too, tattoos are permanent reminders of impermanent moments, I'll say, like how, whether it's a loss or a happy moment or a spiritual awakening or a tequila-fueled party hopping one night, whatever. But it's forever unless, of course, you take it off. But that's a whole nother thing. That's even worse. And I think it's so strange if you think about it to be like, I love this thing so much, I'm going to etch it in my skin forever, or I did this on a whim. But it's also, I think tattoos are an interesting life metaphor. We're walking around with, even if you don't have physical tattoos, you have these invisible tattoos that are, memories, heartbreaks, passions, all these different things, and they're etched onto our soul. Sorry to get deep about it, but it could be if you really want to go there. I think and if you do take it from that lens, it will make you think about your tattoos a lot more. Mine are all meaningful. Every single thing that I think I have 7 or 8. Mine are all very meaningful to me, but I would have gone back and spent a little more time probably on the actual representation of it. I think if I had to go back and do it outside, I love this one. So I have one on my arm on my left bicep inside, and it says Nayukpa, which means to be happy in Choctaw. I am Choctaw. I'm a card-carrying member of the Choctaw Nation, and so it says Nayukpa, which means to be happy. Anytime it's like 11:11, and people are like, make a wish, or I just wish just to be happy. Which, by the way, one of my friends said, "Oh, that's sad. Are you not happy?" And I'm like, dude, perspective is everything. No, you just took it to the sad place. I'm like, no, I just want to be happy. Anyway, but I had to take it one step further. I called the Choctaw Nation. I was like, hey, I'm a card-carrying member. Can I speak to the chief? I want to ask a question. They'll put me right through. I called 1-800-CHOCTAW. That's not the phone number. And
that'd be pretty good if it was.
CHOCTAW. It is 7 letters. It works. Anyway, and I talked to his assistant, and within 24 hours, she had sent me his handwriting. So I have actually the chief of the Choctaw tribe's handwriting tattooed on me, and a phrase that's important to me. I had somebody translate it to make sure I did it right. That one I love. But anyway, Jim, my long pontification around that is that everything I have is meaningful. I probably would have put more thought into, because I get so excited. Like when I want to change my hair color, I want to go that day. I'm always like, if I want to take a trip, if I want to move, I need to do it right then. And I'm trying to get more balanced about that and just sit. Like you can decide you want to do something, but then take a few days and just let it land the how. You can say, yes, I'm doing this, but maybe the how. And I think that's both a life metaphor and a tattoo, advice.
Well, you actually had 2 great statements in there, along with a lot of other really great kernels of wisdom. I love the idea of the permanent impermanence, to bring permanency to the impermanence. I love that. The other thing is, too, you really kind of alluded to something as well, too, because so many tattoos are about wonderful memories or capturing a moment in time. But you also talked about sadness as well, too, and I love the idea of bringing a scar to the surface. That there is something, and that maybe it becomes sort of both in the pain of the application and then the reality of its permanence, that we in many ways are pulling something out of our heart that is hurting us and bringing it to the surface, and therefore by bringing it to the surface, removing it from inside of us. So if something hurts, if something drives us, really drives our hearts into pain, we can then in turn bring it to the surface with a tattoo and remove that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes total sense. I wrote a song that I probably need to release with one of the greatest writers I know here in town years ago. His name is Wade. God, I'm blanking. It'll come to me in a second. Anyway, he's a left-handed guitar player. He's played with Jamie Jensen and all kind of people. But we wrote this song called Scars, and the whole concept was scars ain't pretty, but they're true. And it hurts like hell, but the chorus, they hurt like hell, but you can't tell on the outside. If I let down my guard, then it's hard for me to hide the reminders of all that I've been through. Scars ain't pretty, but they're true. Wow, nice. How I wrote that like 15 years ago, just pulled it out of nowhere. Maybe it's time to release it.
Maybe it's time to release it or repurpose it. That's really important. By the way, Ten Ring says the new trend in tattoos is freeze branding.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Let's ask Madison, Matidor. Hey, Madison, can you hear me?
What is freeze branding, Madison? Come on, talk up, speak up, get in the game.
Do you know what freeze branding and tattooing means?
Yes, it's when people use like nitrogen to like freeze brand a logo, like how you brand a cow, except they use cold instead of hot.
So it's literally branding.
Yes, it's like there's also like another form of body modification called scarification, where like somebody can like cut a design into you.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
Because that's something you could not, whereas tattoos you can reverse. Don't recommend it, but you can. That you can't reverse.
Yeah, you can't. There's like, when you start like getting into the body modification world, people do some crazy stuff. There's this other thing called suspension. You might have seen crazy videos
Claire
of
did
it
it.
Wait,
online.
is this where they put
hooks in you?
Claire did it. Claire's done it.
That's
Claire
so
has
real nice.
for real, like pictures. Like I'm not being like, oh well, please don't talk about that on the air. I mean, like those pictures are there.
It's badass.
Those pictures are.
Whoa. Well, I saw one guy being interviewed because he got meat hooks inserted into his back, and then and also hooks on the wall. And somebody interviewed him. They say, "Why'd you do that?" And he goes, "So I could hang from the wall." He said it so matter of factly, like, "So I could hang from the wall." Obviously, duh.
By the way, a couple of really cool things to point out. Paul wanted to let you know that he's a Choctaw Nation member as well.
Oh, wow.
Our good friend Trucker Boson says embroidery tattoos are also getting popular.
What's that? Is that kind of henna?
I also know what that is. No, embroidery tattoos are when somebody tattoos in a style to where it almost looks like it's a patch like sewn onto your body. Like it looks, if you Google embroidery tattoos, like they'll pop up. And there's also another one called glitter tattoos. Where it looks like looks like it's made of glitter.
Well, yeah, that's because you're putting glitter into the ink, right?
No, they just tattoo in a way that it resembles glitter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoa, can you do that? Well, because I was just about, oh my gosh, I'm looking at the I'm looking at the embroidery tattoos right now. That is wicked.
Yeah.
By the way,
sorry.
No,
Wait,
no, it's exciting.
Okay, wait. The glitter tattoo, is that because the
Go
my
on.
brain is exploding. Metallic tattoos were a thing. Is that already out? Is that on the out? And do tattoo artists hate that?
Metallic? Hold on, let me Google metallic.
Oh, you don't know it? Okay, check it out.
We got the newfangled technologies over here at the Fastport
Oh,
Studios.
are like temporary tattoos or
No. They're real. It just basically it's
it
done
looks
in
metallic.
Looks metallic,
Oh,
almost
yes,
foil.
I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen this. There's a this woman named Ashley something. She won Ink Master and now she's one of the judges. And she does like her tattoos are like hyper realistic like jewelry. So it looks let me find I think her name is Ashley Ryan.
My brother has an eagle that's like that.
Speaking of eagles,
Yes.
our good friend
Ashley
JB,
Ryan.
our good friend JB says that he's got an eagle on both arms, age 18 to 20, and a diving helmet on his chest at age 23, just to let people see that. By the way, he also talked about the way things feel. It's like a constant mosquito bite is the way he described getting a tattoo, by the way.
Yeah, I say it's like a sunburn. It's probably equated to the pain of a sunburn, is what I say.
Aren't you glad it was National Tattoo Day?
I love it.
And
I love it.
it's
Did you know that, Madison?
I did not know that. Dre came outside. and was
Yeah,
like,
and
"Get in
So I
here."
wonder if people are like, if you need to ask your boss, Madison, Matador, as we're now calling you. God, I can't. This
Weasel
embroidery,
gave you the name. Weasel
this
gave you the
embroidery tattoo is
Look
blowing my
look
mind.
up Ryan Ashley and look at her, like her jewelry tattoos. Like it looks like she's fine.
Ryan Ashley or Ashley Ryan?
Ryan.
Ashley Ryan.
Ashley
Oh
Ryan.
wait, no, is that?
Is it Ryan?
It's Ryan Ashley.
It's Ryan
It's
Ashley.
flip flopped. Her name is
Ryan Ashley jewelry tattoos. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm so excited. Okay. Whoa, holy cow.
Right?
Stay here, guys. They can't see it. Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay
Sorry.
with me. No,
Sorry. Yeah, we'll post some of these. Anyway, well, yes, it's National Tattoo Day, Madison. So I'd be interested for you to ask your boss or just see how busy you guys are today. If people, I don't know if people know what national days
they
are.
probably, but you know what is like an undeclared National Tattoo Day is Friday the 13th. That has become a thing. Even Chipotle did a thing recently where if you were tattooed and you went on Friday the 13th, you'd get a free burrito from like a certain time period because it was like you're tattooed like a Chipotle bag.
They talked about though, and part of in looking at all this stuff, because when I stumbled upon National Tattoo Day, of course I wanted to bring it up, but of course Madison's been here for the majority of the show. We have been hurtling through time and space rather rapidly, kind of amazingly. And by the way, Dave Nemo is behind me, so I can see him in the camera, straightening out signs for me, doing his thing, as you guys are all kind of stumbling into here. By the way, our good friend Craig Daniels, his is a unit combat patch. He's only got that 5 years ago. One of the things I actually looked at was so many people have crowded the aisle on Friday the 13th that the tattoo folks realized, let's go back to our original day, because so many people are crowding into Friday the 13th to make it their day, their national day of. They're getting lost in the noise. And so a lot of people are like, you know what, let's go back. And by the way, the date is the founding of that U.S. tattoo parlor in New York in 1846 as well. Everybody here is literally on their phones, on the computers, in their notes, doing all kinds of stuff, looking stuff up. Lindsay, so have you gotten any closer to figuring out what your tattoo is going to be when you get here?
Well, I sent Madison something yesterday, and I was like, I don't know if time-wise, if we need to do this in multiple or not. I've got all kinds of things. But I when we got off the air yesterday, I was like, how do I combine 3 different things that I currently want into 4, rather, into one? And I kind of got to it. But I would love to see, Madison, I sent you that. I'd love to see if you're up for it, like your take on that.
Yeah, totally. Brad, do you have any tattoos?
I do not.
Brad Bentley is here, by the way.
Brad Bentley, if you were going to get a tattoo, I know it's probably not your thing. Would it be a picture of your daughter Megan on your forehead, or would it be a picture of me? No. What would you get if you had to? If I was holding you down, if Madison's holding you down, what would you get, Brad?
Well, let's call it
Roll
Megan.
Tide?
Yeah, I would say it would probably be Megan adjacent because it would probably have something to do with Alabama.
Oh, wow.
Home state, Roll Tide, all that fun stuff. Dre is throwing me darts right now visually. I can see that. But
what could you get? Brad, what could you get that would be, because would people get, so it's not so, that would be like a nod to Roll Tide, but not so on the nose, like not like y'all's actual official logo, like a wave, or you know what I mean? What would be something that would make it cooler so it wasn't so like, oh my God, he's literally got the Alabama football helmet on his body?
Well, you could obviously do something with elephants since that's the mascot. That
Yeah.
wouldn't be so bad.
That would work. An elephant? Okay.
I just Googled Roll Tide tattoos, and there are a lot of people with this on their body forever. That's crazy.
You would be surprised. So we had a former quarterback won a couple national championships that actually had the state of Alabama tattooed on his chest. It's kind of, you can find that out there. He gets a lot of grief for that, but he wore it proudly.
Yeah, I mean, I have a magnolia flower, which is the Louisiana state flower, so I have that on my upper arm.
Oh, that's pretty.
Thank you.
So
Would you have
guys,
any color, or are you all
I
in
tape
black?
All, 3.
All in black.
This is Dave. I tape all 3 of the late night talk shows. Kimmel,
Colbert and Jimmy Fallon.
Fallon, okay. I really, what I do is I basically fast forward to the musical acts. They're usually really bad. Sometimes they're really good. But of all people, Kimmel is off for the summer. He did this last year. And Jelly Roll was the host. He killed it. He was so, of course, now they have the best writers in the world. They just wrote, they had the Jelly Awards, and it was funny. But he said, okay, now listen, y'all, if I suck, my name is Post Malone.
Face tattoos. Dave, would you get a face tattoo?
Dave, would you get a face tattoo is the question Lindsay's asking. Answer it quickly.
Nope.
All right, that's a big nope, and Dave is going to step out for a second. Brad Bentley joins Lindsay, Lawler, and I here on Road Gang Radio in the final frame, the final 6 to 7 minutes here. By the way, JB, I love you. Dave, would you get the hell out of here? Would you just get out of here? I mean, I swear to God, the guy comes in here, Lindsay, and he's like literally a house on fire. Our good friend Jerry, he has an idea. Show your tattoos for free admission to the party on the 23rd. We're not charging you for the party on the 23rd.
Just come.
I
It is a
should
good
set
idea.
Up my station here. Maybe I can make some money.
Oh, don't.
Now we're talking.
Don't
I
threaten me
love
with a
that
good
idea. You just said that you can't travel it, though.
I can. It's just, it's like frowned upon. I'd have to get approval from my
It's
boss.
really limited what you
Because
can do,
I
too.
like, I have a contract with him. I am his employee, so like to tattoo.
Okay, if he
independently-
comes, you know he wants to be a part of the show. You've always said that. So let's
Yeah.
get your boss involved. Bring him to the
Yeah,
party.
it's free advertising. You would love that.
I think if people want quick symbols, you could make some money. It would be a fun bit for the radio. I'm all in. I support it. Madison, you have all kinds of people out. They want you to do their tattoos now. Somebody's asking if you do touch-ups, by the way.
I do touch-ups, yes.
She does do touch-ups. There you go. You heard it here first. Go see Madison with the T, the Matador. What's the link to your tattoo parlor? Can you give them the website?
Yeah, it's Catahoula Tattoo. We are located in Mid-City, New Orleans.
There you go. CatahoulaTattoo.com. Go
Hey,
check it out.
Brad, so I wanted to really quickly touch on something, too. We had so much to talk about with Josh Jabin. They just made a recent acquisition. They just kind of absorbed something as well, too. You want to touch on that for a second?
Yeah, really, I was just dropping by quickly to drop something off at the studio, and I did want to say that on Josh's behalf. Announced, I guess, a couple of weeks ago, an acquisition of another veteran service organization called the Mission Continues. So that's really going to allow them to expand into a lot of other communities. That's a very well-known VSO, started about the same time, post 9/11. So that's just going to be a force multiplier for them and all the work, not only for character building, but these community events like their 9/11 Heroes Run. So really proud of Travis Manning and those guys for that. And shout out to Charlene Maselli from their team, who is getting ready to catch her 50th state, which is Montana. She's going to be getting together with a guest that was just on your show Monday, Michelle Malsky. Made that connection, and also Marnie Holder and her. Got some good advice from Marnie since Montana is her home state. So, again, great things happening with Travis Manning Foundation. And the other thing I'll mention quickly, we are going to be at Cambridge American Cemetery October 19th, along with Hiring Our Heroes. They sent an advanced scouting team over to all the installations in Germany and the UK for the upcoming career summits they do in Europe. And we'll be doing a service project in conjunction with the Travis Manning Foundation there to place commemorative tokens on the headstones. It's their first one outside the continental U.S. We're very honored to be associated with that.
Yeah, and those commemorative tokens, of course, are over here at the studios as well. We got one at Lindsay Station, and I'm calling that Lindsay Station now, and one at my station. Lindsay will be joining us from Tuesday all the way through Thursday here on Road Gang Radio. Really quickly, by the way, this is one of those I knew you when, Lindsay. I know you hate those moments, but this is I knew you when. Just as people are going to get to say they knew Road Gang Radio when it only had about 1,000 subscribers, the Travis Manning Foundation is pretty much in that. They are on the cusp of the same sort of breakthrough we are. Brad thinks they're going to be big as many other organizations in the veteran space.
Absolutely. I think because of the partnership they have working directly with the VA on the national cemeteries here, again, that recent acquisition with the Mission Continues, the fact that more and more running clubs and community organizations are getting involved with that 9/11 run, you're just seeing the growth. Because this has all started just in the last couple of years. It was something that came out post-pandemic. So proud of that work. I do want to touch on one other international news, Jimmy Mack. Just got a message from our good friend Gabriel Santana. He will
Lindsay, you're going to love him, by the way. You're going to love Gabriel Santana, who you'll meet next week. Tell him quickly, Brad.
So he'll be one of the bartenders here at the party on July 23rd, flying in from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Just sent me his flight info. I'll be picking him up on Monday the 21st right at the tail end of the broadcast here. And
Is he flying in specifically for this party?
Yes. Yes, that was a catalyst for doing this. He's going to get to enjoy some other things in conjunction with Tales of the Cocktail, a huge event that's happening in New Orleans that week. But this all started in the back of a taxi with Jimmy Mack and I on the way to a football game with him last year with the Packers.
And the
Eagles in Sao Paulo. So, we cooked this up there, and excited to see him. Glad he got all of that worked out, and just pinged me about 30 minutes ago.
And he has a New Orleans connection, too, Lindsay. Before he became a bar owner, he actually worked at the Roosevelt Hotel, slinging drinks over there for quite some time. He's a hospitality, entertainment guru and man on the move.
Well, before so many people flying in for this party. It's going to be a cool event. Jimmy and Brad, before we go off the air here, have either one of my friends, Novell, who lives in New Orleans, invited me to go to this with her Tuesday night. Have y'all heard of it's called No Menu Tuesday, Christmas in July at Coquette?
Coquette, familiar with it? I'm not familiar with that particular menu.
I know that menu. It's fantastic, by the way.
It says, we celebrate the spirit of the holiday season. Come join us as we reimagine classic winter fare while celebrating summer's freshest bounty. So think of this. Cozy, nostalgic dishes enjoyed around the fireplace, but reinvented with bright summer flavors. Mentally escape the heat with us with a 4-course sleigh ride of nostalgia and holiday cheer. Ugly sweaters encouraged.
So, Lindsay, this is part of a bigger picture thing they do every year for Tales of the Cocktail. They call it Spirited Dinner. So a lot of the liquor companies, different brands will do a buyout, if you will, and they will partner with local chefs, and they will do tasting menus. It's been going on for quite some time, and kind of one of the reasons that we wanted to tie in some of the stuff that we're doing here at the Degas House as well. So that's why you bring in White House chefs and people like that, because that's the caliber of folks that are in town just a week from now.
I have to bring all of this to conclusion to remind you that our good friends Ashley and Scott, as always, are going to be picking up the pace on the other side of these commercial messages with Trucking with OIDA, in case you didn't hear it. Our good friend Colin Long will actually rebroadcast his over the course of the platform, but also we're going to put that up on YouTube. Guys, go to OOIDA and find out about what they can do for you, OOIDA.com, and Fighting for Truckers as well. We're going to get our friends over here for Trucking with OIDA to be on the scene, lean and mean, and we're always thrilled to have a partnership with them as well. I'll be talking to them on Lindsay on Friday, late in the afternoon, about maybe getting them to come in and drop in at the beginning of the week and tell us what they're up to as well, too. I think we should, begin to blend this whole process, right?
I love it. And tomorrow's going to be a great show. Trucking with OIDA coming up next, as he said, tomorrow as well. We've got, at least when we come on the air, Tracy Lynn, a really great country artist. She's had placements on Yellowstone, and she's got new music out. I think you'll like her. She's a lot of fun. Of course, you'll be talking Rolling with the Reels. What are you talking about tomorrow?
Well, with Rolling with the Reels, we're probably going to dig into Nashville since Mike has already seen it, so we'll get a chance to kind of talk about that as well. And by the way, if you want to drop in or just later on come on and talk about that remarkable, crazy movie, Nashville, we'll be digging into that as well. Just a lot of great stuff. We'll talk about Jaws as well. We never got a chance to talk about that, so that's on the table as well. That conversation will continue. Lindsay, this was a crazy, fun show.
It was a crazy show. We got through it. Everybody get home safe. Despite our dysfunction, we function. That's all I got. Get home safe. We'll see you tomorrow. Trucking with OIDA next. Don't change this dial. There's no dials anymore, so you're fine.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Flipping the table against big carriers and giving power back to the men and women behind the wheel. One trucker has ideas on making that happen. Plus, getting from point A to point B can be difficult enough, much less when you're hauling superloads through Wyoming. More truck parking talk in Congress, Mother Nature's battle against the Walcott Truckers Jamboree, and more. Welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Ashley, we got a good one today.
We do have
lots
a good
going
show
on. We're going to talk with Will Cook, trucker and author and blogger, and a number of other things. He wears quite a few hats. Hear a little bit later about his new book. You talked about super loads?
Like I said, I love a super load, and Wyoming DOT, one just went through there recently, and we've got a few more coming up. So talked with Andrea Staley about that.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Before that, though, we should cover some news of the day here, and we're going to start with a busy day on Capitol Hill on Wednesday. We had in one chamber of Congress, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy testifying before the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. In the other, we had President Trump's picks to lead 3 separate DOT agencies appearing before the Senate Transportation Committee for nomination hearings. And we're going to cover both more in detail here in the coming days, but wanted to start with the nominee to lead the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, Derek Bars. He's got a 34-year career between the public and private sectors. He said in his opening statement that he's spent about, 25 years dedicated to commercial motor vehicle safety before retiring in 2020 as chief of the Florida Highway Patrol. And Bars, always like to see this during opening statements or any testimony out there, also gave a shout out to truckers in that opening statement.
The trucking industry touches all of our lives. Commercial drivers transport over 70% of our nation's freight and share the road with us every day. These professionals are the backbone of our economy. They work long hours, often away from their families, to ensure that we have the goods we rely on. I deeply respect the dedication and understand the delicate balance between enhancing safety and enabling efficient freight movement. I salute and value the American truck driver and thank them for their work.
And Bars added that if confirmed, he would make roadway safety a top priority, and that includes truck parking. This is what he said in response to a question from Senator Jackie Rosen of Nevada on that very topic when she expressed some concern about the truck parking crisis there.
Truck parking surely is a necessity, is one that I've been working on for a long period of time throughout my career in the public and private sector. I can tell you that in my state, in Florida, we've made that a top priority, just like I know that is an issue for you in your state, and looking at different ways that we can work with Federal Highway with funding that goes directly to truck parking, looking at engineering ways to potentially redesigning current locations that are there now.
So while that was going on the Senate side of things, we had Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy sitting before the House T&I Committee for one of their, regular checkups, so to speak, just to kind of check in and see what they're doing and how it's all going. We're going to have more on that as well in the coming days. But I thought it interesting that truck parking was mentioned here in this hearing as well. It was Congressman Brian Babin of Texas who brought it up. Let's listen to that exchange.
Mr. Secretary, the lack of safe and accessible truck parking has been a top concern for many in the trucking industry for many years. The department recently highlighted truck parking infrastructure as a priority. Can you elaborate on what specific actions, funding mechanisms, or guidance would include to address the nation's severe truck parking shortage?
Yeah, I would just note that I don't think this was a past priority. I think I know this administration does care about truck parking and the safety of truckers and our traveling public. So we've already deployed one large grant agreement with Florida. We have others in the works, and we're going to continue to work with all of you to make sure that our truckers are treated fairly and our public is safe.
And Ashley, what Secretary Duffy was referring to there with Florida is the USDOT advancing more than $275 million in grant funding to expand truck parking availability nationwide. We talked about this quite extensively a couple weeks back. Florida's getting about $180 million of that money in the coming weeks to add more than 900 truck parking spaces along the I-4 corridor. We are hitting a very busy stretch on Capitol Hill right now. I was just looking at the calendar before we came in here, and there are hearings galore about transportation and trucking over the next couple of weeks, including one next week in which OOID Executive VP Louis Pugh will be testifying at. We'll, of course, be covering that and covering all the bases as well for anything worth talking that happens out there.
For sure.
Yeah.
Hair testing. It's one of those things that I feel pops up every, 6 months to a year.
Yeah, it really does.
It's up again. A lawmaker in Arkansas wants to make it so the results from hair testing can be shared. Late last week, Representative Rick Crawford introduced a bill that would allow FMCSA to report positive hair test results from pre-employment and random testing in the clearinghouse. So right now, urinalysis is what's done for the current drug and alcohol testing requirements. However, there are some larger fleets that require employees to undergo hair testing. Now, these results are not reported in the database, so this would make it so they would be. This wouldn't mandate hair testing, but it would allow motor carriers to report the results to other potential employers. So this is not the first time that we've heard, about hair testing, and it won't be the last time. That's for sure.
For sure, yeah. And there are a handful of problems with hair testing that it's been a while actually since we've talked about it, and maybe we can get someone on the show to talk about that as well, and the problems with going about it that way. But we'll see where this bill goes. I'm going to guess it may not go very far, but who knows? We will see for sure. Let's get our check on weekly diesel prices here, Ashley. They continue to rise. The Energy Information Administration's latest report shows that the national average at $3.75 a gallon last week. That's up nearly 2 cents compared to the previous week. That is now 2 straight weeks of increases, and the third increase over the past 4 weeks. You might remember that this trend basically started, I think, at the end of June with a 20-cent jump in diesel prices then. And last week we saw every region with prices going up, except for the Midwest, where the price stayed right where it was. But it is a trend that we are tracking. Again, it looks like prices are back on the increase there.
Yeah, another trend we are tracking at the Port of LA, record numbers. It's been, June was a busy month for them. It was reportedly the busiest June in the 117th year history of the port.
All right.
So the port's executive director said that some importers are bringing in year-end holiday cargo ahead of the potential higher tariffs later in the year. Last month, they handled 892,000 20-foot equivalent units, which was about 8% more than last year. And they think July is going to be just as busy.
Is it Merriam-Webster, the dictionary? They do like the word of the year at the end of the year.
Is this going to be
tariffs?
I'd bet a few bucks on that.
I think I would too.
Yeah.
Well, we can't bet against each other, but we'll find somebody out there to bet with us for sure. We spoke earlier this week about the start of CVSA's Operation Safe Driver Week. It runs through Saturday throughout North America, Ashley, and the enforcement blitz, of course, looks a lot like it always does with heightened enforcement, but there is a new wrinkle that caught my eye here, Ashley. I don't know if you saw what they're doing in New York State. They put out, the state DOT there did put out a social media post, pictures included. It shows how they're using drones now, I guess, to patrol the roadways there. But it's not just the drones, and they showed some photos of just, standard trucks from the air. But they're also apparently using thermal drone technology to spot unsafe equipment like faulty brakes and flat tires. I guess they've got a thermal image of a semi that it appears to be in motion there on their Facebook page. Shows some hot spots on the truck. So another tool in law enforcement, the law enforcement tool belt there. Some of the comments, though, as they often are on that Facebook post, were pretty interesting. One person said, "Imagine being pulled over because a thermal camera saw a hot spot." Another said, "If you can't spot a violation without a thermal camera, you probably don't know what you're looking at and shouldn't be writing tickets." And another one said, "Show me what it's supposed to look like with a flat tire or bad brakes because that picture above is not it." All valid points, I think. Another saying that they have money for thermal cameras, but not enough money to repave any of the roads. And I thought, hey, all right.
Point, yeah, kind of have a point there.
There's a perspective for sure.
One last item of business to get to. We spoke with Lee Meyer of Iowa 80 a couple weeks back ahead of the Walcott Truckers Jamboree, which was this past weekend. It looks like they had a great turnout despite some weather issues there. Around 46,000 people showed up for the event, though, and we're going to, Marty Ellis was one of them.
Yeah.
We are going to chat with him in a little bit to find out how that was and what it was like with the tornado warnings.
Yeah, sound like some drama out there. We'll look forward to that. Also talking superloads in Wyoming coming up next, though. We've got Will Cook, trucker and author, for an interesting chat. We'll see you right after this break. Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Our next guest is a trucker with more than 34 years of experience and more than 4 million safe driving miles. But Will Cook is also an author. He's out with a new book called The Driver Shortage: How Political Elites, Mega Carriers, and Global Interests Sold Out American Truckers. And Will joins us on the line now. So truck driver, blogger, author, what should I call you, or how would you like to be described here? Because you got a lot of hats that you're wearing.
I just will. I'm telling you. Not too long ago, I asked the Lord. I said, Lord, I hit this part of my life. I said, what's my purpose here for the last little bit? And it was like, well, what do you know? Well, I know trucking, and I have been digging deep into God's Word, and I love people. So it was basically a calling of just standing up for the working class, for the everyday Joe, basically, and just do what I know. And those are the two things I know. So that's what I do, and that's where I went. So that's where my books are surrounding. And up till then, I never even wanted to write. It was just something that really laid on my heart about 3 years ago.
So you really hadn't started writing until about 3 years ago, is that right?
It'll be about 3 years ago now. Yep.
Let me take a step back here, if we can, Will, because you're talking about something, and you're talking about your perspective, and that's your website, at driversperspective.com, right?
Yes.
You're talking about something here that I think speaks to a lot of concerns that people have out there, and you've been a professional truck driver for, I think, more than 34 years at this point. You've got millions of safe driving miles under your belt. Your perspective, I think, is valuable because you've seen things change over that time, over the past 34 or so years, and that's kind of shaped what you're talking about right now and kind of the concerns that you've seen. Big picture, what we're talking about here is, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, and please, expand on this, but what you've seen over the past 30 plus years is that the focus has been less on the individual human being that is behind the wheel of a commercial motor vehicle, and the focus has turned more toward the, corporations. How can we make more money off the backs of these men and women who are behind the wheel? Is that kind of where you're coming from here, and the motives, I suppose, that kind of come along with it? Am I filling in the blanks here the right way?
Yes, let's go to the predatory lease, and I'm not going to, that word just come out, but let me break that down. I remember when I came out driving in the early 90s, I came out of the National Guards in 89 as a 88 mic truck driver. And so my civilian job, and there wasn't lease programs out back then. If they were far and few between. It was an owner-operator or something like that was doing a deal with somebody, right? That which would have been called a lease program, but it wasn't like it was.
Yeah.
And I remember when it started transitioning. And when it started transitioning, it was a positive thing if you were willing to go out and, stay out 5 weeks. A lot of these programs were for over the road, per se.
Yep.
Okay. And then I seen it transition into not Old Dominion. Who was that did it? YRC, or who was there before YRC? But anyways, those guys there, Yellow or something like that. Some of the local, and then I seen it to where it transferred into to where these mega carriers. Prime is a big one that I watched closely, so I kind of know what they did. They went. And I think ATS did the same thing too. And they bought the Freightliner dealerships. They had their own dealership. So what they were doing, now what's happening here is you start seeing this change going from where it wasn't as making as much money off of the driver and hauling the freight as what it is logistics, brokerage, and leasing trucks.
What you're describing here too, I mean, is it, I hate to simplify it because I know there's a lot of moving parts when we talk about all the problems here, but when I hear you speak and when I see what's going on out there currently, the word greed is the thing, the word that comes to mind. How much of that is the contributing factor here, I guess, in your opinion?
I'm glad you said that. And here's how I kind of lay it out in the book. And I can write, if I have time to write and think, I can put it on paper a lot better than I can talk, right? But here's what happened. I even say it in the book. I said it wasn't so don't hear what I'm not saying. The presidents didn't come out, Bushes didn't come out and say, we're going to get these truck drivers. We don't care about them. What they did is they didn't even think about us. They didn't care. It was business, okay? And it was a global agenda. Because if you look and you read the books, it's really important, because if you look, you'll see where Warner made a shift. You'll see where UPS, the union, made a shift. You'll see where these guys, when Sam Walton stepped down, and where these guys come in. And they don't like to talk about it, but you're going back to Vanguard, BlackRock, and everybody, oh, conspiracy. No, it's right there in front of you now. It's no longer a conspiracy. Follow the money, read the book, follow the money. I put it out in front of you. You see it. And it's nothing, it's business is what it is.
Yeah,
okay, it's straight up business, and that's what they've done. So, yes, you're right. It's greed. Why? Because if this company didn't do it, another company's going to do it. So you're just going to be left behind. So it's a dog-eat-dog world. So there's your balance, right? Just like autonomous trucks. If we don't do something with driverless trucks, and China and them, I'm getting ready to put an article out about that. If China and them get ahead of us, and they're not, but if they did, and they are working on it, Europe, China, all of them are working on it. If they did, then we would be bound to them for the technology.
Well,
we wouldn't be the leaders in it.
Artificial intelligence is a great example of that as well.
Yes.
That's coming whether we like it or not.
Yeah,
right?
We can't put it back in the box.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that'd be like putting our cell phones back in the box. It's not going to happen.
That ain't happening. I can tell you. That is not happening for sure. You know, you mentioned the book, The Driver Shortage, How Political Elites, Mega Carriers, and Global Interests Sold Out American Truckers. And in it, you talk about these things that you're talking about right now. Tell us just kind of, if you were to give a synopsis of what the book gets into and kind of what you're trying to say in the book, you know, for someone who might be interested in it. And I think you've kind of laid it out here a little bit, but you're essentially kind of laying out how we got where we are now, which is in many ways a messy system that doesn't work for every man and woman out there.
All right. The heart of the book. First of all, that book is just the layout of the second book that drops in August. Okay. The machine behind the wheel. And there's a two-part to this, and it's all corporate is what's going on though. But in the two parts of it, this is what I'm hoping to inspire someone that's thinking the way I do or knows on the inside. I put the players out there. I don't want to give too much of it away.
That's fine. But
if you look again, it's not the FMCSA. We're coming out here. It's just like Sean Duffy right now, and these guys, yay, you know, and we're all rooting that he did English proficient. It's like, and Trump come into office, and it's like these people are still there. They're still in position. They didn't go nowhere. The people that allowed this, it's like you have the top corporate. We're going to say BlackRock, them guys, okay, because it's shareholder, it's the capitalism, right, that's coming down. They control the money, and then all these mega carriers are underneath them under the ATA, and they put Chris Spears in place to be their mouthpiece for the ATA, which is big. Transportation's big, and now we've got a global footprint around the country, so it's no more America. It's not about America no more, and that's what we have to draw back, and that's what I'm trying to get through to these books, is we need to get to that congressman that's being bought out, because we can't stop people from lobbying them. You can't do that. But you can get these congressmen that go in poor and come out rich out.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to vote. And there's nothing wrong with driverless. There's nothing wrong with capitalism. What's wrong is exactly what you said, the greed. And then what their greed did, and I'm just going to put this in a nutshell, and you guys read the books and take it and go with it. Hopefully somebody that listens to this or reads the book, Elaine Chao, you have to go back, and you just read the book on that. But Elaine Chao, and I'm going to give you this. This is all I'm going to give you out of this right now. And I show you, it's not me saying it, I show you the records in it. Elaine Chao and Chris Spears came up through the ranks from the Labor Department up through the ranks together. She pretty much mentored him. She got in here through Mitch McConnell, okay, through Bush Sr. First of all, it came Bush Sr., Bush Jr., okay. Obama pushed the ball, okay. I mean, he really put it through, and he even stated, you can go back and look this stuff up, like what we're doing right now. He stated, he said, the way to get us, because he pulled all those guys together, the Microsoft and all them guys into the room, says, how do we get America to transition from where we're at now into the technology of where we're going? And it came to, well, you cause these problems, and they're going to accept a lot of this stuff just for some sort of normal again. And that's what we're doing right now. But I see the bigger picture, and that's what people don't like, is when I call out the bigger picture. Because it's like, you weren't there during ELDs, you weren't there during this, but now all of a sudden, and I go back and I do the homework, okay? So I know where they come from, and I know who they worked for, the predatory lease, and blah, blah, blah. So what we're doing now, Trump's coming in, and he's put this executive order in, and we're all distracted, and we're all, yay, yay, yay. But at the same time, do you realize Trump's only going to be in office how many more years? And unless somebody
3.5,
picks it up, unless somebody picks it up, we're going right. We could possibly go right back, just like speed limiters. It's still a plus. Yes, it's a positive move, but we can't take our eye off the ball right now. The game's nowhere near over.
Right.
Because
You're looking at actual solutions that stick, and that's what you're calling for.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Will.
Yeah, and it's going to get into Congress. It's got to get into Congress. We got to get on the Hill and get these people. I mean, there's nothing wrong with autonomous. There's nothing wrong with having a global footprint. There's nothing wrong with what these guys are doing, but they don't. The transition, they don't care. There's always casualties in war. There's always casualties in transition.
Well, yeah.
But you need to focus on that and get as least as we can, right?
And you're talking about the system, obviously. Let me ask you this, because it is really tough to digest when you start talking about all the different players and all the different moving parts and the complicated web, the complicated system that's been developed over the past, several decades, and the reality of where we are now. You talked about something there a little bit ago about what you'd like to see individual truck drivers do to maybe help move, these issues along and improve things in the long run, not just temporary solutions here and there, but actually making things better for everybody out there. As an individual, what would you suggest they do to make that happen? I mean, reaching out to lawmakers obviously is one avenue. It sounds like you're talking more of a political movement in terms of getting some of these folks out of there that are maybe taking advantage of their position. But what does that look like for an individual, truck driver out there? They want to make a difference. What would you say to them?
I don't know how to. I know what I would do. Again, from my perspective, and you have OIDA there. OIDA's not perfect, but they've already got a seat at the table. They've been there for years. I've talked to a couple of guys there, and seem to be like they've got a good moral compass, right? And you take like United or American Truckers United, Shannon and Harvey. And instead of, it seems like for the last 5 years, I added it up. There's been like 7 associations or 7 groups that's came through. It was Yanni out of Grand Ledge, Mike Landis and them. They did UTA or whatever. I think Tony Justice even had a group. Black Smoke Matters had their group. I did 7 of them. I wrote them down. Okay, we just had the Charles and Bob Murphy and all them guys do one. And every time these guys do something, it splinters. Okay, it splinters the advocacy. And some of the people that they draw away, the division, they just get so sick of it, they don't even stand up no more. They're out. They're going to just fold out completely. They want nothing to do with it, right?
Yeah.
So you asking what's the solution? Well, like right now, and I put it on, and it makes me unpopular again to say this, but it's just truth. They should build on top of OIDA, not try to tear it down. The more people that you have, if you have a group of 200, like let's say UTA, if they're that big, and they've got all these people, you become a member of OIDA, and then you say, hey, there's 200 of us right now, and we think this or we think that. You get what I'm saying? They'd have more power. And if they're going to go fight, first of all, these groups need to understand exactly what OIDA can do and what they can't do. Call them up and ask them.
Sure.
That's the big thing. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? We don't have, but this is probably a bigger number than what it really is, Scott. We may have, I say 300, and I think that's a big number, of real driver advocates, of people out here really standing up, like myself or these guys that'll get on Facebook and really advocate, right, per se.
Yeah.
And those 300 are staying in their circle. And if you don't agree with them, they'll attack you personally.
I always like when I point fingers, I like to point the finger at social media for a lot of this mess that we've gotten ourselves into. For some reason, social media has, I think, divided us more than it has brought us together in many respects. But that's just my little hill to stand on there, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Hey, Will, we don't have a whole lot of time left, but, if people want to hear your message, if they want to, take your advice by reading your book, is the best place to do that to go to your website, adriversperspective.com?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, go to the website, driversperspective.com. We've got Will Cook on X, at Will Cook. Will Cook on X. Will Cook on X, however it goes. Yeah, and I just started Substack today. I'm going to get out and talk to some people and probably be putting some videos, interviews and stuff on Substack here. That's the plan.
Our thanks to Will Cook for his time. Trucking with OIDA is back in just a moment.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back. Andrea Staley joins me now. She is the Senior Public Relations Specialist with Southeast Wyoming DOT. Andrea, how you doing?
Good. How are you today, Ashley?
Doing well. Now, today we're talking superloads. I was scrolling Facebook the other day and came across a post from the Wyoming DOT page of a video of a recent superload. And I gotta say, these types of videos, even if you're not in the trucking or transportation world, are absolutely fascinating.
It is. It is. And we've been having a few of these come through within the last few years. So it's always a big deal when it hits our interstate.
Now, talk to me. I've done a few interviews on these, and this is a big deal when these things are done.
It is. So it's a lot of communication, a lot of collaboration, and kind of getting all hands on deck when these hit the interstate, because they do impact travel for a few hours and sometimes a few miles. So we just want to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible. We want to make sure our travelers on our interstates aren't impacted, but it is a big deal. These things are pretty big and they are very slow.
Can you talk to me about what it was and just how big this was?
Yeah. So it's a transformer for a wind farm out in Medicine Bow area. This wind farm is it's growing, and so they keep needing to move these transformers. So it comes in into the Laramie rail yard. The transformer itself, it weighs about 1 million pounds. So because of that, they need to have a transport that can support that heavy of a load. And so if you and I can send you photos. There's a lot of axles. We don't want it to damage any of our roadways, any of our structures. So the whole thing altogether with the transport and the transformer, and then all of the vehicles that are attached to it, it's about 1.5 million pounds. Essentially, it's 1,484,000 pounds, so about 1.5 million. And then the other part of it is it's very tall. It's over 17 feet tall, so it can't go under a lot of our overpasses. So instead, they have to go up the on-ramp and then down the off-ramp to get around those. And then it's also 26 feet wide. And our highways are about 26 feet wide. And so it takes up both lanes. So traffic cannot pass it. There's no way to get around it. They are able to, along their route, to take, kind of these larger shoulders or these truck parkings to kind of get out of the way to get traffic through. But the superload itself, because it is so big and so heavy, it can only travel between 25 and 35 miles per hour. And then it has to slow down to what they call a creep over all of our structures. And that's essentially going 5 miles an hour over any of our structures or bridges. So it's just going to back up traffic. I know last year they had one. There was, I think, either the first or second one, there wasn't as much communication. And so it was sort of a surprise to all of us when it actually happened. And they had traffic backed up for about 15 miles, which was pretty unlikely, unusual. We don't really love seeing that. But since then, it's been a really great process to get, the communication and collaboration. We're now seeing backups probably about for 2 miles, which isn't terrible. It's not 15.
As far as the weight goes, is that one of the biggest that's been moved through there?
I, having talked to the port of entry and their permitting, the port that's in Laramie, they had said that was the largest load that they had ever permitted. I can't speak to the rest of the state, but definitely in our area, it's one of the largest loads that we allow on our interstate, just because we don't want to damage the roadway. We work hard to keep it in good condition. So.
And that was one of the things I know people in the comments I read from the videos and pictures, they were wondering, is this damaging our roadways? Talk to me about the logistics with the axles and lightening the load a bit on the roads.
Yeah, so the reason there's so many axles on the transport, and mind you, I am not an expert by any means, but it basically distributes the weight so it won't damage. And the rate of speed that they're allowed to go is so to not damage the road surface. It is extremely heavy, and we do take the precautions. We do make sure that all the permits are in place, that the road surface can actually withstand that load. And honestly, these guys are experts. They know what they're doing. Having talked with all of the guys on the transport, throughout this whole process, they are, they're really sorry to say this, but they're kick-ass. So they know what they're doing.
For our listeners who aren't able to see the videos or pictures, which I'm going to encourage them to do, explain to me what this looked like, because there wasn't just one escort car. There were a few of them, right?
There's a couple. So what they do is they have obviously the driver in the front, and then behind them, last year I think they had 3. I think this year they're just doing 2. But they have also 2 more, trucks that are pushing it. And there's a ton of communication. The guys, every time they do either a turn or they're doing some sort of a logistical movement, they have about 5 guys that are on either side of the transport support to actually kind of watch and make sure everything's going well. But yeah, it's a big operation. And there's a lot of people involved, and I think they have, so yesterday they had to return the transport back to get the other transformer that is coming into town. And I think they had like 5 either follow vehicles or traffic control vehicles as well. So it's I think there's like 20 guys that are probably a part of this whole operation. They do a great job with the traffic control. Our highway patrol has also been involved to help, stop traffic when needed to get these onto the interstate safely and, off of the interstate. So it's this thing is pretty big, pretty powerful, and a lot of hands on deck. So.
And you have 2 more of these happening this summer.
Yep. So we don't have the dates totally nailed down. I think the next one, it sounds like they're looking for next week. But to get this, because the transformer is so large, they have to take apart the actual transport every time and then hook it up together. So it takes about a week once they get it to where it needs to go to take it then apart and then put it back together again to be able to transport it. So it's a long process for this, but when it hits the interstate, everyone knows.
Talk to me about how big of a role does social media play in something like this, as far as getting the messaging out, that it's going to happen. And then, of course, pictures and videos were shared that it did happen.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. Honestly, it's really the quickest way to get real-time information out for us. And it's obviously something that a lot of people catch on to or get excited about. But for me, in my role, it's, the only way I can get it out. So I can send press releases, I can do all sorts of news interviews, but until it's actually happening the day of and getting that kind of real-time information, that's really what I think people pay attention to the most and where they're getting a lot of their information nowadays. And so it's just, it's such a godsend, honestly. And that video, so I had followed the transport basically through town from the rail yard until it hit the interstate. And I believe that first video had over about 2 million views. And for a Wyoming DOT, that is gold. So it was pretty exciting to see that, and also to see the impact and reaction that people had to it.
One of my favorite comments I think I saw, somebody said that, it should be mandatory to have a sign on the side of it saying, what it is, how much it weighs, how long it is. People are so curious. They want to know all this stuff. And I know everyone was asking that question.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny, too, because if they had just scrolled down to the post previous, it would have had all that information. They don't do that, though.
How do you find people's attitudes? Obviously, getting behind something like that is probably not fun. But, when it comes to the information part of it, how do you find people's attitudes are when these types of things happen?
I'd say it's a mixed bag. Anytime there's an inconvenience, it seems that no matter what you do, no matter how much information you can get out there, if it inconveniences anyone, you're going to hear about it. I think, though, it's been better this year just because there has been so much more communication. There's been so much more information that they've been able to share with us that I can then, sort of disperse. And because of that, I think there's been a better attitude towards it. And I think, too, actually having the transport company understand the route now, knowing where they're going and what areas that they can pull aside and, kind of let traffic through, it's definitely had a better impact. We are able to, not back up traffic for miles now. So I do think that people are pretty irate that they have to go from 80 to 30 on the interstate. So I don't think we can ever going to be able to, fix that problem. But it's really only about a 2-hour trip for them on the interstate. So being able to get that information out when they're going to hit the interstate and then when they're going to be able to get off the interstate has really helped.
Do you know if the next 2 loads, are they going to be the same weight, or do you know?
Yep, it should be pretty much the exact same weight. They're going to be the exact same type of transformers, at least from my information that I've been given. That's pretty much the same.
I'm always fascinated whenever I see these videos, and they do very well. Like I said, I think, you don't even have to be in the transportation industry to appreciate the kind of logistics and everything that would go into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's fun. It's one of my favorite parts of the job. So being able to kind of get the behind the scenes information and get to see the whole process of how this works, it's very cool.
How big of a deal is this for Wyoming?
Obviously a big story for us in Wyoming, and especially in Southeast Wyoming. We do have I-80 is a pretty heavily trafficked route, especially, for commercial carriers. And we appreciate all the hard work all those guys or ladies and gentlemen do. It's keeping, America moving. So we appreciate that, and happy to chat with you guys in the future.
If anybody listening or watching is thinking, I might be going through there in a couple of weeks or this summer, where can they go and find updated information about what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. All of our websites, any information that I'm going to be putting out there will be on YDOT District 1, Southeast Wyoming. And that will be for Laramie, Albany, and Carbon County. So pretty much the east-south side of the state. And that has the I-80 corridor through it. So any sort of major information that we have coming out. But also we have a website called wyoroad.info. And on that, it has a map, and it has all these layers, and you can see where you're going to have, construction, for how long, what kind of work they're going to be doing. So you can really kind of plan your trip accordingly to that. And then in the wintertime, it's a huge resource because we do have, we're a rural state. And so we do have large sections of roadway between cities. And we do close our interstates due to storms and wrecks and stuff because we don't want to strand anybody. And it will tell you, any type of closure information, any type of weather information. So it's just a massive resource for anyone traveling in our state. And again, that is going to be wyoroad.info.
Thanks to Andrea Staley from Wyoming DOT to tell us about the Superload. As she mentioned, there's a few more planned for the summer, so check out wyoroad.info for the latest. We've got to take a short break, but Trucking with OOIDA will be right back after this.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. How's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit houseproducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA, joined on the phone now by an old friend, the driver of the Spirit of the American Trucker, the OOIDA tour truck, Marty Ellis. Marty, how you doing?
I am lovely, Scott. And you?
We are doing just fine here. We brought you on, Marty, initially to talk about the Walcott Truckers Jamboree. I know you went this past weekend and were there. I don't think you were planning on – how many tornado warnings did you have? I don't think you were planning on what happened.
Yeah, there were a couple, and this was the first show that I've ever had the law enforcement and the fire department come through and want to evacuate the show area and ask everybody to go into the building.
Wow.
So it was a little bit of excitement.
That's I imagine that was a pretty tight squeeze in that building with all the people that were there.
Yeah, I had a gentleman and his son in the trailer when this first started going on, and well, by the time we decided to take the golf cart and bring him to his truck, we all were just drenched by the time we got that done. And I did stop by the building and go inside and talk to a few folks that were in there waiting it out there. So, it's everybody came out just fine, except some tents. Some of the tents didn't quite make it. You know how that goes in those tents outside. And but other than that, so a little bit of flooding and that, through the show area. But you could see how high the water was by the marks on the tires.
Wow. There were 2 tornado warnings over. Is that the same day, I assume?
Yep. Friday was the worst day. Thursday, there was a storm that night. It started raining just about the time they started setting off the fireworks. So they did continue to set off some fireworks. I was expecting them just to stop it altogether, but they tried, and you could sure tell the difference. They weren't as bright and lively, but they did their best. But then Saturday in the evening the storms came in, and everybody was hoping they'd miss us, but of course they didn't, and so everybody ended up closing down early, and of course the band couldn't play, and of course the fireworks couldn't go off. So a lot of people were disappointed, and usually Friday night is the light show contest. So they weren't able to do a light show at all for this show because
That's a bummer.
With the weather.
Mother Nature.
Yeah.
What a party pooper.
It is.
Well, minus the weather, how was the show?
Hey, Ashley, it was great. There was a good traffic. I've seen it busier, but I actually was surprised at how many show trucks were there. With the economy and talking to folks, I really thought they might be down on trucks, but they really weren't. And there were some sharp-looking trucks out there. Most of them are, of course, working trucks, which I really prefer over the big show trucks that don't really haul freight.
Yeah.
So I enjoy seeing those because those guys really have to put a lot of effort into the cleaning part of it. You're running up and down the road, and we all know how dirty things can get, and they come and polish them up really well, and some really good-looking trucks out there.
I think about that a lot when I see a working show truck. That's like the first thing I think of, actually, is I think these people are on the road every day. They're doing work, they're getting dirty, and just the amount of detail they put in, the amount of hours it must take to get it in that condition.
They make it.
That's like the first thing I always think about when I see these trucks. I think about, that's a great looking truck, and then I think, wow, that thing is really clean.
Working truck, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. It's just amazing the work that is put into it. A lot of people bring their whole families as their crew, and then other people kind of get some of their buddies to help them out. But it's a lot of work. If you go out there, they usually spend a whole week there, and so a few days before, and then for the show, just to try to prep them up.
Let me ask you this, Marty, because Ashley and I were talking last week about the Truckers Jamboree there. We have never been. You've been to the Iowa 80.
I've been to the
Ashley,
Iowa 80, which is so cool.
Haven't been to the show, though. And you go to a lot of truck shows. How does it compare to, some of the other ones out there? Obviously, there's an antique, truck component to this one. But how does it kind of compare, or I guess differ maybe from others out there?
Well, one of the ways that I think a lot of people don't understand how it differs is a lot of truck shows, it's like a destination. You go to Matt's, you're basically planning on being there the whole show, and you really have to plan it out. This show brings in a lot of truck drivers that are just passing through, which is, kind of cool. They can stop and take their break, maybe get a few stops in the show itself, take a look at some of the new stuff, and then also the cool trucks out there, and maybe get some ideas for their own. So where regular other truck shows, it's more of a destination. With Iowa 80, with the truck stop still being open during all this, the parking is more limited, but guys can still come in there fairly easily, get what they need to do, and see part of the show or the whole show, because it's not huge, so you can see the show in an hour if you really wanted to, a few if you want to talk to people. So yeah, it's kind of a neat little option that a lot of trucks don't get that option.
Now, talking to people I know is something that you enjoy doing at these shows. What was the topic of conversation this past weekend that you noticed?
Yeah, I mean, one of them was the English proficiency. I think too many people had this great idea that all of a sudden things were going to get better in trucking the day that they enacted this back in, because it was supposed to be in to begin with, but we won't go down that rabbit hole. But
yeah.
How are they going to enforce it? What's the criteria? That type of thing. How is this going to affect the non-domiciled CDL holders? There's so many ins and outs of the English proficiency. And now some people get kind of hung up on it, worried that when we support English proficiency means that we don't like immigrants, and that's totally the farthest thing from the truth. This is all about safety. Can that driver, number one, understand the road signs, understand the overhead signs, understand law enforcement, understand other drivers? When if there's an issue, we have to be able to communicate with each other. So if I say, "Hey, stop! There's a bridge ahead," I need to know that driver understands that. It's a bridge is out. You don't want to go any further. Because people can lose their lives if we can't communicate.
Yeah. Real quick too, Marty. I think rates are probably a pretty common topic that you get no matter where you go. Are you still hearing quite a bit about that? What are people saying there? We're seeing some signs that maybe things are turning a little bit. I'm not sure people are feeling it out there yet, though.
Yeah, I mean, people are really not feeling the turn, and going up is always a lot slower as far as rates go than going down. But actually, I'm hearing more about the amount of freight that's available out there. And I mean, before it seemed like the freight was available, but they weren't paying anything. Well, now they're not paying much, but there's not a lot of freight out there. There's a lot of company drivers that are having to sit more. Owner operators are saying, I'm going to pick and choose the ones that financially can, are sitting at home and picking and choosing their loads instead of just jumping on things that they probably shouldn't be hauling to begin with.
For sure.
And just wrapping up, Marty, I'm curious, these truck shows sometimes are known for things, some iconic things. I think this one, the pork chop sandwich. Is that
the topic of conversation here, Marty?
Yes. Scott and I have been talking about this a lot. I'm curious, did you have one?
Yeah, of course. You have to have at least one while you're there. And they do a really good job with that. They have the big grill outside and, probably 1.5 inch thick pork chops. And, of course, that's their, iconic thing. It's Iowa, so you have to have pork chops there. So, and it's a good time. A lot of people get underneath the tent and have a meal and do some cussing and discussing and trying to solve all the world's problems. But you definitely have to have the pork chops.
Cussing and discussing.
Well, we did some discussing. We didn't do any cussing, Marty. Do you want to get a few curse words out? No, maybe not.
Well, yeah, we'll probably hold off on that, but there was enough. Okay, so
enough to go around.
I don't know if you guys heard it, but Mike Rowe showed up out there.
Oh,
yeah, and so that was kind of cool to see him out there.
That is cool. The Dirty Jobs guy.
Yep, absolutely.
Very good. Well, he would know a few things about those working trucks and getting them clean. Hey, Marty, we appreciate it. Enjoyed you taking us to Iowa there to talk about the truck show, and we'll see you again soon.
Absolutely, anytime. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
And our thanks again to Marty Ellis, the man who drives the spirit of the American trucker, the OOIDA tour truck. www.ooida.com is the place to.
I don't think you have to say that anymore.
Find out.
But
no, we don't need the www.
I don't think you need the triple W's anymore.
www. I like to say it. It's kind of fun.
You're showing your age.
Yeah, well, that's that among other things for sure. ooida.com is the place to go to find out where Marty will be next. Always good talking to him. An eventful weekend for sure.
For sure. Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on him and You think you're gonna make some pork chop sandwiches anytime soon?
I don't know. I
don't even understand like what they would be.
I think the main ingredient's probably pork chops.
Well, yes, but
and
like, are we
then there's
just
bread.
we're not slapping that in between
I'll tell you
pieces
what,
of bread?
we'll get our investigative team
All
on
right.
that. We'll
Figure
try
it
to
out.
answer that for our next show. On behalf of Ashley Blackford, I'm Scott Thompson. This has been Trucking with OIDA, and we appreciate you listening and appreciate all you do out there. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
"17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.